All right. I don't know if y'all can actually hear me. We'll try. Let me move this over. If you're getting this, there's really bad service here right now. There's a really bad thunderstorm that's come through Tennessee, and we have virtually no internet. That's the third connection. Ed can hear me. That's the third connection. So this is the third stream we've had. So I'm just going to make sure it's going to stay steady for a while before I'm going to make sure it stays steady for a little while before we actually get rolling. Otherwise, it's going to kill momentum. Right, Jill? We don't want a momentum killer. We'll just see what happens. I'm just being patient for a second. What are these things to my right? These are mini disc. They're very rare and expensive. We're going to be putting them up for auction tonight. I don't know if anybody's ready to spend this kind of money on mini disc, but these are a very rare format. Okay. So let me delete all the other O feeds. Let me go delete all the other old feeds. Coletco was live. We don't need that one. How do you play them? You have to have a mini disc player. This is a format they experimented with. It's a rare format. You probably won't see them too often. Coletco was live. Coletco was live. I don't see the feed. I don't see the feed where we're live right now, right there. Okay, let me delete this one. Yep, it's what we call a dead format. It's all right, let me go to history. What do you think, Ed? Yeah, that's the one that's live right now. Now we can delete this one. Okay. All right. Okay. This should be the right feed right here. Yeah, this one's live and it's rolling. Okay. We'll see how long it goes. Let's cross our fingers, all right? I think we're good to go. Everybody else good to go? How much new vinyl came in? Jerry asked before John Robb. You won, Jerry. It looks like there's 3 crates, including some miscellaneous. 3 crates, including some miscellaneous. Okay. That was a warm up. Okay, now John Robb wants to know how many crates of new vintage. 5 crates of new vintage. Jerry Stone, 3 crates of new stuff. John Robb, 5 crates of vintage. How much Japanese? Very little, if none. Have the EL lights came in? No. No, they haven't. Okay. I think I've got everything ready. I'm going to reset my chat. That's probably Deco Mesh. How many crates of auctions? Probably about 5. How much Stoner Rock? Probably about 5. How many crates of records total? Probably about 5. How many crates will you be selling tonight? Probably about 5. Has the Yellow Submarine blanket came in? Yes, you've already been tagged for it. You was asleep last night, Jerry, when we were still going through new vinyl. I was like, where's Jerry Stone at? We're still going through new vinyl and he's asleep. I was asking you questions, calling off your name. I was like, what the heck? All right, I got this. How many CDs tonight? Chad, how long will you be here? How many crates of new vinyl? Can you show me everything you have for sale all at one time so I can go to sleep? Can I just go ahead and purchase everything I want even though I don't know what it is so I can just go ahead and go to sleep? Any chance you can go ahead and start the show? Do you have any Sheryl Crow or plush? Do you have any Alanis Morissette, Bruce Springsteen, or Olivia Rodrigo? Any chance we'll get to see some Ozzy tonight? All right. I'm reading off the questions. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to answer them. But I do love reading them off. Any chance you can answer all the questions I've asked so far, Chad? Are you going to answer my questions or are you going to continue to ignore me, Chad? Have I had any Nashville hot chicken or Mexican lately? Do you have any Madonna? Chad, I don't know what your problem is, but I'm about to go to bed. Any chance you could show all the guitars again? Any Kiss autographs tonight? Chad, do you still have those lava lamps? Any chance you have Green Day Dookie on cassette? All right, here we go. First auction of the night. is Neil Young and the Promise of the Real, The Visitor. This is a double LP. It's new and sealed. And Neil Young is going to go up for a $1 start in slot number A. This is Neil Young, Promise of the Real, The Visitor. It's a double LP, new and sealed, a $1 start. Dizzy Gillespie and Friends, Concert of the Century, a tribute to Charlie Parker, with Ray Brown, Milt Jackson, Hank Jones, and Philly Joe Jones. This is a 2 LP sealed. This is also a $1 start. Dizzy Gillespie and Friends, Neil Young, those are $1 starts. You heard me correctly. Here's another $1 start. Here's another $1 start. Cyndi Lauper, She Bop. Cyndi Lauper is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the LP. There's the cover. There's the Obi. Cyndi Lauper is a $1 start. She Bop 12-inch single, Ed. She Bop 12-inch single, Ed. Next thing over here is this. I have going up for bid right now, at this moment, in time and space. It's Metallica. And Metallica is an unofficial Rockin' at the Ring Volume 2, a double LP red vinyl. That is a $1 start on Metallica. Metallica is a $1 start, Ed. Ed said good, he would be placing bids. He's watching under the handle tonight as Yo-Yo Yosemite. Yo-Yo Yosemite. Some people call it Yosemite. Okay. We sold the following: Prince, Static X, Led Zeppelin, Police, Live, Candlebox, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Best of Triumph, Stevie Ray Vaughan Triumph, and Led Zeppelin. All right. So this Allman Brothers I had last night, this is a 10 LP box set called Trouble No More, the 50th anniversary collection of the Allman Brothers. That is $299.99 for the Allman Brothers, $299.99. The Police Synchronicity is a 4 LP Super Deluxe limited edition box set with 60-page book and 4 art prints. The Police is $139.99. This is sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. That is sold to him. The Police Synchronicity is gone. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Slayer, Hell Awaits. Slayer, Hell Awaits is $149.99. $149.99 on Slayer, Hell Awaits. Miles Davis, the new Miles Davis Quintet. And Miles Davis is an all-analog, Kevin Gray, coherent, pressed at RTI, $34.99. Here's our first 4 auctions. Let me get my camera moved back a little bit. I had to zoom it up last night when we were going through posters. So we got Neil Young, Dizzy Gillespie, Cyndi Lauper, and this Metallica. This is a live Metallica unofficial classic, or excuse me, Rockin' at the Ring. It's a double LP red vinyl. It's at $20. Cyndi Lauper is at $7, Dizzy Gillespie's at $20, and Neil Young is at 10 with Preston Rose, okay? Miles Davis over here. Miles Davis is sold to Amenities. Thank you on that one. That's sold to Alfredo Fuentes at $34.99. Candlebox Happy Pills. Candlebox is $34.99. This is sold to Louis Kulik. Thank you, Louis Kulik. And then we have Cannibal Corpse Vial. And Cannibal Corpse is on gray with red streaks. That is $36.99. We have Miles Davis sold to Alex Miller. And, no, excuse me. Miles Davis sold to Joseph McCormick. We'll have to put Alex. We should, let's see here. So Joseph McCormick on Miles Davis sold $34.99. Alex Miller, I'll put you on a wait list, okay? All right, they're still green across the board on all of our first auctions. And then over here, give me 1 second here. So we got Neil Young, Dizzy Gillespie. We have Cyndi Lauper, and we have Metallica. All right. Next thing over here is Gillespie. That is actually incorrect. We have, it's Dizzy Gillespie. We Googled that one. We have Cannibal Corpse. This is Vile, gray with red streaks, $36.99. Slayer, Hell Awaits is $149.99. And Allman Brothers is a 10 LP box. That is $299.99. That's what we have left there. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the next one. Here we go. We got some awesome soundtracks tonight, Jill. First thing I'm going to do is touch my toes. Oh, yes. And then adjust my knuckles. Oh, okay. Feeling pretty good. Let's go get that other crate. Somebody just said, Chad, is there any way you could go ahead and show us the next auctions? No, I can't. But if you're waiting right there, I'll go ahead and put up some more after these sell. So stand by. Don't go anywhere. Don't do anything. Don't breathe. Don't touch anything. Don't even look at the auctions, okay? Just put random bids throughout the slots, and you'll end up with some cool surprises on your invoice. Just bid a little bit here. Just bid a little bit there. You going home? Must be nice. I'll be right here selling vinyl. First thing I have is Neil Young. This is $22 with Kara Waco Nation. Dizzy Gillespie is at $22 with Alfredo Fuentes. Cyndi Lauper is at $13 with Tom Kelly. And Metallica is at $35. And that is a final call of Michael Wilkerson, okay? We have not sold any advertised auctions yet. We have not sold any advertised auctions yet, okay? Dizzy Gillespie. All right. First thing we have is Led Zeppelin live in Dallas, which is 1975. That's sold to Darren Wortman. That is $29.99. Also over here, we have one sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen. That's sold to you at $29.99. And then there's one left, and this is $29.99. Live in Dallas, $29.99. So we sold two of those. There's one left at $29.99 each. The Buena Vista Social Club is a double LP. And Buena Vista Social Club is mastered by Bernie Grumman, 20-page book, $38.99. Neil Young is, let's see, Dizzy Gillespie and B is sold to Alfredo Fuentes for $22. Thank you on that one. Michael Wilkerson is sold on the Metallica for $35. Thank you, Michael Wilkerson. TBI Music Room says he'll take the last Led Zeppelin. Thank you on that one. Kara Waco Nation gets the Neil Young for $22. And the Cyndi Lauper here is sold to Luna Deluxe for $15. Thank you. Make sure we get that one in a new sleeve, okay? We need to put Cyndi Lauper in a new sleeve. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And let's clear the board for some new auctions. We had an internet connection earlier when I went live. Let's see what we got over here. I've got the War on Drugs. I've got Lonnie Liston Smith, Chris Isaac, and this signed record that we found last night. So first thing I have, this is Ellie Goulding, Higher Than Heaven. Ellie Goulding includes a autographed insert, which has been JSA authenticated. So Ellie Goulding is signed insert, has signed insert, and it's also on colored vinyl, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it's on this color vinyl here. Ellie Goulding has signed insert from JSA, and that's going to go up for a $1 start. You heard me correctly. Ellie Goulding signed insert colored vinyl, $1 start. That's now up for bid. You can bid on it right now. It's only a $1 start. Slot number 2 is the War on Drugs, Lost in the Dream. And the War on Drugs is a double LP. This is sealed, and that's also going to go up for a $1 start. Cosmic Funk, Lonnie Liston Smith and the Cosmic Echoes. That's going to go up for a $1 start. And then Chris Isaac, First Comes the Night, Deluxe 2 LP with bonus tracks. And that is also going to go up for a $1 start, and it's also sealed, okay? Those are now up for bid across the board, all $1 starts. Have fun bidding, okay? Have fun bidding. Next thing I have is Soundgarden, which is Louder Than Love. Soundgarden is $33.99, Louder Than Love. Wasp inside the Electric Circus. Wasp is $38.99 inside the Electric Circus. The Best of Triumph. This is new for Friday. We did end up selling a few more. We have one sold to John Smetzer. Thank you. We got one sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. And those are $33.99 each. Still got a few left. That's new for Friday. The Best of Triumph, if you hadn't seen those come in yet. Prince, this is sold to Rydell Martin for $39.99. That was the After Show New York, $19.99. The price was $39.99. Rush Permanent Waves is $36.99 for Rush Permanent Waves. And then we have Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. And Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK is a double LP, $36.99. And Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2 is $54.99, and that's the 2014 remaster, $54.99 on that one. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan at Carnegie Hall is sold to George Jones for $49.99, and then we need to put Stan McNessie on a waiting list. We need to put Stan McNessie on a waiting list on that one, please, okay? Let's go back up here, and the $1 starts across the board. Here's the high bids right now. Ellie Golding's at 22. That's a signed insert. It's been JSA authenticated. War on Drugs is at 11. Lonnie Liston Smith's at 12. And Chris Isaac is 15. You know you bid on War on Drugs before you even set it down. He says yes. He was willing to bid $2 before he even knew what it was. And then we have Live Throwing Copper. Live Throwing Copper is $39.99. So their first waiting list from this morning's video, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Carnegie Hall, which is a wait list for Stan McNessie. And then we had Kiss Revenge. It's $36.99. New and sealed 2014. Kiss Psycho Circus is $33.99. And the Return of the Living Dead, Clear Red with Blood Splatter, $39. Troy, there's 3 crates of new product. I think one of them's a miscellaneous crate, so there's 2 crates of new vinyl. And they're about to be unveiled here in about 5 minutes, maybe less. Rush 2112 is $36.99. Live Mental Jewelry is sold to Dan Moran for $33.99. Thank you, Dan Moran. And then we have another Live Mental Jewelry. That's $33.99. Will Stevie Ray Vaughan be in this week? Yes. Yes. And then Cypress Hill Smokeout Festival presents DMX, and that's $29.99. That's DMX Live, essentially. Static X is sold to Randy Klein for $39.99. And then we have Rush Moving Pictures, $36.99 for Rush Moving Pictures. And Shinedown, The Sound of Madness. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness is on white vinyl, $38.99. So one more look at the auctions. Mark Gerster has the autographed Ellie Golden insert and purplish vinyl, I think it's purple, $30. The War on Drugs is at $14. Danae DeLeo has Lonnie Liston Smith at $16. That's a final call. And then we have Chris Isaac at $30. Okay? So we have the high bids of $30, $14, $16, and $30. And that's where we're at right now. Sarah Wyberdink says she'll take Shinedown for $38.99. Thank you, Sarah Wyberdink. So here's what's left in here. Rush, DMX, Live, Rush, Return of the Living Dead, Psycho Circus Revenge, Live, Kiss Alive 2, Soundgarden Rush, The Best of Triumph, Wasp, Soundgarden, and Buena Vista Social Club. Looks like new bids on everything except the War on Drugs, okay? Chad needs to go get his first Monster of the Night. I had a couple bites of Chick-fil-A, and which is essentially breakfast. And I don't need any more of that Diet Coke. It makes my kidneys hurt. I used to drink a lot of it. I drink some of it now. It's like, oh, my back. I think that's what I've traced a lot of it to. I don't know if that's a true scientific a study there. All right, I've got the no bid crate from yesterday too, which has a lot of offers and claims. But before we do that one, I'm going to go ahead and grab the first crate of brand new stuff here. So let me grab this crate of brand new stuff here. There's actually one crate of vinyl and a crate of puzzles, okay? So there's actually one crate of vinyl and a crate of puzzles. So we got lucky on Monday with a lot more. It looks like we got Monday, normally what we get on Tuesday, we got yesterday, and today we got more of a Monday kind of order, okay? There's greens across the board, okay? There's still greens across the board. So we have 33, 15, 22, and 38. And so, yeah, what I'm going to do is I need, when you're sick or you don't feel good and you got like stomach problems, you drink a good old can of Monster. Kidney problems, gallbladder, liver, you go drink some Monster, okay? Now, like I said, a lot of doctors wouldn't agree with that, but I know what I'm doing, okay? A lot of doctors will say, Chad, I don't think that's a good idea. A lot of doctors are going to be like, yeah, buddy, you probably shouldn't be doing something like that. That doesn't sound like a good idea. And I'm going to tell them the same thing. I know my body. I know when I need a Monster. Okay. And if I think I need a Monster to help my kidneys, Patrick, I'm going to drink one.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick says he does the same thing. Sick, got stomach pains, drink a Monster.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah, sometimes I pour this out, soak it in a rag, and rub it on my skin. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Patrick just dropped off a crate of auctions. I'm sure y'all heard them. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Kyle. Colin Butler gets War on Drugs for $15, and they're still bidding on the others, okay? All right, so we started off tonight with just bonus records that are all sealed. Let me see what else is in this crate. I had some more autograph stuff, too. What have I done with those? Let's see here. Let me see what else I had in the... Here we go. This is the Kindles, and this is signed by one of them. This is signed by Jeannie Kendall. This is Heart of the Matter, signed by Jeannie Kendall. Best wishes. Something, something. Something, something. Let me actually see what the JSA... Let me see what the JSA thing looks for. Or let me see what the JSA website has this under. The JSA website has this under CH19917. This is signed Royce Kendall and Jeannie Kendall. Okay, signed by both of them. Where's Royce at? Is it on the back or something? I guess they're both over here. Okay, yeah, they're both signed right there. It's signed by both of them. All right, so it's signed by Royce Kendall and Jeannie Kendall. All right, that is going to go up in slot B for a $1 start. $1 start on that. First record is, this is evidently a big deal. I don't know a lot about it, but it's Angini di Porcimini. I definitely need some phonics on this one. But I went ahead and ordered more, and if they're in stock, I'm going to try to post a pre-order this week. There's more on the way. I went ahead and ordered 3 or 5 more. This is on the top seller this week. And we've had 2 people ask for me to special order them, so I was like, holy crap, if they're still in stock, we need to post a pre-order. And this is sold to Colin Butler, Angini di Porcimini. Now, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but if anybody else wants one, let me know. This is on the way this week, okay? These will be coming in this week, so if you want down on that list, let me know right now. Angini di Porcimini, okay? That one's definitely sold to Colin Butler. We can go ahead and sell C and D. Chris Isaac is sold to Mark Gerster for $50. Lonnie Liston Smith is sold to Danae for $28. The autographed Kindles record is at $3 with Marion Corbetti. Wow. $3 with Marion Corbetti. And then the Ellie Golden record's at $45 with Mark Gerster, and that's a final call. All right, moving on. Let's go ahead and add a couple more auctions. The next one I have over here is a Japanese press of Van Halen 2. It is Obi-less. It is Obolus, but it's a Japanese Van Halen. And this one is beautiful, near mint minus, Japanese Van Halen. And that's going to go up in C for a $25 start. $25 start, okay? And then we have, there's volume 2, also for Colin Butler, $29.99. So there's volume 2 for Colin Butler, $29.99. So Colin, both of those are in. And if anybody wants volume 1 and volume 2, let me know. So we definitely need on that list Mortgage Guy Rob, Bob Riger, Hoopy, Church of Not Nothing. There's at least 4 people. Okay, there's at least 4 people. Here was another waiting list. This is Third Eye Blind Unplugged, $29.99. But first, Mark Gerster gets the Ellie Goulding. That's sold to Mark Gerster for $45. Let's make sure this gets in a new sleeve, please. We need several of these in new sleeves. I don't have any handy next to me right here, right now. There was a waiting list for Third Eye Blind Unplugged. Let me try to find that right quick. Third Eye Blind Unplugged. We're going to have some killer auctions tonight. I'm about to get started with the advertised stuff in just a second. And then let's over here. Let's pull up Vinyl Pre-Order Master Sheet. Third Eye Blind Unplugged waiting list was for Jason Fornerat. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. That sold to him for $29.99. And we have one extra, okay? One extra, $29.99 for Third Eye Blind Unplugged. And then LA Guns Cocked and Reloaded is $34.99. And this is sold to Rick Hall. He was on a waiting list, $34.99 to Rick Hall. Double splatter vinyl, $34.99. Chad said, or Mortgage Guy Rob said, Chad, no wait list, okay? Bob Riger wants both volumes. Okay, we'll take care of you there. And then here's a look. We got the autographed Kindles record. It's at $12 with Doug Wants. It's JSA. It's signed by both of them. Over there on the right, it's signed by both of them. And then the next thing we have is this Talking Heads record, which is sealed, and it's on red vinyl. This is Talking Heads. Talking Heads is on red vinyl. It is sealed, and it's going to go over here in slot number A, and that's going to go up for a $20 start, Talking Heads. Okay, and then the other Third Eye Blind Unplugged is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then over here, we have the Kindles at 12, Van Halen. Talking Heads is a Rocktober red vinyl sealed, $20 start on that. And then what else do I got over here? I've got over here this right here to put up, Dracula. Dracula is a 1992 South Korean, none for sale in the United States. Bram Stoker's Dracula, 1992. Last time I remember this, like Music on Vinyl had done a pressing, so this is not easy to get whatsoever. This is the Francis Ford Coppola Dracula movie, and that's going to go up in D for a $100 start. $100 start. The LA Guns is Cocked and Reloaded. This is $34.99 double splatter, and this is sold to Mark Gerster. And Sean, if you want on that waiting list, let me know, okay? Thank you on that. This was a big pre-order. This is Cinderella Heartbreak Station. It's a new Music on Vinyl. Cinderella. And let me pull this one up, Heartbreak Station. And I think we've almost sold out on the button. So if you know for sure you want one, you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. But that's a whole lot of Cinderellas there. I think almost all of them are spoken for. Sean Holford does one on the LA Guns Cocked and Reloaded waiting list. And Hoopy also wants on the LA Guns. So 2 people on that one. Thank y'all both. Let's go ahead and sell the autographed Kindles. That's sold to Doug Wants for $12. Nice on that. Thank you. And then Thomas Bishop has Talking Heads for $20. Van Halen's at $26. And like I said, Dracula is a $100 start over there. Dracula is a $100 star. Dracula. Next over here is going to be this. This is a Japanese pressing, one we don't get too often in this genre. Hardly anything country. It's Emmylou Harris, Evangeline. And Emmylou Harris is a near mint Japanese pressing. That is a $15 start on that one. $15 start, okay? Here's everybody who got a Cinderella pre-order. We'll start right here. These are $39.99. Billy Humphrey and Stephen Douglas. Billy Humphrey and Stephen Douglas. Brooks Vaughter and Sarah Wyberdink. Also, we have Autumn Betts and Tim Holloway. These are all $39.99 each. Kelly Gabney and Vince Lano. Kelly Gabney and Vince Lano. Stephen Reeves and Heath Norman. Stephen Reeves and Heath Norman. Those are also $39.99. We have Angela Lewis and Scott Smith. Angela Lewis and Scott Smith. Richard Willis and Sean Druin. Richard Willis and Sean Druin. These are all $39.99. Bill Walton and Christina Curtis. Bill Walton and Christina Curtis. Also Richard Davis and Brian Campbell. Richard Davis and Brian Campbell. Patrick Lear and Chris Martin. Patrick Lear and Chris Martin. Rick Hall and Scott Corcoran. Rick Hall and Scott Corcoran. Glenn Kesey and Darren Wallace. Glenn Kesey and Darren Wallace. Jamie Butler and Derek Bowman. Jamie Butler and Derek Bowman. And let me stop right there because my crate is full. Let me set this right over here. And, oh yeah, let me start filling up crate number 2 then. And there's crate number 2. And the rest of these were Justin Deckelman and Ken Crooker. Justin Deckelman and Ken Crooker. Matt Lawson and Matt Algram. Matt Lawson and Matt Algram. These are all $39.99 each. Susie Breedlove, Todd Emick, and Mark Morris. Those are also $39.99 each. And then we had Tom Harris, Mike Torrance, and Rob Bobby. There's 3 more sold. Susie commented again. I bet Susie don't want 2 of them. And then John LaBeatty. There's 3 Cinderellas left. Tony Swanson gets Van Halen for $26. Let's make sure this goes in a new sleeve, please. This is sold to Tony Swanson. And then Dracula is a $100 buy it now. Dracula is a $100 buy it now if anybody wants that one. That is the 1992 South Korean, 100 on that one, okay? I think we're done on Talking Heads. It's a final call for $25 with Kevin Walker. And then Douglas Phelan has the Japanese Emmylou Harris at $15. And if anybody wants a Cinderella, Tom Kelly does. There's another one sold for $39.99. And Heartbreak Station, Devious John is $39.99. We have 2 left. 2 left there on that one. John Kaiser wants one. As y'all know, the other pressing is that turquoise kind of record store day deal, which on Metal Nights we typically sell for $100 plus. So there's a chance on that one. And Dracula's available. Our next auction is this right here. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and knock this one out too. This is the Japanese pressing of Staying Alive. And this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $15 start in C. Complete. David Fike gets the Last Cinderella. That's sold to David Fike at $39.99, okay? Thank you on that one. Let's go ahead and sell Kevin Walker, Talking Heads, for $25. Thank you, Kevin Walker. That's sold to you for $25. And then let's go ahead and sell Cinderella to Douglas Phelan. Make sure that Douglas gets a new sleeve for this. And thank you, Douglas. That's sold to you for $15. There's Staying Alive. It's available. Next auction is this right here, Dances with Wolves. This is music by John Barry. And this is the Music on Vinyl numbered purple vinyl. The Music on Vinyl numbered purple vinyl. John Barry, Dances with Wolves. This is from that Music on Vinyl series at the movies. So this is an $80 start. Purple, gold kind of marble vinyl. And Dances with Wolves is now up for bid. And slot number B for an $80 start. $80 start. That's up for bid in B. Staying Alive is a $15 start. I think I can pull this camera up just a little bit. There we go. Get you a little bit higher angle at the auctions. A little bit different perspective there. That looks pretty good. And that's in B. And then over here we got in, let me move some more of this around. Okay, I think I'm ready to let this, this Zeppelin book is actually not easy to get. I originally straight priced it for $99. Let's see if we can get a $50 start on this Led Zeppelin book, okay? This is called Led Zeppelin Live Dreams. So it's a book, but it also has CDs with live Led Zeppelin, Tampa, Florida, And then somewhere else in, I think, Chicago, the highlighted outtakes of the ultra rare set early shows Chicago's Kinetic Playground, where they appeared with Santana. So it has a book and then bootleg CD, which is right here, and then it has a tribute CD. So it's actually pretty difficult to find sealed. This is from the media collection, and that's going to go up in slot number A for a $50 start, the Zeppelin book. It's called Live Dreams. So it's live bootleg material on CD, a huge Led Zeppelin coffee table book, a coffee table book about coffee tables, and then it has a tribute CD. That's a $50 start, okay? And then we need one more auction for D. This is Heaven and Hell. This is the sealed Heaven and Hell CD box set, which is Ronnie James Dio, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, Vinny Appice, Radio City Live Music Hall, 2007, and that is a $75 start. $75 start on the Heaven and Hell. Who asked me earlier about a Ryan Bingham? Was it Jason Lee? Did he comment earlier about that? I think I read it, but I didn't answer it out loud. I have a bad habit of doing that. Let me set this empty crate over here. And that is good to go. Let's keep rolling. That one crate is full. That crate's empty. There's a look at your 4 auctions right there. 50, 80, 15, and 75 on those. And let me grab this. Here is 3 new puzzles we've never had before, okay? This is 3 new puzzles we have never had before here. The first one is the Black Crowes, Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. That's a new puzzle we've never had before. It's $24.99. Suicidal Tendencies is one we've never had before. That's called Join the Army for $24.99. And then Debbie Harry Cuckoo. That's another puzzle we've never had before. All the puzzles are $24.99. Those are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. And that's the Black Crowes, Suicidal Tendencies, and Debbie Harry Cuckoo. And those are all $24.99. What is today? June the 9th. Let's go ahead and get stickers on those. But yeah, never had those before. And there's my sheet. I think there's another couple miscellaneous items. Is my prices on here? Okay, that's for the puzzles. I had a feeling Jerry would want at least one of each. And then there's that. And 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 there's that. All right, so Jerry Stone on the Black Crowes puzzle for $24.99. Didn't... and then Jerry Stone on the Suicidal puzzle for $24. And then Debbie Harry on $24.99. And then Nick Orlando also on a Suicidal Tendencies for $24.99. Okay, all 4 of these auctions are no bids. 50, 80, 15, and 75. Okay, and so the only puzzles left are the Black Crowes, Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, and Debbie Harry Cuckoo. And all those auctions right there are buy it nows. Those are all buy it nows, which the first one is the Led Zeppelin Live Dreams book tribute CD deal. That is $50. Dancing with Wolves is $80. There is none available in the United States on these. There is an offer for $60. And then we have Staying Alive. Does the Zeppelin copy table book have fold-out legs? No, but Kramer's does. Staying Alive has an offer for $10. Let's go ahead and sell this to Doodad for $10. Nick Bargeron, I'll do $70 on Dancing with Wolves. Honestly, how could you say no to that, right? And then the Heaven and Hell CD box set is $75, okay? All right, let's put that down in there. So there's 4 no bids. And let's stack this stuff up a little bit higher. Let me put this over here. Okay. And let me put that right there. All right, there's that. Okay. And then this slot over here, these are all cleared, okay? All right, here we go. Here we go. First thing, next thing. Let's see what's in this crate right here. That's bubble wrap. All right. I'm sure somebody might bid on it. Let's put out Neil Merriweather. Let's see what this one is right here. And then let's see what's up with Opeth, okay? All right. So here we go. We have Neil Merriweather, Space Rangers. Neil Merriweather, Space Rangers. This is a 2021 Sweden Prague Space Rock, blue vinyl with a 7-inch, near mint minus, and that's going to go up for a $90 start. $90 start. Electric Moon, Stardust Rituals. Electric Moon is another Space Psych album. 2017 German, Palace Press, Blue Marble Vinyl. That's a $50 start. Opeth Blackwater Park. Opeth Blackwater Park is a 2020 Euro remaster, and Opeth is near mint, a double LP music on vinyl. That's a $30 start. Dancing with Wolves is sold to Nick Bargeron for $65. Anybody else on the puzzles? Anybody else on the puzzles? I don't think so. Okay, let's put those right over here then. Appreciate on that. There we go. Let me move this there. Sweetola. And let me go get that other crate that's up front. And let me add one more auction, though, so I can leave y'all with a full board to bid on. And the next one I have here for you is Sun Ra. Now, this is pretty cool. This is, we found this in the back in the iceberg today. It's Sun Ra Atlantis. What a cool cover. Sun Ra Atlantis is a 1973 U.S. reissue. 1973 U.S. reissue on Sun Ra. John repaired the seams on this one. It's around a VG, maybe VG Plus copy, and Sun Ra is a $50 start. That's now up for bid in slot number D. What is the details on B? It is a 2017 German OG Palace pressing, limited to 960 Blue Marble Vinyl, a $50 start. Electric Moon Stardust Rituals. Electric Moon Stardust Rituals, okay? So Edwin's bid on A, there's a bid on C, Edwin's about to bid on B, and then there's D, which also has, which also just got laid down. That's Sun Ra 73 reissue, $50 start on that one. Still looking for those extremely rare and highly sought after Sun Ra albums. They exist. They're out there. Some of them can demand up in the thousands. I've been waiting for the right time for those to pop up in a collection somewhere out there. We sell here every night. We sell here every night. We also are looking to buy on a daily basis. If anybody has a record collection for sale, hit us up. We'd like to come buy it. If you have records you'd like to add to your collection, you can watch here every night, okay? So the first thing is the Space Rangers is a final call for 90. This is a final call to get a bid in for 50, and Opeth has a bid for 30. And Sun Ra is a $50 start. Okay, there was that one more crate, I think, of miscellaneous stuff. It had the, yeah, so there's one more Grateful Dead, one more Grateful Dead blanket came in and one more Yellow Submarine. We already showed these yesterday, but here's the extras. So there's the Yellow Submarine. This one was sold to Jerry Stone yesterday, 60 by 80. And then here is the Grateful Dead tie-dyed, which is also $79.99. So those are both $79.99. That's Yellow Submarine and Grateful Dead, okay? Those are both available if anybody else wants one, okay? Let's go ahead and clear the board before we get started with this crate then. So the Space Rangers is sold to Edwin Blom for 90. B is a buy it now for 50 if anybody wants that. Buy it now for 50. Opeth is sold for $30 to Mark Steele. And then Sun Ra is a $50 buy it now on Sun Ra, and that one is available. 73 US, and that's a VG, maybe VG Plus, and that's a $50 buy it now on that one. Okay, we have an offer on Electric Moon. I will sell you Electric Moon for $45. $45 on Electric Moon. Next over here, let's grab these three and then another soundtrack. I have Magma Kammer. This is Mind Tripper. And this is a 2018 German OG. Psych Garage Rock Doom Metal. Number to 111. This is number 9. Near mint, $120 start on that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear the board here. $120 start on that one. This one is billed as, oh boy. This is billed as, holy cow. I don't know if I can find this one. Yeah, here we go. Lee Van Cleef, Holy Smoke. Lee Van Cleef, Holy Smoke is a 2016 German. This is near mint, $110 on that one. And then there's another Neil Merriweather Kryptonite. And that one's a 2021 Sweden green vinyl near mint, $105, okay? And then Sun Ra is sold for $40 to Danae DeLo. And now there's only one left over there, which I know Church of Not Nothing is about to buy. They're thinking about it. They're about to pull the trigger. Not before we put up the Last of the Mohicans soundtrack. And the Last of the Mohicans soundtrack is a 2018 US 2LP limited to 1,000. And Last of the Mohicans is a $100 start. That's up for bid in D, okay? All right, let me pull up this other video right over here then. Let's see. Give me 1 second. That's Cinderella. Where's Whole Lot of Records at? There's Whole Lot of Records, okay? All right. So this is essentially going to be a buy it now best offer crate. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here potentially sold, okay? These are buy it now or best offer essentially. First thing I have is Leah, Kings and Queens, and this one was sold to Chris Sheridan for $40. Thank you, Chris Sheridan. That sold to you for $40. Leah is sold, and then we had Underscores wall socket. Underscores is a 2023. This is sealed, $75 on Underscores wall socket. We have that one available, and King Buffalo Regenerator. And this one is $55 near mint condition. Somebody offered $27. That's a really hard pass, but thank you for the offer. $55 on King Buffalo. Also, we have Bone Man, and this is Shapeshifter. Bone Man's a 2017 German, which is signed. It's out of print. It's numbered, and that one is $60. Bone Man Shapeshifter. Final chance on all four of these. These are four pretty kind of higher-end records here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Final chance on all those, okay? Before we make them all buy it nows. I think Craig is still posting track listings, but there's no bids yet. Jerry, that was all of the new vinyl, yes. Frank Zappa is sold for $25 to Dennis Lynch. Thank you, Dennis Lynch. That's sold to you for $25. And then here's the Wallows and the Wallow Singles Collection. The Wallow Singles Collection is sealed for $65. Thomas Clark on Twitch on King Buffalo for $45. That's more like it. Sell that to Thomas Clark for $45 on that one. Also, we have Super Blood, Young Blood Super Cult, the Great American Death Rattle. That's a 2017 red vinyl, $60 on that one. And then Bong Tower Oscillator. And this one is a 2020 German OG 2LP black and white merge, and that one's near mint for $55. Also, we had the Space Lords on stage. The Space Lords is a 2019 German. This is near mint for $95. And the Violent Femmes Hollowed Ground. The Violent Femmes is a 2019 Record Store Day green, 35th anniversary, $45 on Violent Femmes. Let me pause there to go ahead and make all these buy it now. So the Magma Kamer Mind Tripper is $120. The Lee Van Cleef is $110. The Neil Merriweather Kryptonite is $105. And then the Last of the Mohican soundtrack is $100 start, okay? Those are all available. I'm going to put those right there. Those are now buy it now or best offer. Next is going to go up for bid right here, right now. We have Hendrix, this one. And let me pull one out of this crate and see what's up with these. Okay. First thing we have is this. We have Yuri Gagarin, The Outskirts of Reality. And Yuri is a 2020 Space Rock, Psych Rock, limited to 150. That one's near mint in slot number A, and that's going to go up for a $65 start. This is Conan the Barbarian. This is the 2015 US. There's only one available for sale right now, which is $195. We've got Conan up for an $80 start. Jimi Hendrix is the 1997 180 gram, and this is the numbered edition. This is the numbered edition. It's missing the gold sticker that came on the front of the jacket, and this is a $55 start on Jimi Hendrix. Also, we have All the Colors of the Dark, music by Bruno Nicolai, and that's a 2014 red vinyl. That's going to go up in D for a $65 start. First thing we had was Danae put IOM for $85. Bob Reiger offered $85 for Neil. Rich T. Duke offered $95 for Lee Van Cleef. Edwin Blom offered $85 for Merriweather. So I think in one way or another, almost everything here got some sort of offer. First is Last of the Mohicans. Last of the Mohicans, LOM. That is sold to Danae De La O for $85, sold. Next is Neil Merriweather, got two $85 offers. The first person was Bob Reiger, sold to Bob Reiger for $85. Rich T. Duke offered $95 on Lee Van Cleef. This is sold to Rich T. Duke for $95. Edwin Blom, you were second on Merriweather. The only thing that didn't sell there was Magma Kamer, or Magma Comer, not for sure. And then that is $120, okay? And then Bob Reiger wants to pass on the Neil Merriweather. So instead of giving that to Bob Reiger, sell it to Edwin Blom, same price, $85. So just change around the price on that one, give it to Edwin Blom instead, okay? So there's your current 4 auctions, where I'll read off a few more in here. There is Yuri Gagarin, Conan, Hendricks, and all the colors of the dark, okay? All right, let me toss this right over here. Let me read off a few more of these. Essentially, buy it now, best offers here, and then I'm going to get into the new vintage pre-owned stuff for tonight. Let me take these 2 box sets out of here so I got some more space. And then, yeah, there's that. Okay. All right, there's all those. Awesome. Hendricks is a $55 start. Let me just take these over to the table now. Let me put these right here. Awesome. Okay. All right. That's in start number A. And that's near mint at $65 in slot number A. All right, moving on over here. First next thing is the Legend soundtrack. Still got that from yesterday. An 86 Canadian OG, that's near mint at $80. We have a Night at the Symphony Lofty, which is a 2024. That's sealed for $150. Sealed for $150. What was the start on B? $80. And it has a bid for $80. It's about to sell. A also has a B, has a bid, and C. D is a final chance on that one. And then we have John Carpenter's The Thing soundtrack. And The Thing soundtrack is near mint for $75. Also, we have Bogwife, which got an offer from Rich T. Duke for $45. That's sold to Rich T. Duke for $45. Thank you on that one. And then Mantric Muse. Mantric Muse is a 2013 German space rock, psych rock, $80 on Mantric Muse. And Paralyzed. And Paralyzed was a 2021 German, limited to 107, near mint $110. This was Black Magic SS. We got 2 different copies. We got black and yellow vinyl. The yellow vinyl was $75. The black is $155 because that's the OG. These are blocked for sale on Discogs, by the way. We're about to clear the 4 auctions and put up new ones. This record here, Savant, is sold to Dennis Lynch for $50. Thank you, Dennis Lynch. That's sold to you for $50. And over here, we have Paralyzed Heavy Road. Paralyzed was near mint, $115. All right. A, B, and C are sold, and D's a buy it now. So Yuri Gagarin is sold to Vladimir for $65. Conan is sold to Armzarilla Tribe for $80. Hendricks is sold to Alex Miller for $55. And then all the colors of the dark, and that's a buy it now for $65 on red vinyl. Let's do 4 new auctions. I do see some requests. I'm going to try my best to find those. I think the issue right now is, as always, early on, there's so much in these crates. If I start flipping through them, it's like a 2-minute delay just to look for something. So as I find them as I'm flipping, I'll start moving them up closer so we can get those put up for sale. I know there's some pretty serious soundtracks tonight, but there's a lot of good stuff. There's a whole lot of good stuff, and I don't think y'all have seen all of it, right? There's, as always, there's a whole crate over here from Patrick y'all have not seen. And then let's go ahead and put up, let's see what's going on with Fright Night. Let's do Toke, Lord Picard, more Stoner and Space and Psych Rock here, of course. And then over here, I have this. We have Toke. I think that says Toke. It's on yellow vinyl, a 2018 US It's on Piss Press yellow vinyl. That's near mint for $65 on Toke. And Angers de Patrine, yes, those Angers de Patrine, yes, those will be in this week. Lord Baccar has a bunch of nudity all over it. Lord Baccar is a 2017 German. This is near mint, a $60 start on that one. Alms, A-L-M-S, Act 1. That's a 2018 USOG purple silver marbled. 55 on that one. And then here is a soundtrack for D, Fright Night. And Fright Night is an 85 US, $45 on the Fright Night soundtrack. That's up for bid in D. No condition notes on that one. Here's another Leah. We already sold one out of here. And Leah is a 2017 Sweden. That is near mint for $50. Also, Black Magic SS. There's another one. Also blocked on Discogs, red vinyl, 95 on that one. Dope Smoker, Legalize It. And Dope Smoker was green vinyl, 105. And this is Hamada, Hamada. I guess there's no N in there, is there? Hamada Atmos. And Atmos is $55. And then we have these test pressings, which is one of the last things that I ran last night. These are from the label Cursed Tongue. They're limited edition to 20 test pressings. This one is Hippie Death Cult 111. Hippie Death Cult's a $100 start. Also, Palace and Thunderland. That's another test pressing, number 19 of 20. $60 on Palace and Thunderland. The Heavy Crown, and this one is called Rain On, numbered 7 of 20. $100 on that one. And we have Taiga Woods self-titled, and this is a test pressing. That is $45, okay? Lee Van Cleef already sold. He didn't get a bid, and I took an offer. We have Lofties for Ray Red for $115. You know, last night GMB said, I'm at 100 and I will never pay more than 100 ever in my life. And I was like, okay, you probably won't get it. Now it's sold to Ray Red for $115 and GMB is pounding his fist on the keyboard. Let's look at these auctions one more time while I swap out crates. So we had Toke, Lord Baccar, Alms, and Fright Night soundtrack. And those are a $65 start. Lord Baccar was a $60 start. ALMS Act 1 was $55, and Fright Night was $45, okay? I've had a lot of interesting stuff there. This is a pretty big collection of stoner rock and doom metal. And, of course, what'll happen is we'll fly through all this stuff this week. It's all going to get sold, shipped, sent out, and then we'll be like, Chad, do you have any more stoner rock? And I'm probably like, not for a while, because we don't get this stuff too often. It's all very limited edition stuff. It's not like this stuff is in gobs. I don't think this is like in gobs in people's collections, because like a lot of these I only made 80 of or 100 of. You know, that's like 2 per state, okay? There's like 2 of these in Tennessee, 2 of these in North Dakota, 2 of these in Florida. I mean, there's only like 2 per state. There's only like 2 per state. Next thing over here is this. Another test pressing, Smokem, S-U-M-O-K-E-M. And that one was $80 on that one. This test pressing was this word, Mesophalotopheles, I'm heroin, number. This one has actually have comps before. It's sold as much as 766. A lot of these test pressings, we're guessing on the price. I mean, some of these we might put on Discogs for a $500 buy it now or best offer, and they might sell for 4 times what we're asking for here. I mean, we really don't know. I mean, like, why is all of a sudden this one selling for as much as 700 and this one's not? Could be the demand of the music. I don't know. But obviously, there's hard to find comps. Savannah is Olympus Mons, near mint for $75. And then Geezer and Baracho, near mint for $100, the second coming of Heavy. This one was Whoopie Cat. Whoopie Cat was near mint for $200. Galaxy of Terror soundtrack was $45. And we had King Buffalo Archerin, and that one was near mint, $150, okay? All these are buy it nows, which is 4 new auctions coming up. So Toke is a $65 buy it now. Lord Baccar is $60. Alms was $55, and the Fright Night soundtrack was $45, okay? Let's put those all right over here. and see what happens. All right. Let's put those right over here and see what happens. So if you're waiting to bid on an auction, and if you're waiting maybe to the end before you bid, looks like most things, as soon as they end, if they don't have a bid, I'm not calling them sold. It looks like there are people ready to make offers on them. They have it already topped in, and they're just waiting for me to end the auction. So if you have something you've been waiting on when it comes up for tonight, probably be better off to go ahead and bid. But if you're willing to take that risk, that sounds good to me. Lord Vicar, Church of Not Nothing. I will sell this to you for $52. $52. And then Steve McGee on Fright Night. Steve McGee, I'll sell you Fright Night for $40. That's my counter offers, 52 and 40. 52 and 40 on those. Let me go ahead and bring this up here. Let me see what's in the rest of this crate and see what we had. We had over here, we had Manhunter soundtrack, Lady Hawk, Prince of Darkness, and Big Trouble in Little China. Let's go ahead and run all 4 of those, okay? So Church of Not Nothing gets Lord Vicar for $52. That's sold to Church of Not Nothing for $52. Okay, let's go grab a crate of new pre-owned stuff, which is about to be buy it now or best offer. This could be exciting. It's a new crate of buy it now or best offer. Who knows what could be in here. And let's put these away right here. And here comes 4 soundtracks, 4 that looks like they're pretty dang desirable. It looks like a lot of horror, suspense, and movies like that, which have some of the most desirable of soundtracks. We have music from the motion picture Manhunter. Manhunter is an 86 U.S. Picnitville press. $50 on Manhunter. That's now up for bid. $50 start on that one. Lady Hawk. Lady Hawk is an 85 U.S. That's a $15 start. John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness. That one is an 87 U.S., a $100 start. And Big Trouble in Little China. Big Trouble in Little China is an 86 euro, none for sale in the United States, a $75 start. Fright Night soundtrack is an 85 U.S. original. 85 U.S. original. All right. Let's go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. I still got the mini CDs to put up for auction. I don't know if there's anybody interested in the dead format of mini CDs, but I've got them over here. Let's see. I need to keep these sheets for later. Yeah. All right. Here we go. All right. So first thing I have in the buy it now, best offer is The Elephant. Wow. Never seen it before. The Elephant is $16.99. That is self-titled. Has a promo sticker on the front. Mark Steele on Toke for $40. I will sell you Toke here for $50, Mark Steele. $50 on Toke on the yellow vinyl. Also, we have George Benson Space. George Benson is $19.99. George Benson Space. Johnny Taylor, Crazy About You. Johnny Taylor is $14.99. And Sweetwater, Just For You. Sweetwater, Just For You is $19.99. We have Toke, and that is sold to Mark Steele for $50, okay? Here we go, and final call to get a bid on Manhunter. Lady Hawk is at $15. Prince of Darkness is a $100 start, and Big Trouble in Little China is a $75 start. And that's also a John Carpenter soundtrack. Those are all going once, going twice. Next is Fahrenheit. This is a gold stamp promo. Fahrenheit is $19.99. And Werewolves. Werewolves is $9.99. Doug and the Beats request, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pull up the hot pictures here in just a second. It'll help me visualize what some of these look like when I'm pulling the next batch. Prince of Darkness label. Prince of Darkness is a 1987 on Varance Sarabande. I think that's the original pressing of that one. $100 start on the Prince of Darkness soundtrack. A lot of rare and tough to get soundtracks tonight, it looks like. Grinder Switch, right on time. Grinder Switch is $29.99. And Frank Marino Mahogany Rush, What's Next? That one is $19.99. And we have the Kinks, One for the Road. The Kinks is $24.99. Montrose self-titled. Montrose is $19.99. And Santana Moonflower. There's another copy of Santana. This is a gold stamp promo. Very nice vinyl with the original inner sleeves. $29.99. The Earl Slick Band. Earl Slick Band is $19.99. And Ruby Star and Grey Ghost. Ruby Star is $24.99. Stephen Douglas on Grinder Switch. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $22. Thank you on that one. And then Leon Russell, Carney. Leon Russell is $14.99. Okay? Let's go ahead and make A bot now, B got a new bid, C's a bot now, and D's a bot now, okay? So Manhunter soundtrack is a bot now for $50. Prince of Darkness soundtrack is a bot now for $100. And Big Trouble in Little China soundtrack is a bot now for $75. Lady Hawk is at 18 with Nick Bargeron. I'm not for sure who was the first bidder, but just FYI, you've been outbid on that one. Let me see what's in this crate. There's Halloween, Sword and the Sorcerer, Phantasm, Beatmaster, Willow, Halloween 3, Sweathawk, Conan, Deliria, Braveheart, Day of the Dead, Planet of the Apes, Escape, Ninth Gate, all right, Sleep, Egypt, Second Coming. Okay, let me look through this next crate then. Let me condense these two. Let me see what's in this other crate. This other crate, let's see, there's the replacements. Okay, here's some of the other stuff people's been asking for. Red Hot Chili Peppers, David Bowie, Joy Divisions, Never Ending Stornold, Ren and Stimpy, Doug and the Beats. Okay, I found a couple things. I got a couple in hand. Let me grab Sleep. Let me see what's up with this one right here. Okay. So Nick Bargeron gets Lady Hawk for $18. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. That's sold to you for $18, okay? The first thing has got the Crow or Judgment Night. Maybe not for tonight in auctions, but we can order those new. We can order those new. Chad, do you have a Judgment Night or Bill and Tegus Bo's hiding those soundtracks? Phantasm is not sold yet. Steve McGee said Big Trouble for $60 and I'll give you $40 for the Fright Night. And then Big Trouble had an offer for $50. All right, well, there's an offer first for $60. So sell Big Trouble in Little China for $60 to Steve McGee. And then he also said he would do $40 on the Fright Night, which was my counter offer. So Fright Night also sold for $40 to Steve McGee. Okay, that's all done. And then let's put up our next four auctions. This is Ren and Stimpy, You Idiot. Ren and Stimpy's a 2024 VG Plus on purple and black Inway colored vinyl. Ren and Stimpy's a $35 start. Doug and the Beats, Songs from Bluffington. Doug and the Beats is a 2023 special edition Mondo exclusive green. And Banging on a Trash Can is the note from Patrick. That must be a song on there or something. $50 start. I don't know what that is. And then this is... Who is this? Earthless. Earthless. From the Ages. Earthless is a 2014 Stoner Sock Rock red vinyl near mint. $45 on Earthless. And Sleep the Sciences. Sleep the Sciences is the Third Man Record Press 2018. The limited edition first press on green vinyl. And Sleep is a $50 start. Okay. This is a buy it now best crate. Let's go ahead and do some more. I have Tito Puente, the legend. $19.99 on Tito Puente. Also over here I have National Lampoon's Lemmings. National Lampoon's is $14.99. Also, we have Los Salvages. What? Los Salvages. El Major, 65 to 68. 2014, definitely some sort of 60s group here. $24.99. $24.99. Jake Holmes, $24.99. And we have Barbie Benton, Something New, $16.99. The Blues Band, Brand Loyalty, the Blues Band is $19.99. And the Tubes Remote Control, $19.99. Quick look at these auctions. 40, 51, no bid yet on Earthless and no bid yet on Sleep. Those are all going once, going twice, okay? Let's go back up here. Banging on a Trash Can is a top 5 song of all time, okay? I'll have to ask Patrick about that when he walks up here. And then Luna Deluxe on Clemson. Clemson. Is that a claim for something in here, Clemson? I don't see anything called Clemson to my knowledge. And then Loss has an offer for 17 and 18. Colin, it's yours, but it will be $18, okay? That will be $18, okay? What color is Ren and Stimpy? There's a new bid on A. And can you show the Elephant album, okay? All right, so the first thing I have is this. First thing I have about this is pass. Okay, so this is sold to Danae De La O for $18, right? This is sold to Danae De La O for $18. This one right here. All right, let me move this right over here. And then National Lampoons is sold for $9 to Mr. MFTF. So the Ren and Stimpy is a 2024. It's on this purple and black, okay? Purple and black. Doug and the Beats is at 55 of Ron Eaton. And then Earthless is a 2014, that's red vinyl at 45. And Sleep is the 2018 green vinyl, and that one's at 50. UFO Force-It is $24.99. Did I show the Elephant album? The Elephant album is called The Elephant, self-titled. The Elephant. It's on Big Tree Records, BT 89508. VG cover, no condition notes on the vinyl, $16.99. And then the Babies, Union Jack. The Babies is $19.99. I'm going to leave y'all right there thinking about those for a second. I got to grab a bottle of water right quick. Looks like John put out some very interesting stuff for tonight. With that being said, the auctions are beyond interesting. They have been for the last several nights, including Saturday. Some of these I'm like, what in the world? Like, I mean, y'all see some of the most requested stuff and stuff we get all the time. And then some nights we're hit with stuff like this, and it's just like, what is all this? I don't know it. Evidently, a lot of people love it. And I'm always just like, dang. You know? Just always incredible. All right. How about a Japanese? There are 0 Japanese pressings going up for sale tonight. The nights we've been selling them, you haven't been here. You just are passing on everything. Because I keep saying your name over and over, and I'm like, David Johnson must have, he must be on bad terms with Japan. He must have to like go talk to the Prime Minister or something. Okay, C and D are buy it nows. C and D are buy it nows, by the way, okay? I just poured my hydration packet in my water. So we can go ahead and make Ren and Stimpy a final call for $55. Doug and the Beats is sold to Ryan Eaton for $55. Earthless is a buy it now for $45. And then Sleep is a buy it now for $50, okay? Ren and Stimpy is at 55 with Nick Bargeron. Let's go ahead and open those 3 slots for some new auctions. I'm ready if you're ready. First, here's the replacement somebody asked about, and then let's get back into soundtracks. Let's go ahead and pick out at least these 2. First thing I have is the replacements. The replacements, the Twin Tone Years, a 2015 US 4LP numbered box set, the replacements. That's going to go up for an $80 start. The Sword and the Sorcerer, music by David Whitaker, a 1982 US, a $25 start. Over here, Earthless has offers for $25 and $40. I'm going to do the $40. I have a feeling Colin's going to pass, but I'll make sure I get your word on that. And if you do, so does Zach Andrews. Barbie Benton for $6. I saw that offer and I ignored it. And I'll tell you why. Because I think Barbie's marked $16.99. But if you want it for $12, I'll sell it to you. Okay? $12 on that. Earthless is sold for $40 to Zach Andrews. That's sold to Zach Andrews for $40. Okay? And they're still bidding on Ren and Stimpy. The replacements already has a bid. And then let's go ahead and put up Red Hot Chili Peppers Stadium Arcadium. And this is sealed, the 2022, the 2020. This is the 2020. This is a 4LP sealed Red Hot Chili Peppers, a $100 start on that one. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer, Patti Smith Group, live at the Jazz Workshop, Boston, 1976. And Patti Smith is $29.99. These are all Buy It Now or Best Offers. Adlai Stevenson, 1965. This guy ran for president a couple times, never was successful. $14.99, Adlai Stevenson. UFO Fawcett is sold to Mr. MFTF for $20. Bird Lives, the music of Charlie Parker, played by Bill Evans, Wes Montgomery, Art Pepper. That is $19.99. Patti Smith, Ivan, I will do 24 on Patti. 24 on Patti. And I also have Charlie Parker, and this one's called Verve Return Engagement, Charlie Parker, and that's a double LP, $24.99. A and B are sold, which is Ren and Stimpy. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $60. The replacements is sold to Alex Miller for $80. The Sword and the Sorcerer is a no bid. That's a Buy It Now for $25. And Red Hot Chili Peppers is a final chance for $100. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Phantasm, the Beatmaster, and Willow. We had Willow last night. First thing we have is Patti Smith, though. This is sold to Ivan R. for $24. Thank you, Ivan R. That's sold to you for $24. Phantasm. This is a big one here. 1979 US. I think the last time I had that one was like Fred Goodwin's collection like 4 years ago. These just did not come up. I'm surprised some of these other ones over here in the no bids. I am honestly shocked some of these are over here in the no bids. Some of these soundtracks we get in once every few years. I think this is only like the second time I've ever had this. Phantasm's a 79 US. Nice, $100. The Beatmaster. The Beatmaster is an 83 US. That's a $50 start. I mean, it's just bizarre having all this. It's unusual. Willow soundtrack is up for bid in 88 US. We had that one last night. A $50 start. Red Hot Chili Peppers did get a bid. It's a final call for $100 to Stephen Young. Next in the crate is Karen Pree. Karen Pree, P-R-E-E. Karen Pree is $19.99. And over here, we have Tom T. Hall, the Magnificent Music Machine. And this one is $9.99. And we have Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. Vanilla Fudge is $14.99. Classic. Stadium Arcadium is sold to Stephen A. Young for $100. So right now in the soundtrack lineup, let me get all these where you can see them better. Phantasm's at $100. The Beastmaster is at a $50 start, right? Yep, $50 start on that one. Willow already has a bid for $50. And let me go ahead and introduce something else over here for D, okay? But first, we have an offer on the Sword for $15. I will meet you in the middle. I will meet you in the middle on that one at $20. $20 on that one. Let me make sure there's no other offers that came in yet, and no. Vanilla Fudge is sold to Douglas Phelan for $12. Thank you. And Al Jarreau, All Fly Home, $9.99. All right, let me shake up my hydration thing here. My water and my popsicle flavor. I'm going to be picking out the next auction as I walk over here while I'm shaking this up. And let's just go ahead and go back into some stoner-looking rock here. And this one's called Egypt. Cracks and Lines, or Space Rock, whatever this is. It is under Stoner Rock. Maybe I can yell it a couple times tonight. My voice and energy level's been down slightly the last 48 hours. I apologize. Just hadn't been sleeping well. Chad's got a lot on his plate, okay? I woke up at 1, which is about like waking up in the middle of the night for most people to go use the restroom. And I had so much on my phone. And then I couldn't go back to sleep good because I was like, oh no. I've got so much to do, much less go do the show tonight. Egypt, Cracks and Lines. Egypt is a 2017 OG Stoner Rock. That was a good one. That's a $45 start on Egypt. If I did that every time, I wouldn't have a voice left after as much as we've had. All right. Water. Here we go. Crash, I hope not. Is everybody still here? I have this is a pretty cool Jonathan Edwards album, $9.99. I like this one. Jonathan Edwards, Honky Tonk Stardust Cowboy, $9.99. Stanley Turrentine, The Look of Love, including This Guy's in Love with You, MacArthur Park. That one is $29.99. It's a 1968 Blue Note. What do we have here? Is that Bridget Bardot? It is. This is $39.99. What is this one called? It looks like it's in Spanish. Viva Maria. Viva Maria, $39.99. And Frankie and the Knockouts, that is sealed, $14.99. And then Danae D-Lo on Stanley Turrentine for $20. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and sell. No bids sold. Nick Orlando on Phantasm for $100. Nice pickup. The Beastmaster is a $50 buy it now. And then Willow over here is sold to Tony Lewis for $50. Okay. And then Egypt is at $50 with Ivan R. The first thing I have over here is Chad, That Felt Good. So we sold Stanley Turrentine. And then Stephen A. Young wants the Jonathan Edwards. Thank you on that. $9.99. It looks like we need 4 new auctions, eh? Egypt's at $50, going once, going twice. Okay, let's go over here to this crate. Let's see what's up with, this looks like the White Stripes or Jack White. Yeah, it's Elephant, which is the White Stripes. And then we got Joy Division and Hey Arnold. Hey, I know Hey Arnold. I always thought it was kind of odd, kind of creepy almost, but I used to watch it. I always thought it was kind of weird because the shape of his head had very weird, everybody had very weird heads. All right. This one's a good one. Hey Arnold, The Music, Volume 1. This was pressed in 2024. Look at the color. Very cool. Hey Arnold is a limited edition Arnold's Room tricolor stripe with splatter. It's a gatefold jacket, $125 start. Joy Division is an unofficial Thou Be the End live at Ajanta Cinema, Derby, UK, 1980. That's a $40 start. And then Elephant. This is the White Stripes, a 2023 US Deluxe Limited Edition, 2 LP, 45 and DVD. Everything's near mint. Includes the book. $80 on the White Stripes. Egypt is sold to Ivan R for $50. So let's go ahead and get that off the table. Thank you on that one. And then let's grab one more over here for D. Curse the Sun. That's kind of a scary cover. And that is Curse the Sun. Psych Ache. Yeah, Psych Ache. Curse the Sun. It's a 2014 doom metal stoner rock. Stoner rock. Near mint, $35, and that's now up for bid, okay? There we have it. We have Leon Russell and the Shelter People. Leon Russell is $14.99. The Temptations, House Party. The Temptations is $14.99. Also, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Be a Brother, $29.99. No Janis Joplin on that one. Luther Allison, live in Paris. I don't recall seeing that too much. Luther Allison is $24.99. And the last one here is Canned Heat, Living the Blues, with the Going Up the Country hop sticker, $44.99. All right, so we have Hey Arnold at $125, Joy Division 40, White Stripes 80, and Curse the Sun Psych Ache is a $35 start. Everything in this crate's buy it now best offer. Everything back there are bids. If we got anybody watching for the first time, I'm sure there is. Just think, there's probably somebody on here right now watching for the first time tonight. And they're like, man, how do I get in all these incredible records? Well, first thing I'm going to do is sell Leon Russell to Douglas Phelan for 11. And Kevin Dews, there's no Saxon in this crate to my knowledge. But I'm going to read through these one more time. The Temptations House Party was $14.99. That's in shrink wrap on Gordy Motown. Okay. I'm just going to read these titles. If you want a price, let me know. That way we can go right into the next crate. There's the Temptations, Canned Heat, Luther Allison, Big Brother, Frankie and the Knockouts, the Viva Maria, right? Yeah, very cool. Viva Maria is Curse the Sun. Curse the Sun, a single. No, I don't think so. Curse the Sun Psych Ache. No, it's a full album. All right, and then Solid in the Wall. Solid in the Wall. Frankie and the Knockouts is sold for $10 to Pat Smith. The Canned Heat was $44.99. Al Jarreau, Tom T. Hall, Karen Pree, Charlie Parker, Bird Lives, the music of Charlie Parker, Adlai Stevenson, Barbie Benton, the Babies, The Elephant, the Tubes, the Blues Band, Jake Holmes, Tito Puente, Leon Russell, Ruby Starr, Earl Slick Santana, Montrose, the Kinks, Frank Marino, Werewolves, Fahrenheit, Sweetwater, Johnny Taylor, and George Benson. Joshua, Egypt has already sold. Let's go ahead and put up new auctions while I'm swapping out crates. No bid on Hey Arnold, 125. Joy Division is sold for 40. White Stripes is an $80 buy it now, and Curse the Sun is also a buy it now. The Adlai Stevenson over here. Adlai Stevenson over here is this spoken word record presidential candidate. Let me find him over here. It's like a memorial record. It was $14.99. Okay. All right. So what just happened? Egypt, I answered that. Adlai Stevens, I answered that. Kevin first to the post with auctions, the wall. There's a Saxon album tonight. Okay, I'll try to find it. Tito Puente, I'm pretty sure was $14.99, $19.99. There's some writing on the cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. White Stripes is sold to Impesh for $70. That's sold to Impesh 333. Curse the Sun Psych Ache. I will say you Curse the Sun Psych Ache. Is there any other offers on this? This is sold to Colin Butler for $25. Okay. Adlai Stevenson is sold for $14.99 to Kelly Vlodarchek. Joy Division is sold to Goofy Foot for $40. And that just leaves Hey Arnold for $125 buy it now. Okay. Awesome. Let's clear the board and let's keep going. Tito Puente 10. I'll sell that to you for $14. $14. Ruby Star was right back here. Ruby Star was $24.99. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the soundtracks. And Stoner. Soundtracks and Stoner. Okay. You can watch some movies and get stoned and then eat Oreos. Okay. Sounds like a plan. If that floats your boat, not really something I would do. I would probably rather drink some chocolate milk and watch Seinfeld. What's the deal with airplane peanuts? All right. Tite Puente sold for $14. Danae was going to offer more. You must have missed it the first time around. That sold to DTE for $14. And then Bird Lives is sold to Douglas Phelan for $11. Let me find that one. Bird Lives. That's sold for $11 to Douglas Phelan. And Ruby Star is sold to Anthony Gambler for $20. Okay, here's 4 new auctions, and I got to swap out crates. We actually just sold a lot out of there. We sold about half of that crate. That's starts going fast. George Benson, I got to show that too. Hold on 1 second, please. Trick or Treat Fastway, 86 US, $40. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, 82 US, $85 on Halloween 3. Day of the Dead, 2013 US Waxwork, yellow and green. Yellow and green. Day of the Dead, $40 start. And we have Planet of the Apes, Turn to Stone, Chapter 4, a 2022 US Limited Edition Magma Colored Vinyl, a blue indie bronze, $30 start. That's up for bid in D. Okay, then we had a question on this. And Barbie Benton, how about 8? That will be $12 if you want it. $12 on that one. And then the George Benson that was in here. George Benson that was in here was right here, Amenities. It's called Space. It's on the CTI label, $19.99. Halloween is OG. Yes, these first 2 are OG pressings. Okay. Marion, I'll give you a little hint on making offers and new arrivals. This will save me and you both time. I don't think I've ever on a brand new arrival crate took more than half off on a record, and I never do half off. So these were just priced today. Okay, now in 2 days, or 2 weeks, Barbie Benton might be in a half off crate, but you might also not be here watching, or somebody else might beat you to it. But new arrivals, I'm never going to start taking 75, 90% off what I have as sticker. That would be, I would have to start questioning my own sanity. But that doesn't mean that it could pop up later at a much more heavier discount price. But when a best offer crate's brand new, just for both of our sakes, we don't start doing 50, 60, 70% off a sticker. We have this sold for $14 to Amenities. Thank you on that. Okay. How about no? I only do that with Jim B. I only do that with Jim B. Okay. I'll do that or the Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore. That guy was like, "Hey, why don't we go out and," I forgot what he said. Play another round or have a drink or something. Adam Sandler, Happy Go Lucky, did the thumbs down. I only reserve that for Jim B. All right, let's go grab that other crate. Let's go over here to Top Cam. Sarah Wyberdink has stayed awake for 3 hours to bid on Halloween 3, and she has realized that is $75 more than she was willing to pay. And Patrick, I was supposed to ask you about beating on a trash can.
Oh, yeah, man. You got it.
Is that a good one?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Okay, I got to go listen to Beating on a Trash Can.
That's the people.
Yeah, they said Patrick knows his stuff. And I was like, evidently, I don't. I'll have to go check that one out. Okay, okay, Beatles. Yeah. Okay, I'll have to check that out. All right, see ya. He's talking about the Beatles parodies and the Talking Heads parodies. Where do y'all have time to watch all this stuff? I don't know how y'all have time to watch all this stuff. Okay, here we go. Everything in this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. David Casares is here. He said, "Chad, I'm not supposed to be watching. My wife has threatened to leave me again, but I'm here anyway, so please be easy on me. Don't say my name out loud too much." The Fifth Dimension Reflections. The Fifth Dimensions in shrink wrap, $14.99. We have Overnight Sensation. This is $39.99. Santana 3. Boy, this one, is this a reissue? I want y'all to look at the condition of this jacket. No, it's just amazingly preserved. Wow. I've never seen one that nice. $24.99 for Santana 3. Okay. It was 10. Oh, see, I don't know that either. I was working when I was 10. I was already working. Joe Poss, Portraits of Duke Ellington. Joe Poss is $19.99. Adam Bernardi got Fifth Dimension for $10. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, $34.99. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, $34.99. And Roy Buchanan, That's Why I'm Here For, or excuse me, Roy Buchanan, That's What I'm Here For. Roy Buchanan is $19.99, okay? All right, time for new auctions. So, no bid, no bid, no bid, and William Howe gets Planet of the Apes. So that's sold to William Howe for $30. Trick or Treat is a bot now for $40. Halloween 3 is a bot now for $85. And then the Day of the Dead soundtrack is a bot now for $40, okay? Let's put all those away. And let's see what's going on over here. Let's open up all 4 of these. The first thing that I had was we sold Fifth Dimension for 10. Vinylly Warped, Santana will be yours, but the price will be $18. If you pass, it's sold to Douglas Phelan. So we'll see who gets that one. TBI Music Room gets Joe Poss for $15. That's sold to TBI Music Room. And then over here, Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead will be, I will do Day of the Dead for $35. Okay, and that will either be Colin Butler's or Mortgage Guy Rob's. We'll figure out who gets that one. $35 on Day of the Dead. And then Santana is sold for $18 to Vinylly Warped. And then Roy Buchanan is Danae's for $15, okay? There's that. Let me just put up some new auctions. And we have a pending on now to one person on Day of the Dead. Let's see what we got over here. I'm going to go ahead and put up this, and this one. All right, let me grab all these, see what we got going over here. First thing is One Man's Queen is Another Man's Sweat Hog. Do what now? This is by the band called Wait. It's a psych prog album, a 1970 US. And this one is in VG Plus condition. One Man's Queen is Another Man's Sweat Hog. And that's by Wait. And that is a $50 start. Conan the Barbarian. This is another 2015. We had one earlier. $80 start. We've already sold one. That's a second one. Deliria. And this is another soundtrack. Deliria is a 2023 Italian. Blue Marble Vinyl. $40 on Deliria. And then we have John Carpenter's Escape from L.A. And this is on Milk White and Black Eye Patch colored vinyl. This is what a color scheme. A 2017 US 2LP translucent black with color. And that's a $40 start. So the 2 auctions left from the last bunch, actually there's 3. Day of the Dead is pending to someone. It was tagged at 40. I said 35 on that one. Halloween 3 is $85. It's an 82 US. That's Season of the Witch. Really nice vinyl and cover. And then Trick or Treat was also near mint minus. Trick or Treat was also near mint minus. And Trick or Treat, the first person asked about it was Scully, and then there's been an offer. And there's already bids on C and D, okay? Right now we're going through a buy it now best offer crate. The only thing left in here is Neil Young and Zappa. I have Al Cooper, A Possible Projection of the Future. Al Cooper is $19.99. Day of the Dead is near mint condition. The best of Loggins and Messina. Loggins and Messina is $9.99. Loggins and Messina is $9.99. Also, we have $14.99 Chip Taylor St. Sebastian. $14.99 Chip Taylor St. Sebastian. So over here, I will sell you Ivan-R, or excuse me, I will sell you Ivan-R the Trick or Treat, yeah, for $35. $35 on that one, Ivan-R. Okay. Next is Loggins and Messina. TBI Music Room gets it for $7. Matt Bushy getting the Chip Taylor. Oh, yeah. Matt Bushy getting the Chip Taylor for $9. And then Fred Carnell was going to pay full price for Day of the Dead. That's why I'm hesitant sometimes with y'all's immediate offers, okay? I'm hesitant sometimes. He was going to pay full price, but I've already said $35. So let me sell it to Fred Carnell for $35 because I feel like a lot of these soundtracks, if they don't sell right now for pretty close to the sticker price, they're going to in the next 24 hours. I have a very strong feeling about it. Next over here is Double Gold Neil Diamond, and this is $24.99. Neil Diamond, and that's a double LP. Great comp on that one, $24.99. And over here I have Herman's Hermits. There's a kind of a hush all over the world. $9.99 on Herman's Hermits, okay? Final chance on these. Wait is a final chance for 50. Conan's a final chance at 80. We've already sold one just like it. And this has a bid for 30, and this has a bid for 40. Those are all going once, going twice. Next is Albert King, The Pinch. Albert King is $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Dobie Gray, New Ray of Sunshine. Dobie Gray is $19.99. And Don Rickles, Hello Dummy. Don Rickles is $12.99. The Neil Diamond is sold to Fred Carnell for $19. Good on Trick or Treat. So Ivan-R does take Trick or Treat for $35. That's sold to Ivan-R for $35. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, $12.99 on that one. And then Switched on Bach. This is the Moog synthesizer, and that is $14.99 on that one, okay? All right, so we got no bid, sold, and sold. So Ivan-R gets Deliria for $30. Escape from L.A. is sold to Sonny Crockett for $40. Wait's a $50 buy it now, and Conan's an $80 buy it now, okay? All right, let's put those right over there. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to CollectCo. I appreciate all the support night after night. We are rolling over here with some amazing auctions. It looks like there's still 3 full advertised crates for tonight. Well, 2 advertised and then a whole crate Patrick brought up. I hadn't pulled a single one out of that. I know none of those were in the hot picture. And then there's 4 Seth bonus crates, and I got a lot more dollar start and price reduction stuff to do. So don't go anywhere. We got 2 offers on these. Mr. Bob Panozniak. Let's do 40 on the weight. I'll feel comfortable with that. And Fred Carnell, I'll go ahead and sell you Conan for $70. The no bids right now are Halloween 3, Hey Arnold, Beatmaster is still available. 83 US, $50 on Beatmaster. The vinyl is super clean, $50 on Beatmaster. Sword and Sorcerer, Sleep, Prince of Darkness, Manhunter, Alms, all the Colors of the Dark, Magna Kamer, Electric Moon, and Dracula. Those are the no bids, including Dracula. The weight is also sold to Bob Panozniak for $40. So that last batch of auctions are all gone. Hey Arnold is $125. Hey Arnold's $125. Kind of a pricey one there. All right, let me put these. Let me put these down in here. Let's see what we got coming up right here. I have not pulled a single record out of this crate. Let's pull some out of this. There's more soundtracks and stoner metal in here, it looks like. Let's do... Evidently, there's a Saxon record, too. I apologize. I hadn't actually seen it yet. So, let me just see what this up with these 4. Let's do these 4 right here, okay? Okay. Here we go. We have not sold Never Ending Story. No, not yet. So here's Judas Priest, Hellbent for Leather, a 79 OG Terre Haute, VG Plus, Judas Priest, a $25 start. Numidia, Numidia, that is a 2019 German, 180 gram near mint, African Art Blues Prague Psych Rock, near mint for $25 on that one. We have the, oh boy, the Coma Kozer, Kalos Idioscopio. I'm not really for sure. A 2017 Australian OG limited edition. Stoner Rock Doom Metal, 25 on that one. And then, oh man. Forent, Eoront, E-O-R-O-N-T. Gods Have No Home. And that one is atmospheric black metal, sea blue vinyl, $25. Man, I'm sorry, some of these. So there's 4 records up for bid right now. 3 of them up until right now at 8 o'clock Central Time. 3 records up, 3 bands I've never heard of, 3 albums I've never seen before in my life. And we sell records here 8 hours a night, every day of the week. So you'll have to bear with me on some of these. I'm like clueless. I'm glad they at least leave me notes on genre. I have no idea, but I'm sure they'll sell. So we had a question on Hey Arnold. Never Ending Story has not sold. Dracula and Dracula. Fred Cardinal asked first, and then Andrew Eisensmith. Dracula is the 1992 South Korea. That is near mint, $100 on that one. $100 on that one. Okay, and then 2 people asked. We had Manhunter information. Manhunter was another soundtrack, of course. An 86 US original, $50. 86 US original, really nice copy, $50 on Manhunter. Most of these kind of soundtracks are very low production back in the day, and even when these labels make them now, they're also low production. They only make like 100, 250 or something like that. Next comment is an offer on Don Rickles. This is sold to Bart Fargo for $10. And then Shakedown gets Beatmaster for $40. Excuse me, Beast. I keep wanting to say Beat. This is Beastmaster. This is sold to Shakedown for $40, okay? There's that. Can you do a flip on the no bid? I just did, but I will read them off right now. There's Halloween 3, Hey Arnold, The Sword and the Sorcerer, Sleep, Prince of Darkness, Alms, All the Colors of the Dark, Magna Kamer, Electric Moon, Manhunter, and Dracula. Okay, if you need a price or information, let me know. When we get a bunch of no bids, I'll go through the whole crate here in just a second. Hopefully, we don't have many more no bids, though. That's a good thing when we don't. Little River Band Sleeper Catcher. Little River Band is $9.99. Also, we have Sergio Mendes in Brazil 66. He's got a cult following down in South America. This is a white label promo, Sergio Mendes. That is $19.99. Santana, Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles Live, $24.99. $24.99. What is the information on B? Numidia. Numidia is a 2019 German OG near mint, and this is an out-of-print title. It was limited to 300. It's $25. $25 on that one, okay? Also, we have Elvis Legendary Performer Volume 3. Elvis is $19.99. And Gilbert O'Sullivan Back to Front. Gilbert O'Sullivan is $9.99. Also, we have The Fifth Dimension individually and collectively. That is $14.99. Sergio Mendes is sold to Douglas Phelan for $15. I was about to say, Shannon Lee, let me tell you something. Shannon, if you want new media, you better bid on it because Colin is like locked in, ready to snipe this thing. He's pulled the trigger twice. Don't give this man a loaded gun. He'll be spraying bullets everywhere. Holy moly. Colin's like, he's just got his finger on the trigger, just ready to pull it. We have The Fifth Dimension. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. Thank you. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. That was funny. Jules Holland and His Millionaires. This is $12.89. Now there's a bid on New Media. Now everything has bids. We're about to make Judas Priest a buy now. There is some writing down here at the bottom. And the Aerowant has a final call for 25, okay? All right, man, there's a lot of snipers tonight. I'm telling y'all, if you're trying to run to the front lines tonight to grab some of these, you will get shot at by snipers, okay? Make sure you got your helmet on and your bulletproof jacket because there are snipers rampant. These auctions go up and they're like, okay, no one's bidding, no one's bidding. Okay, all right, I'm going to type in my offer. As soon as he says this thing's gone, I'm going to beat out about 3 sorry suckers that didn't bid. They were trying to grab a deal, and now I'm first and they're last, and here it comes. That's what the snipers are everywhere, man, tonight. Y'all better watch out. You better get some cover fire and place some bids. Otherwise, y'all are going to be standing between the moon and New York City, and it's going to be alone, and you're going to be alone, and the clock's going to strike midnight, and the clock's going to strike midnight, and you're going to be wishing you had somebody to kiss, and then you're just going to have to go look at your dog and say, dog, I'm not going to kiss you, but Happy New Year. Okay? And then all of a sudden, gremlins kick in your door. And these little gremlins come in. They go, hi, you thought you were good at sniping, wasn't you? Well, now we're here to take your records. And these little gremlins just start running all over your house, and they start grabbing your records. And then you have to run outside. And then you go, get back here, gremlins, with my records. I've told y'all to get out of my house. And the next thing, you're running down your yard, down the street in your underwear on New Year's Eve, chasing gremlins that have been trying to steal your records. And then they get in a van. They drive to Nebraska, open up a record store, and start selling them. All because you chose not to bid on the auction. Okay, first thing we have is John Hyde, All of a Sudden. John Hyde is $14.99. Country Joe and the Fish, I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die. That's a 1967, and this has the board game with it. So this actually came back in the day with this poster board game. Contains giant full-color fish game. We don't get it in most copies. This is $49.99. $49.99. That's Country Joe and the Fish. And then Cat Stevens Tea for the Tillerman. $14.99, okay? All right, so what happened over here? There's a new bid on D, a new bid on C, another new bid on C, and then a new bid on D. And then Judas Priest is a $25 start. There's a bid. There's another bid on C, another bid on C. There is a bid on A. There is a bid on C. And then over here, this is a new bid on A. I'm also assassinating Chad as well. Golly, now I've got a death threat. New Media is sold to Shannon Lee for $25. Now Judas is getting new bids. C is getting new bids. And D is a final call to Shannon Lee as well. All right, let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. Oh, I could write some fiction, I'm telling you. I would just have to have somebody record me and typing it all up. But man, y'all want some crazy stories, I can just start shooting from the hip and tell y'all some pretty wild stuff. All right, I have a whole thing about gremlins. And it's all original because I've never seen the movie. So you can't say I'm plagiarizing because I've never seen the movie. This is an 80s Italian reissue. This is Joy Division, Love Will Tear Us Apart. Wow, we don't get this too often. This is an 80s Italian reissue, 12-inch single, Near Men on Joy Division, a $25 start, okay? All right, this crate's a buy it now best offer. Here we go. First thing, next thing is Good Rats, Live at Last. Never seen it before. This is $24.99. The Only Ones, Every Serpent's Something. This is The Only Ones, Every Serpent's Shine. $34.99. No, I didn't mean I'm assassinating. I'm assassing you. I'm assassing you? What does that mean? You're doing what to me? We have Barry Goldberg and Friends, Harvey Mandel, Micah Bloomfield. This is $19.99. And Detroit with Mitch Ryder, live at the Hill Auditorium. Get Out and Vote, 1997 sealed. $29.99. You're doing what to me? You barely know me. We got Judas Priest at 30 with Scully Mac. Joy Division's at 25, C's at 45, and there was a new bid on D, but now it's a final call again. Sounds like something from Austin Powers. You're doing what to me? That wasn't a very good Austin Powers voice. I beg your pardon. The Kings are here. The Kings is $9.99, and Seals and Croft, the K-Tail collection. This is $9.99. Diamond Girl, boom, sure feels fine. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. $9.99. I think I know what he meant, but he put, I don't think that was, anyways, we have Eddie Money. This is a white label promo. Eddie Money is $9.99. $9.99, and then Vandenberg is $26.99. This Eddie Money is some kind of 4-track promo. Wolfgang, interesting. $9.99. Seals and Croft sold to TBI Music Room. Let's go ahead and sell A. Judas Priest is sold for $30 to Scully Mac. Shannon Lee gets D for $30. That's sold to Shannon Lee. And Dennis Daly second on Seals and Croft. Final call on B for $30. And C is at 45 of Ryan Mustaine. And those are now going once, going twice again, okay? Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Something to do with David Bowie. Ever heard of him? He's kind of popular. This is David Bowie. I've never seen this particular release. Star, What in the World, and Breaking Glass. It's a 1978 white vinyl, white label promo, a $50 start. A 78 US promo stereo white vinyl, a $50 start. The Never Ending Story, as featured in Stranger Things. This is from Lamal doing the hit single, and then the music is by Klaus Goldinger and Giorgio Moroder. This is in shrink, tough record to get, especially like this. It's perfect in shrink with the original price code and hop sticker. $80 on that one. All right, Eddie Money is sold to Diesel. Thank you on that for $9.99. And while I'm putting up new stuff, let's go ahead and sell Joy Division for $30. That was sold to Goofy Foot for $30. And then this Coma Kozer is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $45. And all of a sudden, we got new bids, and we need 2 more new auctions, okay? And this crate is full, so let's go ahead and start working on filling up that 4th crate. Not counting the crate we're on right now, there's 3 more new crates from John, which is new vintage stuff from John there. And then we're going to be doing, what else are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing, well, there's a ton of auctions. I mean, just like last night, we were putting up those really expensive test pressings at like midnight last night, just because they've been getting so many records, so many auctions ready overnight. So let's keep rolling them. We don't have much time to ponder, so let's go ahead and keep rolling, okay? So here we go, Nirvana. Nirvana has not sold. I think it's unofficial, though. This has got to be Joy Division again, right? Factory Records. This has got to be Joy Division, yeah. Joy Division is Transmission, an 81 UK, another one we don't get too often. $30 start on that one. And then this is pricey. I figured it would be. Daft Punk Discovery, the Japanese edition. This is the 2024 worldwide reissue. It's a limited edition 2LP. It's a replica of the OG Japanese from 2002, which I think is a grail, like a very, very big record. This is sealed for $250, okay? $250. That's up for bid in C. But I think if you go check on that 2002 Japanese Daft Punk, it is a very, very expensive record. I think I've seen somebody post one before. David Bowie's at 65, Joy Division's at 30, Daft Punk is at 250, and Never Ending Stories at 82. Okay? And then let's go back over here. First thing I have is Kings for 5. I will do the Kings for 7. Ringside Story, $7 on that one, okay? Next is the other ones. The other ones is $9.99. Tracy Nelson, time is on my side, $19.99. We had Joel Shear, The Eternal Return. Joel Shear is $19.99. Vardis, 100 miles per hour, 1980 UK, $34.99. The Surgeon, What When Midnight Comes. Surgeon is $19.99. Herbie Hancock, VSOP, $34.99 on that one. And what was the price on Barry Goldberg? That one was right here. That one was $19.99. $19.99. And The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Nothing to do with Clint Eastwood. That was the name of this band, $34.99. So let's take another look at these. There is a new bid on David Bowie for $70. Joy Division is an 81 UK, near mint. Goofy Foot has that one again. Daft Punk, a final chance at $250. Lamal is an 84 OG Jacksonville. This is a real OG near mint and shrink, and it's near mint. It's a beautiful copy. It's at 82 with Arms Arilla Tribe. Okay? Don't get that one too often. And then Barry Goldberg is sold for $15 to Mike Locke. Thank you, Mike Locke. That's OD for $15. Eddie Rabbit, Rocky Mountain Music. Eddie Rabbit is $9.99. Marvin Gaye Live at the London Palladium, $39.99 for Marvin Gaye. The Flip Wilson Show. Flip Wilson is unopened, sealed at $19.99. The Isley Brothers do their thing. The Isley Brothers is $9.99. Artemis Pyle, Effed from Birth. Artemis Pyle, 2023 gray vinyl thrash. So this has nothing to do with the Leonard Skinner drummer, right? Unless he put out a thrash album. $14.99. That's bizarre. Scratch, the Crusaders. Scratch is $14.99. And we have Bread. That's the Best of Bread, Volume Dos. It's in Spanish. They're going to be singing in English, though. $9.99. Mark Diskin got the Isley Brothers. UFO 1, an 82 UK, $29.99. And Boston, this is an early 80s press. And it should be a black and blue Epic label, clean, $29.99. All right, so Joy Division is sold to Goofy Foot for $30, and Daft Punk is a buy it now for $250. David Bowie's at $75 with Kelly Vlodarchek. That's a final call. And Lamal's at $85. $75 and $85 on those two. Next is Artemis for $10. That was this punk or thrash album. Sell that to Ringside Rants for $10. And Robbie Woods gets Bread. That's sold to Robbie Woods. Looks like we're ready for two new auctions, eh? This next one is Mountain Witch. And then here is Goosebumps, the original television soundtrack. Cool. So Goosebumps, the original television soundtrack. 2022. Wow, that's some wild-looking vinyl. 2022 USOG Limited Edition Clear and Black Split. VG Plus condition. The seam is unglued at the bottom. Really no damage, though. $50 on Goosebumps. And this is Mountain. And I'm assuming this has nothing to do, or excuse me, Mountain Witch. Yeah. I thought there for a minute I was thinking about Mississippi Queen. Mountain Witch is a 2010 German OG limited edition white vinyl. They did 100, and it does have the poster. Mountain Witch is an $85 start. Mr. MFTF gets UFO for $23. Thank you on that one, okay? And an A and D are about to sell. Let me read what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. I'll give you the information on it. Won't be a problem. I've got Boston, the Crusaders, Flip Wilson, Marvin Gaye, Eddie Rabbit, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Herbie Hancock, Surgeon, When Midnight Comes, Vardis, Joel Shear, Tracy Nelson, the other ones, The Kings, Vandenberg, Mitch Ryder, The Only Ones, Good Rats, Cat Stevens, Country Joe and the Fish, John Hyatt, Jules Holland, Gilbert O'Sullivan, Elvis, Santana, Sleeper Catcher, Switched on Bach, Marshall Tucker, Dobie Gray, Albert King, Herman's Hermits, Al Cooper, Neil Young, and Frank Zappa, and the Mothers of Invention, okay? A and D are sold. David Bowie is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $75, and Lamal, The Never Ending Story is sold to Travis Woods for $85. So those are sold, and those are sold. Goosebumps and Mountain Witch is in B and C. No bid yet on those. Keyword is yet. Keyword is yet there. All right, let's grab a couple more looking pretty heavy. There's another Judas Priest. And then let's grab okay. I have Witchfinder. Witchfinder is called Hazy Rites. Witchfinder is a 2019 French 2LP green vinyl doom metal. That is going to go up for a $30 start. Also, we have Judas Priest Stained Class. And Judas Priest is a 78 USOG EX Plus VG cover because of some writing. That's also going to go up for a $35 start. Herbie Hancock. The vinyl's okay, but the cover's got quite a bit of edge wear. So I'd say like a VG minus cover. The vinyl's okay. EX are better. $34.99 amenities. Herman's Hermit back here is sold for $6 to Douglas Phelan. Sold for $6, okay? Mountain Witch and Goosebumps is a no bid. Let's go ahead and get those off the table so we can go ahead and put up 2 new auctions. Mountain Witch is $85, and the Goosebumps soundtrack was $50. Those are still available if anybody wants them. Okay, there's that. And then let's go ahead and grab 2 more over here. And let's grab Nirvana, which is unofficial. And then there's more Joy Division coming up. So let's get those rolling. Nirvana's an unofficial. Release date unknown. We know it's an unofficial black vinyl, a strong VG. Okay? It's going to go up for a $40 start in B. And then we have Joy Division, Martin Hannett's Personal Mixes, a 2017 unofficial blue vinyl 2LP, numbered 48 of 700, a $40 start on Joy Division. Okay, that's up for bid in C. Next is info on John Hyde and Marshall Tucker. GB for 28. Is that for good and the bad and ugly? Steve Feakin. And then over here we have Goosebumps sold to Devious John for $45. Thank you. Okay. And then there's a question on John Hyde, another question on John Hyde and Marshall Tucker. Okay. Marshall Tucker. John Hyde is called All of a Sudden, $14.99. John Hyde All of a Sudden, $14.99. And then Marshall Tucker is right back here. And Marshall Tucker, stand by, that was Searching for a Rainbow, $12.99. No condition notes, VG cover. All right. Oh, that was for Goosebumps. Okay. Well, I'm going to be selling it for $45. If you want it, it's yours. But if you pass, then I'm going to leave it to Devious, okay? All right, I'm going to leave it on Devious's account. Sorry, my bad. We might be a little bit too far off on that one. Let's grab the next crate and start getting to these. All right, TC Connor has dibs on John Hyde, so I got to sell those to him first. $10 and $10, okay? So these are sold to TC Connor, and that means Mark Diskin, you would be second on those. $10 and $10. All right, let's go ahead and get started. It looks like we're about to have some buy it nows on Witchfinder, Nirvana, and Judas Priest, but we'll find out what happens. Let's go ahead and start doing this. So next crate, these have never been shown before. Roadie for the Kings. The Knots with Rookie Phenomenon and other rock and roll mementos. Interesting. $14.99. Never seen it before. Kenny Rogers, Eyes That See in the Dark. A sealed copy with hop sticker, $14.99. Jazz Classic, Celestial Express, Edmund Hall. Sealed for $19.99. America Hat Trick. America is $9.99. And then Santana, in shrink with the Evil Ways and Jingo hop sticker. Beautiful vinyl, $29.99. Judas Priest is a $35 start. $35 start on Judas Priest. Al Jarreau, that is sealed for $14.99. And Jackson Browne for Everyman, that one is $19.99, original die cut cover. Right, A and B are no bids. So Witchfinder, Hazy Rights is near mint for $30, and then the Nirvana Unofficials, $40. Okay, let's put those over here. First thing is Stephanie Hill on America. That's sold to Stephanie Hill for $9.99. Final Chance on Joy Division. Chris Kirkley has it for $58. I'm going to leave Priest up for a couple seconds because there was 2 questions about it almost right there at the end of its cycle. And if you're waiting to bid, now's the time. If you're waiting to buy it now, it looks like there's some people probably about to grab it. Tony Ortego gets Nirvana for $30. That is sold to Tony for $30. Thank you on that. Let's see what these next 2 box sets are. Okay, there are 2 more box sets that were in here. Let's see what we got. The first one kind of looks like, I don't know, we're about to find out. Who is this? This is Syd Barrett. That's what I was about to say, but I didn't want to get anybody too excited. Syd Barrett, is this the Third Man deal? Yeah. So this is the Third Man Records Syd Barrett box. 2023 US, 3 LPs and a 45, all on colored vinyl. And that's Syd Barrett, The Madcap Laughs, Barrett, and Opal, his 3 solo albums. And it also comes with a 45. So Syd Barrett from Pink Floyd, a $75 start. And then this is Jack White, Fear of the Dawn, Eternity Heaven Alive, live from Marshall Street box set. It's a 2022 UK US 3 LP black and white and blue splatter, 3 LPs. That's near mint for a $50 start, okay? Let's go ahead and make C sold and D a buy it now. Joy Division is sold to Chris Kirkley for $58. And Judas Priest is a buy it now for $35. Judas Priest is a buy it now for $35. Next thing is we had an offer on Witchfinder, and Witchfinder is sold for $20 to Zach Andrews. All right. First thing we have over here is this. Let me move this down, and let me move this down. There's Syd Barrett, and there's that. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is going to be this. Let's see what's right here. Give me a second. Okay, I'm going to bring this Patrick crate a little bit closer. First thing I've pulled out of this one, so I hadn't seen any of these in here, and man, it looks like some cool stuff. Lost Highway soundtrack, Pink Floyd records, got some Walmart exclusives, got some more Nirvanas, we got Prodigy. So let me bring over 2 that I mentioned, which was Lost Highway and Prodigy. We'll go ahead and put those up. Judas Priest is sold to Sunday Morning Sessions for $30. And Joseph McCormick is like, you have got to be kidding me. That is sold to Sunday Morning Sessions for $30. Next is The Prodigy, Music for the Jilted Generation, a 2012. This is near mint. It's a 2 LP. The Prodigy is a $30 start. And then Lost Highway is a 2016. This is the Music on Vinyl 2 LP near mint with insert. Lost Highway is a $50 start. Somebody asked about Santana, then somebody else did. Santana is on the second label. Santana is the second label, okay? This is Santana self-titled in shrink. It's not the 2i label. It's on the single tone label, but it's a beautiful copy. $29.99 on that one, okay? All right. Chad, do you ever trade collectibles for Collectco credit against future purchases? If you have something to sell, you can reach out to us. We will buy it if it's something you can ship to us, and we'll pay you money. We don't really do store credit. Too difficult to keep up with. But we'll just give you the money, and then you can not spend it and save it and use it for whenever you want to buy stuff here. The Nomads Outburst. The Nomads is $34.99. But some people said, Chad, if you give me this money, I will physically not be able to control myself, and I will have it sold. I will have it spent, gambled, blown, or I'll give it away to somebody. You better put it on some kind of gift card if you want it to go back to you. And I'm like, you're going to have some willpower. Do not spend it, gamble it, blow it, or buy drugs with it. Just hold on to it. And I've had people say, Chad, I cannot physically hold on to cash. I'm either going to buy something immediately, gamble it, blow it, or buy drugs with it. So you better take it now while you have a chance. TC Connor, I will say Santana for 20. Let's do that one for 22. 22 on that one. Douglas Phelan got Jackson Brown for 13. Thank you on that one. And we have Donnie Iris, No Muss, No Fuss. Donnie Iris is $19.99. Lost Highway soundtrack. This is David Bowie, Trent Reznor, Nine Inch Nails. I think some of the score is done by Angelo Badalamenti. Smashing Pumpkins is on here. Marilyn Manson's on here. Rammstein's on here. Lou Reed, more Marilyn Manson, more David Bowie, more Trent Reznor, more David Bowie. And that's a $50 start, okay? Next thing over here is TC Connor got Santana for $22. Donnie Iris is sold to the Hammer CP. And we have 10cc Live and Let Live. 10cc is $24.99. And Stanley Clark Time Exposure. Stanley Clark, and that is $14.99. $14.99. Stephen Forbert, Jackrabbit Slim, $9.99. You should have guests come on sometimes, let them auction their collection while giving the percentage. I would rather just buy it. We don't do consignment, but if you do have something you want to sell, I will give you the money, but it's up to you to hold on to it, not blow it on something else before you can buy more records. James Hicks gets Jack White for $50. Sid Barrett did not get a bid. Sid Barrett is a buy it now for $75. And then the Prodigy didn't get a bid for $30, and Lost Highway didn't get a bid for $50. So those are buy it nows, buy it nows. Actually, in the business world, consignment only works if your company revolves around consignments and you're set up to do it logistically. I've tried it. Otherwise, you end up losing money or you don't make enough margin to make it worth your time. You know, it's very, very, very difficult to do consignment unless you're like an auction house and your whole business model is built around it. Every time we've done it, we've ended up like not coming out ahead whatsoever, even on really expensive items. So, but if like an auction house, their whole business model's built around it. So they have it. They have a system now how to tag it and keep up with it. And plus, a lot of people want to get paid immediately. I've sold some stuff for consignment years ago when people's like, Chad, you sold that last night. Can I get paid today? I'm like, no, we don't invoice until Monday. And then some people never pay us. And then I've paid people before, then I don't get paid, then I have to resell it. Oh, it's a headache. Yeah. That's why we just buy, pay cash, and then sell it ourselves. Okay. Over here, we have Sid Barrett, $60. And that's an offer from Al. And I'm going to take this for $60. And that's sold to Al for $60. Blackie L gets the Lost Highway. That's sold to Blackie L for $50. AB Music was second, and Joseph McCormick is third. And Robert Vladarchuk gets the Prodigy for $25. Okay? All right, there we go, there we go. And then what about Coletco gift cards? You can just buy a Coletco gift card. Yeah, we can send you a link to our website, and you can buy a digital gift card. I've had, we do that to allow people permission to buy from us again. So we've had people not pay for their invoices and they want to come back and buy. And I'm like, okay, you can if you purchase a $250 gift card in advance. And they'll say, well, I don't have $250. And I'm like, well, then why are you trying to buy records again? But some people buy them so they have money to spend here. Otherwise, they're going to do exactly what I said. They'll say, Chad, I've got $500. I want to spend it on records. Otherwise, I'm about to blow it, gamble it, or give it away, or use it to buy drugs and alcohol. And I'm like, okay, well, tune in tonight. I'll sell you $500 worth of records. Chad, I just won $250 on a scratch off. Chad, I just won $250 on a scratch off. Can I go ahead and buy some records? Sure. I thought gift cards were disabled because of Square. That might be true. That might be a Hatchet Ed question. Hatchet Ed, let me know. I don't really know. Probably not, because, yeah, we don't use Square anymore. All right, Danae says, Chad, for the love of God, will you please stop talking? I'm here to buy records. I have thousands of dollars I'm willing to spend, but if you don't shut your pie hole and start selling me records, I'm going to go to sleep and I'm not going to give you these thousands of dollars I have sitting in my account. Okay, we better start selling records then. We had this one last night. Roman Polanski film, The Ninth Gate. This is a 2016. This one's on colored vinyl. This is a 2016 UK limited edition, red and yellow vinyl. That's a $60 start. That one's on colored vinyl. Live Throwing Copper. This is the 25th anniversary, 2 LP with a bonus track. So you ready? The Live Throwing Copper is going to go up for a $1 start in B. $1 start on Live Throwing Copper. That's the sealed 2 LP anniversary edition with bonus tracks. Joy Division is a 1981 Canadian OG near mint. Wow. This is a 2 LP, and this is a $75 start. That's something we don't get too often at all. $75 start on that one. And then Down with the Gypsies, Cassiopeia. Down with the Gypsies, Cassiopeia is a 2018 Austria prog rock, psych rock, a $35 start on Cassiopeia. That's now up for bid in D. And across the board, that's what we're looking at. That's 4 great auctions. Those should start getting lit up with bids right now. There's people commenting, says, Chad, for the love of God, I'm sitting here. I'm just trying to hand you money and you're not showing me enough records. Do you have any Sheryl Crow or plush? Yes, we do. We have Carlos Santana as well. Love, Devotion, Surrender, $14.99. ZZ Top, Fandango. ZZ Top is $34.99. King Crimson, this one's called Lark's Tongues and Aspic. King Crimson is $39.99. Lark's Tongues and Aspic. Also, The Fifth Dimension, Living Together, Growing Together. The Fifth Dimension is $14.99. Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. Robin Trower is $19.99. Brian Eno, this one called Discreet Music. I don't get that one as often as I do some of the others. Brian Eno is a 75 UK, $64.99. Wow. 75 UK, $64.99 Brian Eno. Quick update here. Ninth Gates at 60, final call. Live just got a new bid for 16. These new cost $30, $40. Joy Division's at 75, and the Cassiopeia is a final chance to lock in a bid before I make it a buy it now, okay? Before I make it a buy it now. Next is Zane Griff, Ashes and Diamonds. $9.99 for Zane Griff. The Mike Curb Congregation sings their hits from the Glenn Campbell Show. There you go. The Glenn Campbell Show. I made an appearance on that one time. Me and my ventriloquist doll. Go look that up. Go look that up. We got Brass Construction. Brass Construction, $14.99. Info on Live. A 2019 U.S. 40th anniversary. Sealed. U.S. 2019 40th anniversary. 30th anniversary. 25th anniversary. I was about to say, that album's not that old. 25th anniversary, 2019. Booker T Evergreen. Booker T is $19.99. Booker T's on this Orange Epic label. $19.99 on that. We have Mike Curb Congregation. Mike Curb is $9.99. All right. A, C, and D are done. So Ninth Gate is sold to Tony Lewis for $60. Goofy Foot gets another Joy Division for $75. He's racking up. There's more coming too. And then Cassiopeia is $35, and that was under the genre of prog and psych rock. $35 on that one. Michael Hamburger has Live Throwing Copper at $32. You are almost at the minimum bid. You're almost at the minimum bid on that one. Just saying. But it will sell for whatever the final call is there. Let's go ahead and pull out 3 more here. And those are the following. Let's see here. This one looks interesting. Let's see what we got here. Oh, another Joy Division. Okay. And first thing we have is this. Hold on a second. I bet Chad has a ventriloquist. I do. It's here in this building. Do you want to see it? I have it here in this building. I got Joy Division, an 80s Italian reissue. This is near mint of Atmosphere and She's Lost Control. $25 on Joy Division. Half gram of Soma. Groove is black. Groove is black. And that's a 2017 Grease purple vinyl. A Bandcamp exclusive. Stoner rock. Near mint. $40 on that. And what do we have here? This is a 1984 US OG 12-inch single. First Dr. Dre cut. The Wrecking Crew, Surgery, Dr. Dre. Wow. The first Dr. Dre record featuring Dr. Dre and DJ Clientele. Wow. There he is right there, Dre. Holy moly. That's VG, a $40 start. That's got to be pretty significant. The first Dr. Dre record. About 25 years later, and he's a billionaire. Next thing over here is Mike Curb, and that's sold to Ralph Venturino for $8. That's sold to Ralph Venturino for $8. Santana Amigos. Santana Amigos, $24.99. And Stillness, Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. A white label promo, $19.99 on Sergio Mendes. And Charlie Rich Silver Linings. Charlie Rich is $9.99. So Joy Division already has a bid. Live is at $36. And then Wrecking Crew is at $40 with Laudercheck. We got Kool and the Gang. Celebrate Good Times. Come on. $14.99. That didn't sound too enthusiastic like they sing it. Half gram of Soma. That's HALF as in half. Like, hey, give me half of that chocolate pie, or I'm gonna hit you over the head with this flip-flop. And then that's gram, spelt with an E, Gramm, like Alexander Graham Bell, of OF preposition, and then Soma, as in Soma me that piece of chocolate pie. Groove is black, and this is $40, and that's now a Forbidden Sea. Okay. First thing over here is Stanley Clark price. Stanley Clark. That's back here. That is time exposure. $14.99 on that one. $14.99 on that one. And then over here, we got Kool and the Gang for $12. $12 on that one. Sergio Mendes. This guy's got a cult following in South America. He can't even walk down the street. Look that up. You can fact check anything I'm saying tonight. The Louvin Brothers. This is a Pickwick compilation. The Louvin Brothers is $19.99. And we have Barkley James Harvest live tapes. Barkley James Harvest is $29.99. Update on all these auctions. We have Joy Division 35, Final Chance. Now Live has hit 41. Final Chance on the half gram of Soma. And then the Dre is at 45. Vladarchik, you've been outbid on that one. Just FYI, okay? And then we sold Kool and the Gang. Thomas Schwartz gets Stanley Clark for 11. Thank you on that one. And then Dobie Gray Midnight. Dobie Gray Midnight is $19.99. Hermits starring in Hold On is $9.99. And then Johnny Littlejohn, Funky from Chicago. That is on the ABC Bluesway label. $49.99 for Johnny Littlejohn. Wow. Johnny Littlejohn. Where's my bottle of water at? Where's my bottle of water at? There it is. Hey, I forgot to put up these mini CDs. Tanner, that's going to be the first thing Tanner asked me is that I put up the mini CDs since he spent all day researching them and tagging them. But I will in just a second. So stand by for one moment. Stand by for takeoff. Don't go anywhere. I got to walk right over here for a second. Don't go anywhere. Hold up, everybody. Stand by. Don't go anywhere. Here we go. Here we go. One sweet dream came true. Today came true. Today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good children go to heaven. Down, down, da 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 down. Pa, pa, da 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 down. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Whoa! Who do we have here? What the heck? This is actually the voice you hear every night. This is the actual voice you hear every night. And I'm not really a human. So here's my live debut. Okay. First thing we have is this. Sold, no bid, and sold. We have Joy Division sold to Goofy Foot for $40. Live is sold to Michael Hamburger for $41. A half gram of Soma, and that's a $40 buy it now. And Dr. Dre is sold to Vladarchek for $50, okay? Thank you on that one. That is all available, all right? And then let's go ahead and put up our next 4 auctions. I've got Sheryl Crow plush, King Buffalo, and Joy Division, and let's do 2 from this Patrick crate over here. I've got Garbage and Pink Floyd. Okay. Here we go. We have Orion King Buffalo. This is a 2017 Blues Rock Stoner Rock, limited to 500, orange, white marbled, near mint for $40. King Buffalo. Joy Division Closer Live, a 2021 Euro unofficial, $50. Garbage is a 2021 45 RPM 2 LP, $40 start. And Pink Floyd, a nice pair. Uncensored cover, but we had to censor it with a little mini post-it note. She is bare-chested there. A 73 UK 2 LP Monk cover. Yeah, these have different photos. Yeah, there's nudity on the back of this one too. This one has different photos, I think, than the typical UK or the typical US. $30 start on that one. $30 start on that one. So, yeah. That is right now our current auctions. That is correct, okay? That is our current auctions. Let me lay this guy right here before he falls, okay? We'll fix him in just a second. RJ Myers wants on the wait list for Anjay Volume 1 and 2. We can put you down for that, okay? First thing I have is Humble Pie Lost and Found. Humble Pie is $29.99. And Tomorrow Radio, $12.99. And over here on the top cam, we have Orion does have a bid for $40. Joy Division's at $50. Garbage is a $40 start, and the Pink Floyd and D is a $30 start. Right now, we're going through a buy it now or best offer crate, okay? Buy it now or best offer crate. Then we got more coming up after this one. Juke and Bone, Whiskey Woman. Juke and Bones is $72, $39.99. Pure Food and Drug Act, that is Choice Cuts. Don Sugarcane Harris, Harvey Mandel, some other blues people on that one. $29.99. Time Bandits is $12.99. The Pink Floyd, the vinyl's near mint. Patrick graded it near mint. Yes, it's actually really nice. And the jacket, I would say, is VG Plus or better. Yeah, very, very nice copy on that one. That is, got a bid with Tom Kelly. No bid yet on Joy Division and Garbage, though. Pop Combo with Lenny Zenith, Give Us a Home. That is $12.99. Houston is $14.99. That's on the SSS label. And then the B-52's Wild Planet, $24.99. The B-52s, Wild Planet, $24.99. What does Otis do? I don't know if he's ever really noticed them. This is actually part of Hatchet's Ed's display. So this is, let me just tell you something, okay? This is part of Hatchet Ed's repertoire. Believe me, you want to make sure you pay your invoices, okay? That's all I'm going to say. That's part of Hatchet Ed's repertoire, so just make sure you're paying your invoices. That's the only clue I'm going to give you. And then what is Time Bandits? Time Bandits, that's the name of the artist. That's the name of the album. It is self-titled, $12.99, okay? Let's go ahead and sell or make Joy Division and Garbage a buy it now. So Joy Division Closer is a 2021 unofficial, $50 on that. And then Garbage is a 2021, and that is $40, okay? So those are buy it nows. Orion is still getting bids for $50, and Pink Floyd's at $40 with Tom Kelly. There's that, and there's that. Next thing is this. We have an offer on Garbage. Adam Bernardi, I will sell you Garbage sealed at $35. $35. Then there's an offer for $30. And then there's another offer for $30. I will sell Goofy Foot, the Joy Division, for $40. Sold to Goofy Foot for $40. Okay? All right, let's get two new auctions going over here. Let me see if I can get this one a little bit higher up here to me. Let me pull a few more out. Golly, there's a lot of stoner stuff still left to come. Let's grab Frozen, though, a picture disc of Frozen. And let's do this. I feel like we already had a Yorgi. We had a Yuri Gagarin. Yuri Gagarin. And why does that name sound familiar? I feel like that was in a movie. An astronaut or something. Yuri Frozen. This is a picture disc. A 2014 music from Frozen, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. Let It Go, folks. That's my theme song. We hit this Let It Go. Yuri Gagarin. Yuri Gagarin. Yeah, the first man in space. And here he did music. He did space rock. Okay, he did stoner rock. It's a Near Mint on blue vinyl, and that's a $35 start. $35 start on that one. So we have Garbage. Here's the offer history on Garbage. The offer history on Garbage is 25, 30, 30, 30, 35. So Adam, there is somebody claiming it for 35, but you still have dibs, okay? Chad A-Slot is King Buffalo. Yes, the name of the album is Orion. Orion by King Buffalo's at $50. Wow, all these already have bids. Pink Floyd is a 73 UK. So it's the 2 LP. It's the Monk cover, M-O-N-K, Monk cover. Near Mint and a really nice jacket. It's at $45. Adam Bernardi says he will take Garbage for $35. Okay? Two other people said they would have took it as well, but Adam was the first to make a bid. No one bid on it live, okay? Okay, sorry, he had first dibs. We sold Joy Division already. And okay, make sure if you're bidding on an auction like D, you got to put exclamation mark D and then a number, okay? You can see how other people have done that right up here. See how these are formatted. Information on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is a 1973 UK. That's United Kingdom. It's a compilation because it's 2 Pink Floyd albums in one. The first disc is The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. The second disc is A Saucer Full of Secrets. So this is 2 complete Pink Floyd albums, their first 2 albums. This one has different photographs than the U.S. edition. Now, it's not a first press, but it is a 1973 when it did come out. That's about when that came out. I think that's the first year. The vinyl is near mint, and it has the printed inner sleeves as well. Let me show you those. See? I hadn't even shown that. That's the cover of Piper. That's the cover of Piper. And on the back are the covers of Saucer Full of Secrets. The jacket, I would grade it VG++. And right now, the high bid, somebody's trying to bid 46, but they quite hadn't keyed it in correctly. Is Frozen the full soundtrack? Frozen is the original soundtrack. This has a total of 10 tracks, if that helps you out. Now, I'm going to swap out crates, and when I come back, these first 3 are about to be sold. Okay? There's new bids on Pink Floyd. Now it's already at 50. Anybody wanted anything else in there? Go right ahead. Next is going to be this next crate right here. There's 2 more new arrival crates that John marked, and this one is check condition, which means these have been graded as marked. These have been graded as marked. And poof, just like that, everything has new bids except King Buffalo. That is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $50. He sat on that one for almost 5 minutes. Sorry, I got overwhelmed with Pink Floyd questions. Okay? I had to give Pink Floyd a full dissertation, but now the comments are rolling in. They are rolling in now. Some things are worthy of a full dissertation of description. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let me condense these over here. Sweet. And now I can put this one up here. Still got a ton of stuff over here. How about Full Tone Generator, Valley of the Universe? Full Tone Generator, Valley of the Universe is Stoner Rock, a 2018 Australia, now out of print, OG near mint, a $30 start. Okay, this is what I called a check condition crate, which is buy it now or best offer. As soon as I drink some more of this water. Okay. Then I've already got 2 half-off crates on deck, I think. Yeah, I got 2 half-off crates on deck as soon as we go through the new arrivals. Trash can? There it is. All righty. Chicago, self-titled, their second album, VG condition, $12.99. John Mayall, The Blues Alone. John Mayall, VG Plus, $19.99. Uriah Heep, Salisbury. Uriah Heep is EX, $17.99. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, VG $14.99. And The Move, Greatest Hits Volume 1 with Jeff Lynne, VG Plus $14.99. Okay, so final chance to get a bid on Full Tone Generator for $30. Frozen's at $35. Yuri Gagarin is at $47 of Luna. And Pink Floyd is at $60. And those are a pretty recent bid on Pink Floyd at $60. Mayall is sold for $14 to Danae De La O. Uriah Heep is sold to T.C. Connor for $10. Thomas Hujar gets The Move for $10. Those are all sold. Michael Jackson, Ben, with the original rack cover. Wow, $32.99. So this is one of his first solo albums, the Young Michael Jackson. And the original cover had this black rat on it, which was later removed. $32.99. $32.99. Douglas, you were second on Uriah Heep. What was that thing priced for? Oh, man. I sold that too cheap. I thought it was $14.99. T.C. Connor, you owe me about $5, okay? I'll remember that. Next thing is the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. That's VG Plus, $17.99. What condition is Michael Jackson? The vinyl is EX. The cover is not bad whatsoever. And, yeah, it's VG Plus EX. Okay? That one's not easy to get at all. Led Zeppelin 4 is a PRC Richmond press. This is a Pico Duck. This is a 4-digit 1841 Broadway OG pressing of Led Zeppelin 4 VG Plus, $39.99. Okay? Here we go. Y'all ready? No bid. Sold. Sold. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $61. Full Tone Generator is a buy it now for $30. Frozen is sold to Susie Breedlove for $35. That is sold to Susie. Next thing over here is Yuri Gagarin is sold to Luna Deluxe for $47. And now Pink Floyd's at $61 with Roberto Lopez going once, going twice. Michael Jackson is sold to Elizabeth Hawkins for $30. That's Elizabeth Hoskins. Elizabeth Hoskins. Thank you. That's sold to you for $30. Joshua gets Full Tone for $30. Those are both sold. Now we need 3 new auctions. Here is the Braveheart soundtrack. All right, this is the 2017 Euro. The 2017 Euro black vinyl. Black vinyl. Braveheart is a $1 start in A. A $1 start in A on Braveheart. You heard me correctly. $1 start. Next over here is, well, we have another, wow, how many more of these do we have? I guess they're different colors and stuff. Yeah, there's 2 more. Same album, they're just different colors. I'll run them in a second. Here's Electric Moon. I feel like we had one of these earlier, and this one's a much cheaper edition. Yeah. So I think we got some of these albums, and I've seen some people make offers, but I think a lot of it, of course, if anything, always depends on the color. So here's Electric Moon, Stardust Rituals. This is on gray and black marbled. Near Mint Electric Moon, $35 start. $35 start. And then let me bring Patrick's crate a little bit closer to me now. Oh, that felt good. Oh. Okay. And the next thing I have is Pink Floyd at Nebworth. 1990. Into the Distance. A ribbon of black. Stretched to the point of no turning back. 2021. So this is a live official release from Pink Floyd. Nebworth, 1990. It plays at a 45 RPM. And it's a $40 start. $40 start on Pink Floyd. Okay. There's a new bid. And we're good to go, right? All right. I think here we go. Next is Profile, the best of Emmylou Harris. VG Plus, $9.99. John Baldry, Everything Stops for Tea. John Baldry, VG Plus, $14.99. Sugarloaf, self-titled. Almost said self-titled lady because I was about to spit out. Green-eyed lady, lovely lady. VG, $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller. VG Plus, $24.99. This girl is mine. The doggone girl is mine. She's mine. Yes, she's mine. Mine, mine. James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. James Taylor is $12.99. Is everybody done on Pink Floyd? I think we got a new buyer and a new bidder for sure. He's about to get Pink Floyd, but there were so many different people. I want to make sure everybody's all done on the old Pink Floyd there before we call that thing sold, okay? Final chance on that. Here we go. Next is Tribute to Jimi Hendrix. The Purple Fox Sings and Plays. Interesting. VG Plus, $14.99. Sugarloaf is sold for $10 to Anthony Gambler. Green-eyed lady, lovely lady. George Benson, Good King Bad. George Benson's EX, $17.99. B through D are closed, so Electric Moon is $35, a buy it now. Pink Floyd at Nebworth is a $40 buy it now. And then this Pink Floyd is sold to Roberto Lopez. And this is sold to Roberto Lopez for $64. Now, what we need to do to make sure he's a first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer, Roberto, just say yes, first-time buyer, and I'll give you some instructions, okay? Jack White's new album went up for pre-order today. As soon as they make the information available to me, I'll get that posted. The Ed Crate next. Hatchet Ed Crates are only on Friday if people are not paying their invoice. Last Friday, there was no Hatchet Ed Crates. Pink Floyd is sold for $35, and that is sold to Tennessee Connor for $35. And George Benson is sold to Douglas Phelan for $13. Okay, already sent my info. Welcome to Coletco then. I personally hope we never have another Hatchet Ed Crate. That'd be the best thing ever for Coletco. But some people like to see what people's not paying for. They're like, Chad, please. We want to see what somebody didn't pay for. Show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me. I want to see it. All right. Ooh, that felt good. Whew. And I got to get some more sleep tonight. It's only 9:05. Wow, it's early. Okay. Has there been a week without a Hatchet Ed? Yes, last week and many times before. That means everybody's paying. That's great. Yuri Gagarin, At the Center of All Infinity. Yuri Gagarin is a 2017. This is a different album. This one's near mint, a $30 start. And then over here we have Wilderness Dark Waters. Wilderness is a 2020 atmospheric black metal black gaze. Well, I've never heard of black gaze. I've heard of shoegaze. Near mint, $35. And Vocanis, The Sunken Djinn. Vocanis is a 2017 US, limited to 100 on deep blue vinyl. That's near mint for $35. Info on Braveheart. Braveheart is a 2017 Euro black vinyl 2 LP. It went up for a $1 start. Now it's at 23. Okay. I want a 99-cent crate. Do you have a way to travel to Tennessee? Do you have access to a car, a plane, a train, maybe even a boat? I'll sell you some $1 records. All you got to do is figure out a way to get here to physically to this building. And if anybody does have a plane, a car, a boat, or a train, and you can get here to Lebanon, I will sell you records for $1. Heck, if you buy enough, I'll sell them to you less than $1. The Peppermint Rainbow, will you be staying after Sunday? The Peppermint Rainbow is EX $14.99. That's a cover variant I don't see as often. Led Zeppelin cover variant C, In Through the Outdoor, EX $29.99. EX $29.99. The incredible Simon Stokes and the Black Whip Thrill Band. Never seen it before. This is VG Plus, $34.99. Rob is in Netherlands. There's flights that leave out of Netherlands and come to the United States every day. I've looked at them before. Cliff Richard. This is VG $9.99. Cliff Richard with The Shadows. That's a soundtrack. Music of the African Arab. Mohammed El Bakar and his Oriental Ensemble with the nude belly dancing. VG $9.99. Cold Shot by the Johnny Otis Show featuring Mighty Mouth Evans and Shuggy Otis. VG Condition, $14.99. Braveheart's at $26. Yuri Gagarin's at $37. Wilderness is at $35. And Vocanis, The Sunken Djinn, no bid yet. Final chance. Final chance on that at $35. Over here, can't send the Coleco Jet to pick me up. Not for $1 records. Wow. Richie Rich, Mysteries of the Deep. Richie Rich is VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99 are these best offer. All of them except Richie Rich. I'm not taking any less than that. That should have been an auction. Introducing the Jaggers. The Jaggers is VG $14.99 and Lights Out UFO. And that is VG Plus, $17.99. Okay? So Braveheart, Yuri Gagarin, Wilderness, and Vocanis. 26, 39, 35, and that's about to be a buy it now in D. let's go back over here and see what happened. The first thing is Mike Locke offered Code Shot for $10. Okay, and then somebody else offered $10. So this is sold to Mike Locke. He was first for $10. The Cliff Richard record from a moment ago, Cliff Richard right here, was sold to Doug Wantz for $6. Robert Wlodarczyk got Richie Rich. That's sold to Robert Wlodarczyk for $19.99. And the board's about to be cleared. Anybody else want a price on anything in here? We have UFO, the Jaggers, Music of the African Arab, Simon Stokes and the Black Whip Thrill Band, Led Zeppelin, the Peppermint Rainbow, Tribute to Jimi Hendrix, James Taylor, Michael Jackson, John Baldry, Emmylou Harris, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, the Allman Brothers, and Chicago. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Done, 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 done. Okay? Braveheart is sold to Tony Lewis for $26. That is sold. Yuri Gagarin is sold to Wlodarczyk for $39. Wilderness is sold to Blackie Ill for $35. And we have Volcanus, the Sunken Djinn, and that is $35. Let's put that right over here. All right, and now my crate's full. Let me swap out these right quick. Probably never going to be able to see slot number A until somebody buys that Nirvana lot. I've been begging somebody to buy that Nirvana lot for about 2 weeks. I said, if somebody buys a Nirvana lot, I'll never put another light box up we'll never plug in another light box again. But the only way you're really going to see the auctions is you got to wait till I go to Top View. That's the only way you're ever going to be able to see these auctions again. Something about the lighting, the glare, the angle. You got to just wait for the top cam. When the top cam comes, you'll be able to see everything A-OK. There's 2 Led Zeppelin records in here. I'm going to give you details on those as soon as I put up 4 new auctions, okay? 4 new auctions are happening right now. We have this one. I 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 have this one. Okay, so here's what we got. First thing is this. I have Mind Somar, the original score by Bobby Krilic. This is a 2019 USOG. Near mint, a $40 start. Mesa, Feast for Water. 2018 Italian, doom metal jazz rock. None for sale in the United States. Orange vinyl, $50 start. And we have Sonic Demon Vendetta. Sonic Demon is a 2021 Sweden. Sock Stoner Rock, near mint, $60 start on that one. The mini CDs are right over here. The first one I'll do is Ozzy. This is Ozzy Osbourne Osmosis. This is a 1995 US. There's no sales history on Discogs. There's only one for sale in Chile for $450. This is a mini disc. Okay? And it looks like a little mini floppy disk. This was a format they started in the 90s. It never did really pick up. They're pretty rare and highly collectible. It's another format. You got CDs, you got 8 tracks, you got reel-to-reels, you got vinyl, you got 45, 78s, you got mini disc, and this is a mini disc. It's a 1995 US Ozzy Osbourne Osmosis, rare format, $150 start. How do you play it? You have to have a mini disc player. Got to have a mini disc player. $150 start. None have ever sold on Discogs. There's only one for sale in Chile for $450. Ozzy's $150 start. Okay, next thing was info on this. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. This is an OG pressing. The cover variant is cover variant C. EX condition, $29.99. This is also an OG pressing of Led Zeppelin. And this is a 4-digit, 1841 Broadway, PRC Richmond press, VG Plus, $39.99. The Jaggers, introducing the Jaggers, is a VG copy, $14.99 on the Jaggers. Okay? Right now we have a bid on B. A, Monsomar is a final chance for 40. And Vendetta is a final chance for 60. And of course, I just put up Aussie in D. That's a $150 start. If you want anything else out of that crate priced or more information, B, make my day. Okay, make my day, punk. Next is going to go up for, should be another check condition crate. It is. This is another check condition crate, I think. Hold on, I hadn't got to see the back of them yet. Was there a Rolling Stones in there? No, there wasn't. I'll go double check though. I'll go check though. There was a Rolling Stones black and blue VG Plus $17.99. Rolling Stones black and blue VG Plus $17.99. These are new check condition records. Buy it now or best offer. Mongo 70, as in Mongo Santa Maria, VG Plus $14.99. More Sparrow more. This is VG Plus $14.99. More Sparrow more. Mighty Sparrow VG Plus $14.99. Who did the artwork on this album? Cover illustration. Okay, no, that's not what I thought it was. It looks like it, but it's not. That is sold to Dene De La O for $10. All right, no bid sold, no bid, no bid. So Monsomar is a buy it now for 40. Mesa is sold to Ryan Mustaine for 50. Vendetta is a buy it now for 60. And Aussie's a buy it now for $150, okay? Aussie's a buy it now for $150. Here's a pretty big one here. This is Michael Jackson's Thriller. Michael Jackson's Thriller. There is some sales comps on these. Some of them have sold for as much as $333. Right now, there's only one listed for sale. This is Michael Jackson Thriller mini CD. Like I said, if you've never seen these before, they look like floppy disk. You gotta have a mini disc player to play those. And Michael Jackson's a $200 start. $200 start on Michael Jackson. That's a rare format. You're not going to see those too often. I don't think they were cheap back in the day, and then they didn't make a lot of them, okay? And then I think we just got two offers on these, no bids. We have Sonic Demon. Go ahead and sell that to Thomas Hujar for $45, and go ahead and sell Luna Deluxe Monsomar for $35, okay? There's our next one. MJ's a $200 start. Let's go ahead and pick out two more auctions here. And I do have a Japanese to mix in tonight. Sorry, David Johnson. David Johnson's retired now, and he says he has less time to buy vinyl than when he was working. I was like, it sounds like I'd go back to work then. We have, who is this? It looks like Dallas, but I don't think that's a D. It's Hallas or Halalas. H-A with the accent mark, L-L-A-S. It's a 2020 German limited edition. Near me, it's called Conundrum. And that is on green vinyl, a $60 start on that one. I have Ashberry, Endless Skies. Ashberry's a 2014. This is the first official reissue of this album. It's near mint. Ashberry was a 70s hard rock album. This is the first official reissue. That is a $150 start. And then Fleetwood Mac Rumors, a 1980 Japanese, near mint, minus, and pristine Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's a good one to have, $40. Over here, Michael Jackson. The artist I have, I've got Sade, 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 Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson, Men in Black, Aerosmith, Julio Iglesias, Wycliffe Jean, and Genesis. And another Michael Jackson. That's what I have. Okay. Okay. So there we go. Next thing over here is this. Zappa and Mothers, Roxy and Elsewhere. VG, $17.99. Do you have any Chapel Roan, Alana Springsteen, or Stephen Wilson Jr.? Yes. Yes, we do. I've got Chicago. This is a double LP of their second album, original label too, what we call the Columbia 360 sound label. VG Plus, $14.99. Also, Mountain, Nantucket Sleigh Ride. This has the bonus inserts that came with it. VG Condition, $14.99. And there's the two photos, and there's the book. Mountain, Nantucket Sleigh Ride, VG Condition, $14.99. The Band, Moondog Matinee. The Band, VG, $14.99. Halloween 3 is still available for $85. Halloween 3 is still available for $85. We're going to go through the no bids after this crate, okay? Fleetwood Mac doesn't have a bid yet, $40. $150 on Ashbury, and A is a final call to Ed and Riviera for $60. Right. Next thing is, what does a mini disc play on? It plays on a Sony mini disc player. UFO Obsession. UFO is VG Plus, $17.99. Joe Thomas and the Ebony Godfather. Joe Thomas is in VG Condition, $29.99. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Night Moves. VG, $9.99 on Bob Seger. Elton John Caribou. Elton John is VG Plus, $14.99. Michael Jackson's a $200 start. $200 start on MJ. Next is Alvin Lee, Pump Iron. Alvin Lee is VG Plus, $14.99. And Grand Funk Railroad, On Time. VG Plus, $14.99 on Grand Funk Railroad. Mr. MFTF on UFO for $14. That's sold to Mr. MFTF, okay? Over here, A is sold, no bid on B. C is sold, and no bid on D. So this is sold to Ed Riviera for $60. That's Hollis, Hallas. Ashbury's a bot now for $150. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Danae De La O for $40. And Michael Jackson's a $200 bot now. I'll try one more mini disc, but I don't think this is the right place to be selling these. Two reasons. Most people didn't even know they even existed. Number three. Number two, nobody has anything to play them on. Number three, they're very expensive, okay? So here's one more. This one could be just pretty cool to have as a collectible. There's none for sale in the United States on Men in Black. This is the Men in Black soundtrack. That's another mini disc. You know, if you're going to have a music collection, you've got to be able to have a format for everything, right? Like if you're going to collect Pink Floyd, you better have Dark Side of the Moon on vinyl, a reel-to-reel, a cassette, an 8-track. You better have all the pressings. You better have it on a mini disc. I mean, are you going to be a collector or are you going to not be a collector? Men in Black is a $90 start on Men in Black. There's an offer on MJ for $120. I will sell you MJ for $190. Okay, back to more auctions. First thing I have is this. Jim B is frothing at the mouth right now. He would love to get these to put them on Discogs before I can, or run them on an eBay auction. Because he would love to get a hold of some of these. He would love to get a hold of some of these, okay? Jim B would love to run some of these on an eBay auction where they're going to sell for $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800. Okay. All right, next auctions. Ripple Music presents Turn to Stone Chapter 3. The Great Wizard Battle rages on. Wizard versus Merlin. Wizard versus Merlin. A 2021 Magma Edition. Stoner Rock! Near mint for a $30 start. Ape Machine. Ape Machine. Live at Freak Valley. Ape Machine is a 2015 OG. Stoner Rock! A $30 start. And then we have a half-speed master of Charlie Daniels. This is not Stoner Rock. It could be. Fire on the Mountain, a half-speed master, a $30 start, okay? Jim B says, I will bump up my offer to 125. I will keep my offer at 195. Next, Garcia, Jerry Garcia, VG Plus, $26.99. Garcia, Jerry Garcia. Over here we have what? We have an offer for plus 0 and plus negative. Okay, plus negative 0 and plus negative. Danae wants DLOL. That stands for duh LOL. Arlo Guthrie, Power of Love, VG Plus, $14.99. The Beat. The Beat is a gold stamp promo, EX $9.99. And Arlo Guthrie, One Night, VG Plus, $14.99. Jim B says he's making his offer now $115. Men in Black, if anybody wants this, it's a $90 buy it now, okay? So I'm assuming this is not the time, place, or audience to be selling mini disc or mini disc. But if anybody's interested in seeing Genesis, the Carnival, Julio Iglesias, any of the other Michael Jacksons or Sade's, let me know, okay? Just let me know. Next over here is this. Susie Quattro, Your Mama Won't Like Me. Susie Quattro is VG Plus, $14.99. A does have a bid for $30. B and C are about to be buy it nows. Next over here is this, and it's going to go up for a $1 start. This is Nirvana Bleach, the deluxe edition. It's a 2 LP. Nirvana, this is Bleach, a 20th anniversary deluxe edition. It's a 2 LP with a live show and 16-page book. It's sealed for a $1 start. $1 start, okay? $1 start. Next is Kool and the Gang, Light of the Worlds. Kool and the Gang is VG Plus, $9.99. What other Michael Jacksons? Oh boy, Jim B is starting to get nervous. He knows these mini discs are over here and how rare and highly sought after they are. And honestly, I bet right now if you could put a live camera on him, he is sweating bullets. He is nervous right now over these mini discs. He is very, very nervous over these mini discs. His kids are probably nervous. Everybody in his house is nervous over these mini discs. Shakedown says, what Genesis? It is Invisible. No, it's Turn It On Again, the best of Genesis. It is Turn It On Again, the best of Genesis. There's only 2 for sale, $430 and $476. We've got it at a $200 start. Some have sold for as much as $533. Over here, Jim B says, never mind. They've been researched and priced fairly. I'm out. I'm only looking for stuff really cheap that you mess up on or that you accidentally mispriced. That way I can buy it and sell it on Discogs. Wow. I'm just glad you're honest about it, though. We got Kool and the Gang. This is sold to DTE for $7. That is sold to DTE for $7. And Out Came the Blues, Jazz Heritage Series, VG Plus, $14.99, okay? A, B, and C are sold. This is Wizard versus Merlin, sold to Thomas Hujar for $30. 8 Machine live at Freak Valley. That's a buy it now for $30. And the Half-Speed Master, Charlie Daniels. That's a CBS Master Sound, Half-Speed Master, near mint, also at $30, okay? Nirvana Bleach is now at $25 with Devious John. And let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. I will, we're going to do Etta James, Toke, and Tuber Out of the Blue. Let's see what's going on with these. We're going to finish this crate. And then we're going to go through all of tonight's no bids, and you'll probably be wanting to pay attention for that. Bleach is sealed. Yes, it's a 2 LP deluxe edition. We got Etta James, the Montreux Years. Etta James is a 2 LP, 2021 OG 2 LP, near mint, $30 start on that. Toke is a 2017 US out of print Doom Sludge Metal, near mint, $30 on Toke. And Tuber Out of the Blue, Tuber is Stoner Rock, Sock, Post Rock, near mint for $30. Okay. First that came in was an offer on Charlie Daniels for 20 and another offer for 20. Douglas Phelan was first. Sell it to Douglas for $20. Joshua Cross is going to grab the ape at $30. He's grabbing the ape for $30. That's so to Joshua Cross. And there's new bids on D. Okay. Do you have any Joe D. Messina? Yes, we do. I have Sticks Crystal Ball. That's a Canadian press, VG plus $9.99. Earl Hooker, don't have to worry. Earl Hooker is VG plus $34.99. Property of WOUB, Ohio University, Athens, Ohio. That was a college jazz radio station record. VG plus $34.99. Thomas Schwartz was going to pay $22 for Charlie Daniels. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. We'll go ahead and call that a good old-fashioned foot shooting for $2. That sucks for me. That sucks for you. And that really sucks for my right foot that has numerous bullet holes in it due to all kinds of foot shooting that happens here on a nightly basis. It's not fun. Nobody likes it because that means Chad sold something too cheap. Somebody missed out on something for not getting an offer in fast enough. And pretty much, it's just going to turn into a bad deal for everybody. It's bad for me. It's bad for you. It's bad for my feet. Here we go. Next thing we have is Danae De La O. Hooker for $26. So to Danae De La O. The meters, Cabbage Alley. The meters is a 72 Santa Maria. EX $59.99. Selling Guinea Christina Aguilera tonight. There's a high possibility. We have the motors, and this is called Sissy Strut. The meters, I was about to say. I know a song called Sissy Strut by the Meters. Sissy Strut by the Meters. EX $57.99. And this is the Moody Blues, which is a 2 LP compilation. EX edition, $17.99. A, B, and C are no bids. Nirvana is a final chance. Etta James is a no bid for $30. Toke is a no bid for $30. And Tuber out of the blue is $30. 40 on the meters. 50 on the meters. And then an offer just came up for $50. Danae, it's yours for $50. If not, it's sold to DTE. Toke is sold. Hold on one second. Time out, everybody. Toke is sold to Luna Deluxe for $25. Nirvana is black vinyl. Yes. 2 LP sealed with bonus disc. Okay. There's 2 meters here. They're marked 59 and 57. To my knowledge, there's an offer for at least 50 on one of them. Okay. So the first offer was the Danae meters, $40. She didn't specify which one. Then DTE made an offer on 50, and he didn't say which one. And then Patrick Lear said 45 on Cabbage. Danae said 80 for both. Cabbage for 50. Moody's for 13. Moody's for 10. Douglas Phelan gets Moody Blues for $13. Danae, it sounds like you have dibs on these, and I will sell you both of them for $95. 50 and 45. 50 and 45. There's 2 other people already saying they'll take Cabbage for 50. So I'm going to say the other one 45 since you're buying both of them. And then Etta James is sold to X-Wing for $20. Sure. Let's go ahead and get those sold. Let's put up 3 new auctions, and we're going to go through the no bids tonight. There's still some pretty serious soundtracks. Danae got her offers in first, which gives her dibs. Those are both sold to Danae for $50 and $45. Okay? And we're about to sell Nirvana for $32. Here comes the new auctions. Johnny Cash. We got What else do we got here? We got Sublime. And what do we else have in the realm of Stoner Rock? There's more. There's almost a whole crate of auctions over here still. First thing we have is Johnny Cash, a 2022 USOG, a strong VG copy. This is the real OG copy from 2002. We always end up with the reissues. Every time I see one of these, I'm like, oh, maybe. It does have a little bit of a ding right there on top of the jacket. That is a $60 start on Johnny Cash. Sublime is a 2021 US remastered gatefold. Near mint on Sublime, a $40 start. And the Second Coming of Heavy, Chapter 5. The Second Coming of Heavy, Chapter 5 is Desert Sons and Chiefs. Really cool looking splatter vinyl here. $30 on that, a 2017. Nirvana is sold to Chris Frazier for $32. That is sold to Chris Frazier for $32. And then over here, we have the following. I have this right here. Wasted Theory, Defenders of the Riff. And Wasted Theory, Defenders of the Riff is a 2018 US first time on vinyl, band edition, pink opaque. That's near mint. This is just a $10 start. $10 start on this. This is a hard rock album. Wasted Theory, Defenders of the Riff. Anybody else want anything in here? These were the titles. Styx, Crystal Ball. Out Came the Blues, Suzi Quatro, Arlo Guthrie. The Beat, Arlo Guthrie, Jerry Garcia, Grand Funk. Alvin Lee, Elton John, Caribou. Bob Seger, Joe Thomas. The Band, Mountain, Chicago, Zappa, and Mighty Sparrow. Now you can bet on D. Thank you. All right, there's our auctions. What was The Beat? The Beat was The Beat by The Beat. It's a self-titled album right here. The Beat by The Beat. Gold stamp promo. EX $9.99. Columbia Records 1979 with the original inner sleeve. I'm going to keep these right here behind me. If anybody changes your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I have changed my mind. I'd like to purchase everything in there. I'm going to be like, dang, okay. Let me go check on the Suzi Quatro. Suzi Quatro. That song is not on here. Your Mama Won't Like Me is, though. I'm grabbing some chocolate-covered raisins right quick. Sounds like I need another Diet Coke. Trying to say that I have low energy right now. No Diet Coke, no Monster. That Monster didn't taste good earlier. Sometimes they're bad. You can have a 12-pack of Monster and that doesn't necessarily, I guess they were all made at the same time. But because half of it is tea, I think they make bad batches of tea sometimes, and they just don't taste good. I just threw a whole can almost in the trash. Whoop, wrong records. That's not the beat. All right, let's go through the no bids. Let's go through the no bids here. The Beat is sold to Matt Bushy for $6. Oh, yeah, Matt Bushy picking up the Beat. So, from here back, this little handful right here, that's all of tonight's no bids. And unless some of these get some, there's about to be more. We'll start from the front and work our way back. These should be the oldest ones first. First is Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, John Carpenter. An 82 US, $85. Halloween 3 soundtrack, $85. Hey Arnold is a 2024 limited edition Arnold's Room tricolor splatter, $125 on Hey Arnold, the Music, Volume 1. The Sword and the Sorcerer, music by David Whitaker, an 82 US, $25. $25. Sleep, The Sciences. Sleep is the Third Man Records pressing, green vinyl, $50, the 2018 OG. 2018 OG on that one. Here's a big one. The Prince of Darkness soundtrack, also music by John Carpenter, an 87 US, 100 on Prince of Darkness. Alms is ALMS, Act 1. That's a 2018 USOG limited to 400. Purple Silver Marble Vinyl. That's a Doom Metal. $55 on that one. All the Colors of the Dark. Music by Bruno Nicolai. 2014 UK Red Vinyl. $65 on that one. Magma Kamer. Mind Tripper. A 2018 German OG. A Sight Garage Doom Metal. $120 on that one. Electric Moon, Stardust Rituals. Electric Moon is a 2017 German OG blue vinyl, blue marble for $50. And there's another one back here. And this one is gray for $35. Same album. Actually, the covers are different too. The blue marbled has a blue cover. And this gray marbled has like a gray-black cover. And those are $50 and $35. The Dark for $45. The Dark. Any colors of the Dark. Let's do this one, Thomas, for $55. I've never seen this before. $55 on that one. Manhunter soundtrack. An 86 US Pickneyville. $50 on Manhunter. Pickneyville, $50. Dracula was the 92 South Korean. None for sale. $100, 92. Daft Punk Discovery, the 2024 Japanese. $250. And Mountain Witch. It's a 2010 German OG limited edition white vinyl, near mint to 100, and it has the poster, $85. Cassiopeia, Down with the Gypsies. And Cassiopeia is a 2018 Austria prog psych rock, near mint for $35. Half gram of Soma, purple vinyl for $40. Vocanus, the Sunken Djinn, near mint for $35. Ashbury Endless Skies, $150. And then Tuber is a 2017 OG, near mint for $30. McEwen Photo, I'll give you first dibs on Sublime. Here are 4 more no bids going into the crate. Johnny Cash, a 2002 USOG, a Strong VG, $60. And then Sublime was a 2021 US Gatefold, US pressing, 2021, near mint, $40. The Second Coming of Heavy, Chapter 5, Desert Sons and Chiefs, $30 on that one. And then Wasted Theory, Defenders of the Rift. Wasted Theory was near mint for $10. $10 on that one. No, I won't take 8 or 9. Maybe, but I think 10's pretty fair. We have the Dark over here, and the Dark is sold to Thomas Hujar. We went back and forth on that one, and he's at 50, and I'm going to sell it to him as soon as I can find it. All this right here. That's sold to Thomas Hujar for 50. All right, so here's where we're at. Here is the state of Coletco at 9:43. at 9:43 on Tuesday night. There is this entire crate. I'll give you a visual. These are auctions that Kyle and Patrick tagged for tonight. Here's a visualization. Okay? That's how many auctions are still left. Almost a whole crate. That's what I've got stacked over here next to me. That's what I'm pulling out of. I'm not going to probably run much anything else until at least all these have been up once, except for maybe mixing in some of these other whichevers and whatnots and whichevers. We're about to do a half-off crate and then another half-off crate. That's what we'll be going through as we continue with these auctions. So here we go. First thing I have is Back to the Future, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Evil Dead 2, and Beetlejuice. Sounds like 4 great auctions. Okay? And one of these are a Walmart exclusive. Let me find that half-off crate over here. I didn't show the Thundercat sword or the Yellow Submarine socks. Dang it. I had Yellow Submarine socks come in. This should be a pretty sick half-off crate. Probably nonsense. We do at least one every night. Heck, some nights they start doing well, I'll go ahead and do a bunch. So this is probably going to be a pretty sick nonsense half-off crate. I see some like modern pressings in here too. Make sure everybody's awake and paying attention. Speaking of awake, I need to go get some more caffeine or something. So I need to go probably do that before I get too busy into these crates. Here we go. First thing we have is this. Would you do Sleep for $35? Sleep for $35. Sleep for $35. I will sell you Sleep for $40. Is Halloween 3 complete? What are you looking for? What are you looking for? I've got a cover and a disc. It seemed like a lot more no bid since the new bidding system. No, what it is we're getting more auctions prepared every night. So there was always some percentage of no bids, but the other night we had no bids. We had like 260 auctions and we had 0 auctions left over. That was Tuesday night last week or something. What it is I just showed you that full crate, right? Back when we had about 1 person tagging auctions, that's about what we would sell in one night. Now there's 3 people tagging auctions, plus Seth's bonus stuff, and then I get stuff together like dollar start sealed, $10 start sealed. And so we are selling 4 times as many auctions because of this new system. But that also means because we're offering more, there's probably a chance there's going to be some not sale. So there maybe are more no bids, but I think the reason is because we're offering, I don't know if y'all realize this, but compared to a year ago at this time, y'all are getting a bid on 4 times as many auctions. And we would sell everything if I started it for $1, but some things we just can't risk that with. I risk it with some things. I put up a dollar start autograph earlier tonight that sold for $12. I'll probably pay twice that much to have it authenticated. So I hope that people tend to bid it up, but sometimes it doesn't happen. Aliens Among Us gets Sleep for $40. All right, thank you. And here come 4 new auctions. But this right here is a game changer, and we're working on how to do 8 at a time. So if I could just auction stuff, I would almost not even do crates, but we have to. But before long, I think I can start selling even twice as much as we're doing now. We just got to get the stuff. We got to get out and buy some. We got to buy out some collections. I mean, our building is full, but if we don't keep buying stuff, man, I'm trying to message anybody right now. I'm like, are you sure you don't want to sell your collection? And then some people have reached out and they're like, hey, I want to sell my collection. And we're like, okay, we're putting Tanner on the plane. He'll be up there tomorrow. And they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know if I'm ready to sell that fast, buddy. I just want to talk about selling. Of course, a lot of people don't want to turn loose of their records, and it's getting harder and harder. There's more collectors every day, and I think there's more people putting stuff away that's not turning loose of it. So if you notice, a lot of our stuff is pretty recent pressings that have come back, just recently into the market, where we've bought people's collections. Otherwise, I think it'd be a huge challenge to find records now. When we went up on that buying trip, the store owners they talked to up there in New England that watch our show, they was like, I don't know how y'all get that. We can't even find records up here. Nobody wants to sell anything. Back to the Future. This is on orange vinyl, a 2020 orange vinyl Walmart exclusive. I don't think I've ever had that one. $25 on Back to the Future. Rocky Horror Picture Show, 2013 red vinyl. That's near mint, a $30 start. Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2 is a 2024. This is on black and blue merge. That one's near mint, a $50 start. And the Beetlejuice soundtrack is a 2023 35th anniversary. Never seen it before. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl. $40 start on Beetlejuice. Okay, let's do half off and continue with auctions. Sublime is a 2021 2 LP near mint, $40. Everything in the no bids or best offer. This crate's going to be half off, no more, no less. I've got about 3.5 more crates to fill up. We can do that with auctions and half off crates. We'll get to where we need to for tonight. The Who, It's Hard. This has Eminence front on it. $10. If I say the price, that's the price. Okay? That's the price. No more, no less. If I don't say about grade, it's EX or better. Okay? $10 on that one. Soda Sid said. No, I promise. We're not going to stop doing crates. No. What I meant by that is if I could, I would basically just put everything up like in this format where you could just like claim it. But I don't know how to do that yet. Like imagine the crates, but they're like down here is buy it nows, but not automated where I'm doing it live. It'd be like here. Joe Walsh is down here. I'll say he's $10. I could lay down like 4 records and y'all could claim them. I've thought about that idea. That way you could see like the top view and you could really see who got first, right? The system would help us instead of me trying to figure it out. So that's what I'm thinking. But I hadn't really pitched that idea to Jake the way I see it. But also where we could run 4 auctions and then like down here where it's like, all right. Or maybe have like this is always a $10 slot, $5 slot, something like that. Like this, like 5, 10, 15, 20 or something like that. And I could just be like 10. Of course, we got to fix the camera. We got to get it where you can see everything. But just ideas. You got to be always, you can't stay the same, okay? You got to change things up, all right? The show's not changing. Remember that. But the show may change. Joe Walsh is $10. Does have a name tag on it, no condition notes. Okay, I just want to keep it interesting for y'all. I want to make sure at all times y'all are fun, okay? I always want to make sure y'all are having fun doing this. That's part of the reason I think most people watch every night. Michael Hamburger gets Sublime for $32. Michael Hamburger on Sublime for $32. Okay, so all these are about to be bought now. It's 25, 30, and then Evil Dead is 50, and Beetlejuice is at 40. Okay. Next thing over here is Yes the Blues, Clark Terry. Clark Terry is $10. That's on the Pablo label. $10 on that. AB Music offered $45 on Johnny Cash. That is sold to AB Music for $45. Okay. Thank you on that. That's sold. Half off crate here. No more, no less. Clark Terry, Joe Walsh, Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker. That's $7.50. And we have Jeff Moldar and Amos Garrett. Jeff Moldar is $7.50. $7.50. America Holiday, Shrink and Hop. This is $5 on America Holiday. $5 on that one. And this is Krug Ben and Leon Bridges, Texas Moon, just $12. Told y'all there's some modern pressings in here as well. No Bid, No Bid, No Bid, and Beetlejuice is sold for $40 to Arms Arilla Tribe. That's sold to Arms Arilla Tribe for $40. Texas Moon is sold to Shakedown, and Jim B is pounding his fist on his keyboard, and his kids are coming in the room crying because he just missed out on that record. All these are buy it now or best offer. Let's put those right over here. Let's put those right over here, okay? Boom, boom, boom. We need 4 new auctions. Told y'all this was a great crate. I'm just going to start going right down the line here, stuff that Kyle or Patrick or whoever got ready. And let's see what we got here, okay? First thing is this. We've got Sula Bashana, the Knight. And then over here we have a 2009 Norway. It's a Space Psych Rock album. That's a $50 start. $50 start. The Second Coming of Heavy, Chapter 6. Caliph and Fave Quaid. This is a 2017 OG Stoner Space Rock. $40 start. Jesus and Mary Chain is the clear red and black swirl. That's pretty cool. Near mint, $60 on that one. Colored vinyl. And then Cavalera Conspiracy. Cavalera Conspiracy is a 2014 OG EX, $40 on that one. Back to the half-off crate. The very best of Joe Turner. $10 on Joe Turner. Blues is King, BB King. That is $10. How much was Rocky Horror? That was red vinyl, 2013, $30. Red vinyl. The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations. This is on colored vinyl. It's a 2016 Orange Swirl, $13.50. It's actually like a 12-inch single. It's Good Vibrations, 5 different mixes, and Let's Go Away for a While. $13.50 on that, colored vinyl. And Dionne Warwick, Golden Hits. Dionne Warwick is $5. The America was just $5. Yeah, $5. That's in shrink with the America Hype sticker. $5. That one has Tin Man. Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations, is $13.50. All right. So over here we got what's in slot B. That is the Second Coming of Heavy. Caliph versus Fave Quaid, Chapter 6. Okay. There's that. And then the next thing we have is Stephen Hill on America. Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already. This is Cavalera Conspiracy. 2014 limited edition gatefold EX condition, a $40 start. Back to the half off. Leon Russell, Will-O-the-Wisp. Boy, I almost forgot who this was. I've seen it 10 billion times. Leon Russell, $7.50. This is a no more, no less crate. Pretty easy to buy to here. I'm going to tell you a price. It's that price. It's no more, no less for those who just hopped on. Traffic on the road. Traffic is $15. That's a double LP. And then the Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. And that one is $10 on the Moody Blues. We got BB King sold over here to Stephen Douglas. Thank you on that one. And Winners, the Brothers Johnson. Winners is $7.50. Red Cave Collection on Cavaliers. I think that was a miscue or something. The Salso Orchestra, Up the Yellow Brick Road. Up the Yellow Brick Road. Salso Orchestra, $5 on that one. And Michael McDonald, self-titled. Michael McDonald, $7.50. Actually, it's called If That's What It Takes. That is $7.50. $7.50 on that. And then Stevie Wonder Talking Book. Stevie Wonder is a 2016 press. That's 180 gram. Near mint, $17.50 on Stevie Wonder. Okay, I'm closing all 4 of these. We got a lot. They don't get bids. I'm going to go ahead and move on. So all those are no bids. Cavalera, 40. Jesus Mary Chain, 60. Second Coming of Heavy was 40. And the Sola Basha was $50. Okay. All right, there's that. Awesome. And then let's keep rolling right over here. Let's grab Memphis Slim. I don't know what those two are. And then some kind of trip hip-hop compilation. Here we go. And let me figure out what these offers were for. Let me do that before I put up these auctions. So CC, so we had Cavalera Conspiracy. Michael Salazar was first at $35. And then Rich T. Duke got the volumes of Heavy. He's offering $55 for volume 5 and 6. This is 6. We had 5 earlier. Okay. Sell these to Rich T. Duke for $55, okay? They were essentially marked 70, so sounds good to me. Sell those to Rich T. Duke for $55. All right. So here's the next auction. Memphis Slim, Mother Earth. Memphis Slim is a 69 US Allentown press. Covers in shrink, EX Plus condition. Memphis Slim is now up for bid for a $20 start. This is this a soundtrack? I'm 12, but I've been 12 for a long time. Death Waltz, those are usually soundtracks. I'm not real for sure. It feels like it has an inner sleeve and a poster. I'm 12, 2012 UK, white vinyl, $20 start. AFI, I didn't realize that's who this was. AFI, The Missing Man. AFI is a 2018 OG EP, limited edition. Second side is etched, $20. And Trip Hop Vibes, Volume 1, the best of trip hop. A 2020 French 2LP remaster compilation, $25 start. Moby, Chasm, Goldfrapp, Mr. Scrub, Guts, Kid Loco, Chinese Man. Right. Might start pulling some stuff over here for $1 starts from previous nights. Some $1 starts as we get closer to the end of the advertised auctions. Back to the half-off crate, no more, no less. The Trio, Oscar Peterson, Ray Brown, and Egg Thin Pen, live from Chicago. French pressing on Verve, $17.50. Beautiful vinyl. $17.50 on the Trio. Solomon Burke, Music to Make Love By. You put this on and then you go make love. This is $15. Sorry, I'm having to put my leg up here on the table to stretch it. Oh my gosh. That felt better. Solomon Burke is $15. The Many Moods of Belafonte. Harry Belafonte is $5. And Boston, boy, this looks nice. No ring wear. Let's see if it's the first label. It is. And it's Wally Mastering. Boy, I'm surprised no one bought that like on the first go-around. $17.50 on Boston. So that's the one to have when it comes to Boston until they maybe do some audiophile treatment. I don't know if that's in the works or not. The Boston catalog remastered. Plus, that fourth album of theirs has never been reissued. You know, OGs are really rare. Bodeans, this is Love and Hope and Sex and Dreams. Bodeans is $10. And then Etta James at last. Look at this. Jackpot Records on purple vinyl for $20. Wow. And I think that's AAA. I think that's all analog. Tim Knapp on Boston. That's sold to Tim Knapp for $17.50. And the Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops, $10 on that. $10 on Boomtown. Etta James is sold to Tim Knapp. Tim, I never did open this package over here with these Beatles or these, what's the name of that band you like? Kiss. These Kiss records. I actually brought them back here and I still didn't open them. Let me see if that's what he sent me. I bought these from a customer. He's always getting deals or thinning out his collection. I think he, you know, buys stuff, sells stuff. And he always reaches out to me instead of having to post it all individually because maybe he'll take a little less and he can sell everything at once. Pros and cons of selling to a dealer. I have a Kiss Alive signed by Peter Criss and Paul Stanley. And I have a Kiss Cruise bootleg signed by Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer. And you need to get Paul and Jeans on that one. So, I don't know if anybody's... This might be an OG pressing of this Millennium, too. I haven't really looked at them yet. All right. So, Tim Knapp got Boston. Who got Etta James? Chris Messer got Etta James. Chris Messer got Etta James for $20, okay? All right, there's that. And we're good to go, okay? 2 more records and I'm closing these auctions. Quicksilver, What About Me? Quicksilver is $10. And we have Rycooter, the slot area. Rycooter is an 82 German, $10 on that. All right, let's go ahead and close out all these. So Memphis Slim, Mother Earth is a $20 buy it now. I'm 12, but I've been 12 a long time. Don't know much about that. 2012 UK. White vinyl, $20 on that one. AFI, The Missing Man, was near mint for $20. And the Trip Hop Vibes compilation is So Did Chris Messer for $20. That was an offer, and I'm taking it. So Did Chris Messer for $20. Kiss Alive, how much? Well, I will put it up for auction here pretty soon, or maybe not so soon. I'll have to figure out what I paid for it and how much it should go up for. Now, earlier we had some of the Yuri Gagarin's, and I think there's more over here. Here's another Second Coming. And did somebody make an offer earlier on Daft Punk? I didn't ignore that. It honestly just hit my brain that somebody made an offer on Daft Punk. Okay. So you're not going to sell me a Kiss record. Maybe. Let me figure out what I got here. There's some requests for stuff that's not tagged or properly priced. So that means you're either going to have to wait or I'm going to have to stop the show. And I really can't stop the show, so I will say you might have to wait. We have Lord Vicar. We had Lord Vicar earlier. This is the first and only time on vinyl. It's a doom metal, limited to 200. It's near mint for a $30 start. Lord Vicar. That's going to go up in slot A. Yuri Gagarin, The Outskirts of Reality. And this one's on Coke Bottle Green. Coke Bottle Green, Space Psych Rock. That one's 30. He's been pretty popular tonight, or they've been pretty popular tonight. Here is Chapter 7 of the Second Coming of Heavy. Switchblade Jesus and Fuzz Evil. This is a 2017 USOG Stoner Rock, limited to 100. That's a $30 start. And White Dog. White Dog is a 2000 UK signed blues rock album with autographed photo card and patch, near mint for $60. I need to really check comps on Daft Punk, so let me put that on my to-do list too. I'll try to price these Kiss autographs, and I will try to look up Daft Punk. Alive's probably going to be in the next few moments, but let me pull up my chat with him. Honestly, he usually prices stuff so fair. He sends me stuff, and I say sold, and maybe we negotiate a little bit, but I honestly don't even know what I paid for these. Right. And then I got to figure out what just Peter and Paul albums sell for. I mean, I know what they charge, and a lot of people go by that. Because all members of KISS right now are pretty much actively signing, except Ace, of course, since he's passed away. Most people are pricing these signed albums kind of based on what they're charging at conventions, and then the fact that maybe it's signed by 2 or 3. And if you got something and you're just missing Gene, and you can go get Gene's signature, that really going to enhance it. So let me go find that Daft Punk. And we're right in the middle of a half-off crate, too. So does this thing have a barcode? Daft Punk. I will tell y'all my best price on this right now. It is sealed. Okay. So what do we have? We have 2 offers, 150 and 200. I will do the 200 on it. Al has first dibs, and then Blackie L. Okay? So somebody's getting it right now for 200. It's either Al or Blackie L. And then the next thing I have is how much was the trio and condition? All right, we got to get back to the half-off crate. I got to get everybody paying close attention. The half-off crate, otherwise, everybody loses focus, and then things don't sell as fast, okay? I'm getting distracted by a lot of different stuff. We got to stay focused on the half-off crate. First question is, what is Lord Vicar? Lord Vicar is a 2021. What Lord Vicar album? It is called The Black Bowder, the Black Bowder. Yuri Gagarin, the Second Coming. And then how much was the trio in condition? I'm trying to figure out where you seen that at. The trio in condition. The trio, the half-off price was $17.50. It's a French pressing near mint minus. Back to the No More, No Less crate. Sorry for the delay. Ike Tina Turner. I should have never said the word KISS. I'll have a few people lose their minds on me until I put those up for auction. Ike Tina Turner is $7.50. Blackfoot Tomcatten. Blackfoot is $10. Like I said, pretty simple crate, no more, no less. Nils Lofgren Flip. Nils Lofgren is $5. Mike Locke does get the trio for $17.50. That's sold to Mike Locke. The Moody Blues Octave. The Moody Blues is $7.50. Tim Vigari got Tina Turner. That one was right here. That is sold to Tim Vigari. Joe Walsh, Got Any Gum? Joe Walsh is $10. And the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. The Rolling Stones is $17.50. That is an essential compilation. Stimpy on Boston. The Boston record in this crate has already been claimed. Boston is gone on that one. Okay? All right, all these auctions are no bids. So Lord Vicar is $30. Yuri Gagarin, $30. Chapter 7, The Second Coming of Heavy, $30. And then White Dog, $60. Let's put all those right over here. First thing is there's an offer on Yuri Gagarin for $22. Thomas Walt, Thomas Clark, I'll do that one for $25. Lord for $25. Go ahead and sell that to Jay Nutria for $25. Stephen Douglas gets Joe Walsh. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Okay. And that's going to go right over here. Al's thinking on the Daft Punk, and he says he'll pass. Okay. So Daft Punk is sold for $200. This Daft Punk record right here is sold for $200 to Blackie L. Thank you. Sold to Blackie L for $200, sealed. And then over here, we have nope, not this one. The Yuri Gagarin is sold to Thomas Clark for $25. Okay. Before I can show another half-off record, we got to get some more auctions rolling. So here we go. This looks interesting. This one looks interesting. Then we got Thievery Corporation. And I think I've got another Yuri Gagarin. It's black vinyl. We won't run him back to back. We'll pick out something else here. Let's do one of these test pressings before I wait too late to put them up again. Let's do some more test pressings, okay? All right. So here we go. And this looks interesting. Looks like an octopus or a kraken on the cover. This is, wow. Humulus the Deep. Humulus, Humulus, the Deep. A 2020 German. It is a Psych desert rock. First time I've ever heard that word, desert rock. They're always coming up with something new. Blue and green, near mint, a $40 start. Okay. That's up for bid over here in A. Pain of Salvation in the Passing Light of Day. A 2017 prog metal 2LP near mint. Pain of Salvation, a $35 start. Thievery Corporation. Thievery Corporation is sounds from the Thievery Hi-Fi. Thievery Corporation, 2022 US, a 2LP remaster near mint, a $25 start on Thievery Corporation. And then this is a test pressing of Haze Maze, Hymns of the Damned. Number 10 of 20, a Denmark Stoner Rock, $50 on Haze Maze. Okay. Caius and Fu Manchu. So Stoner Rock, Desert Rock, and Stoner Rock. The Pretenders, the singles. The Pretenders is $12.50. The Who Face Dances does have the poster, $12.50. $12.50. And we have Purple Rain, an 84 Allied, $22.50. This has the original inner sleeve and the poster. Wow. In the half-off crate, Purple Rain. Mike Lock on the Pretenders. These are the auctions. A and C already have bids, 40 and 25. Over here, we have, this is a half-off crate like I've been saying, no more, no less. The very best of Poco, and Poco is $5. We got Brewer and Shipley with the hop sticker featuring one toke over the line, $12.50 on that one. And Bob Dylan. Dylan has the hop sticker, $12.50. We got John Kaiser on Prince. That is so to John Kaiser. Tim Knapp was second. Also, Todd Rundgren's Utopia Live, $6.50. Todd Rundgren, Utopia Live. C has a new bid for 26. Good Lord, Jim B is bidding. Everybody buckle up and get ready for what's about to happen over here in C then. Holy crap, he's bidding. Good Lord. My gracious. Son of a gun. Jim B's bidding on C. Holy crap. Next thing is Big Country, The Crossing. Big Country is $12.50. And the first information is info on Bob. Bob Dylan, the name of this album is Dylan. It actually has a promo stamp on the back with hop sticker on the front. No condition notes, $12.50. Jim B's out on C. I scared him. And I have, wow, Pink Floyd Animals. No condition notes, $20. $20 on Pink Floyd Animals. I listened to Dogs on the way to work today. Sid said he'll take Dylan for $12.50. Okay? And we're probably going to go ahead and sell A through D then. We got A, B, C, and D all closed. Chris Messer gets A, which is the Humulus for $40. B is a no bid, Pain of Salvation in the Passing Light of Day. Near mint for $35. Thievery Corporation is sold to Chris Messer for $30. And then this test pressing, which is Haze Maze, Hymns of the Damned, $50 on that one. Let's close all those out. And John Kaiser got Pink Floyd. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me if I'm just being used. All right, let's go ahead and put up Johnny Hammond. We're going to do a $1 start, $1 start. Let's do that one later, though. Let's put up Hank and Jason. Let me figure out what this one is right here. I got to admit, who was told what to do by the man. Boom, boom. Who was told what to do by the man. Gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me I'm just being used. Try and shake up this creepy malaise. Homestand. All right. So over here in A, we got 2 JFK trading cards for $1 starts. This is JFK with the Duchess of Luxembourg. And we have JFK with Jackie O. These are original 1963, 4 top, well, probably before 63, 4, 3. They're Topps trading cards, though. I don't know when those were made. But those are $1 starts. And Jim B has the high bid on both at $1 and $1. Wow. He's already bid on them. Great. Next is Johnny Hammond, Gambler's Life. Johnny Hammond is a 1974 OG promo, Jazz Funk Fusion. Johnny Hammond is near mint, and we're going to put this up for a $25 start. Johnny Hammond, Gambler's Life. And we have the Moody Blues. I mean, the Rolling Stones and Muddy Waters. This is a 2022 reissue on red and white vinyl. This is the one I'm going to put up for a $1 start. This is a pretty cool record. So this is on red and white vinyl. This is the Stones playing with Muddy Waters at the Checkerboard Lounge. And this is going to go up in D for a $1 start. Okay? And then Jim B gets the 2 Kennedy cards for $1 and $1. Okay? So thank you, Jim B. Those are sold to you for $1 and $1. And he also has the he also has the, boy, I can't figure out what it's called. The Rolling Stones. He has the Rolling Stones there, and he has that for $1. Okay? All right, so there's that. And then over here in this, we have a 2022 limited edition 2LP red and black splatter, Hank Williams III, Straight to Hell. That is a $25 start. And then over here is Yatra. Yatra is a 2020. Is that what that says? I can't. There's nothing on the spine. They've made it impossible to read. A 2020 US Die Hard edition, purple and green haze, $25. That's now up for bid, okay? So we got 25, 25, 25, and the $1 start Muddy Waters is at 15. All righty. Here we go. Seinfeld is on in 10 minutes, Chad. Let's go. Okay, let's finish this half off crate. Greg Allman, Laid Back. Greg Allman is VG Plus, $9 for Greg Allman, Laid Back. I've got one more silver dollar. And then this is Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG Plus, $7.50. Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG Plus, $7.50. The Beach Boys, Surfing USA. The Beach Boys is VG Condition, $5. The Police in Yada Mandata. The Police is VG Plus for $9. Preston Rose on Quicksilver Messenger Service. So to Preston Rose. Matt Bushy second, then Chris Fraser, then Tim Fagari. By the way, I'll go ahead and let you know, A and C were tagged for higher starts. So if you definitely want Hank Williams, $25 start. Johnny Hammond, a $25 start. Just saying, okay? So you might be better off to go ahead and bid than try to snipe because your offer may be countered at the original starting bid. Johnny Hammond is a promo. Now, we could only find where one near mint copy sold 6 years ago. Now, I started a lot less. Kyle wanted to match that 6-year-old price, which makes sense. I mean, a near mint one sold 6 years ago. He wanted to match that price at $50. I've set a $25 start because I think that's what it would at least sell for here. But right now, there's no bids. But yeah, it's near mint. It does have a clip corner, probably because it's a promo. This record, I can still order new. They're about $40 to $45 new, just saying, okay? Mark Hammond is in slot number C, Mark Lent. You got to put exclamation mark C and then 25. Doug Want's got the Beach Boys. That's sold to Doug Want's for $5. Thank you on that. Surfing USA. The Police at Londo's D or more. The Police is VG Plus, $9 on the Police at Londo's D or more. 10cc Bloody Tourist. 10cc Bloody Tourist is EX, $9. EX, $9. And then the Apollo Theater presents in person the James Brown Show by James Brown. This is EX, $24. So this was $47.99. There is an address label on the label, $24 on that. And then Pete Townsend Chinese Eyes, that's EX $6.50. And we have the Pentangle Sweet Child. The Pentangle is VG plus $12.50. Matt Bushy getting the James Brown. That's so to Matt Bushy. Oh, yeah. Matt Bushy getting the James Brown there for $24. No bid sold. And final call on Muddy Waters. Hank Williams III is $25. Next time I read through that, I'm going to say $40. Just saying. And then over here we have Tatra. And Tatra, also known as Yatra, is sold to Church of Not Nothing for $19. And then Johnny Hammond is sold for $25 to Mark Lynn. Okay? All right, well, we got all three of those sold. Douglas Phelan on Pete Townsend sold to Douglas Phelan for $6.50. Excuse me, we didn't sell Hank the third. And let's go ahead and introduce some more auctions here. This is Element plus 80. We got a King Crimson. And let's see what's going on here with another Johnny Hammond, okay? So 3 more auctions. The first one here is Element 80. Element 80 is a 2023 trans red with black splatter. Near mint for $20. Don't know anything about that one. No genre either. King Crimson, nice looking jacket. A late 70s US reissue. It's a PRC. It's a gatefold VG Plus. King Crimson, a $35 start. And another Johnny Hammond, Wild Horses Rock Steady. It's a 72 USOG Pittman. Near mint $20 on Johnny Hammond. And then what's left in this half off crate? I've got the Beetle 6266. That's VG for $10. And then over here, Supertramp, that's their self-titled debut. Supertramp is EX $9. Roger Hodgkins. And we have Styx Equinox EX for $9. Element 8T is New Metal Metalcore. Is it Stoner Rock? I will scream out Stoner Rock at the right occasions. At the right occasion, Stoner Rock will be screamed. Oh, man. Chad is down on the floor stretching. Oh. Okay. Yeah, every once in a while, I'll get the yips on yelling Stoner Rock. I usually do it all the time, but we've had over 600 of them in the last 3 shows, so I got to protect my voice. It's how I make a living. Stephen A. Young got Supertramp. Wow, there's a lot of great records left in this half-off crate. So let's go to the top cam. Let y'all look at that. That's always a cool cover to see, the King Crimson. In the Court of the Crimson King. Try to pop my knee here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. We're still bidding on D. I'm going to read through these quickly one more time. And when I say quickly, it's probably going to sound like I'm speaking a different language. I'm going so fast. No, not that fast. But I'll try to be pacey. So that way we can get through this. Now, I got another one over here already ready to go. So here we go. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, $10. Clark Terry, $10. Yes, the Blues. Rita Coolidge, $7.50. No more, no less on these. Jeff Madar and Amos Garrett, $7.50. The Very Best of Joe Turner, $10. Dionne Warwick, $5. Leon Russell, Will o' the Wisp, $7.50. Traffic on the Road, $15. The Moody Blues, $10. Every good boy deserves favor. $7.50 for the Brothers Johnson winners. Salso Orchestra, $5. Michael McDonald, $7.50. Stevie Wonder, $17.50. Solomon Burke, $15. The Mini Moods of Belafonte, $5. Bo Dean's is $10. Muddy Waters Rolling Stones is at $31. The Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops. Boomtown Rats, $10. Quicksilver is $10. Rye Cooter is $10. 82 German. Blackfoot was $10. Nils Lofgren Flip was $5. The Moody Blues Octave is $7.50. The Rolling Stones is $17.50. Hot Rocks. The Who Face Dances is $12.50. The Very Best of Poco is $5. Brewer and Shipley is $12.50. Todd Rundgren is $6.50. Utopia Live. Big Country is $12.50. The Crossing. Greg Allman Laid Back is VG plus 9. The Police in Yada Mandata is VG plus 9. The Police is VG plus 9. 10cc was EX9. The Pentangle was VG plus 1250. And then we had, whoops, I can't grab the Beatles. The Beatles is VG10. And Styx Equinox is EX9. No bid, no bid, no bid, and sold. So Element 80 is $20. The late 70s King Crimson reissue VG plus 35. Johnny Hammond is $20. And then over here, the Muddy Waters was sold for $31 to Sid Said. Thank you, Sid Said. That's sold to you. And then we sold the Greg Allman, and we sold the Police, okay? And the Police Zenyatta Mandata is sold for VG plus $9 to John Kaiser. And Melanie Jennings got the Greg Allman, sold to Melanie Jennings, VG plus 9. And Johnny Hammond is sold for $15 to Ray Red 73. All right, those are all done. That was easy. And then M. Pesh wants the Beatles 62 to 66. That's sold to M. Pesh. Now my crate's getting really full. And Douglas Phelan gets King Crimson for $25. Now my crate is beyond full. It's starting to overfill. So let me start a new sold crate right over here. And then let's put up another crate. Now, every once in a while, I'll offer the leftover half off stuff as a bundle. And I'll try. And if there's no takers, that's okay. I'll further discount them possibly in the morning video, which I'll definitely need records for. Or somebody can buy the bundle right now. But we always at least try. All right, now, here's how I do autographs that I don't necessarily have authentication with. So I don't typically like to sell records unless there's authentication, but I know these are good. So it's one of those things where I'll guarantee it. It's one of those things I'll guarantee it, and if they don't pass JSA Beckett or they don't pass JSA Beckett or PSA, I'll give your money, but I promise you they will. This is signed by Peter Criss and Paul Stanley. But I'll leave it up to that person to get the authentication. This is right now a pricey record regardless. I'm pretty sure it's the 2014. Yeah, well, I think they're all 2014s, right? Yeah. Yeah, some of these are pretty pricey right now the way they are, starting at $69. And it's signed by Peter Criss and Paul Stanley. So, two signatures, Peter Criss and Paul Stanley. It's Kiss Alive, the Millennium Concert. And that's going to go up for a $375 start in B. $375 start. We're going to put that right there in B. Signed by Peter Criss and Paul Stanley. Okay. Kiss Alive, the Millennium Concert. $375. Next over here is Douglas Phelan on Quicksilver. Let me find that. Quicksilver sold to Douglas Phelan for $10. And the Styx is Equinox with Lorelei. EX Edition, $9. Stoner bundle. You talking about on the no bids? Possibly. And then here's the bundle price for everything left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30. All right, so there's 30. 30 left in this crate. Bundle price on these 30 will be $140. Okay? Hold on one second. So first, Jay Nutri gets Styx for $9, and Red Cave Collections gets the Blackfoot. Okay, and sell him the Blackfoot Red Cave for $10. Now, that means there's 29 records. And let me type in this number again. So let's do these for $135. $135, 29 records. That's a bundle deal. If not, I'll just kind of maybe discount some of those further in the morning on the morning discount crate, okay? And then let's put some other auctions up around the Signed Kiss record. Let's do another Second Coming of Heavy. And then let's do the Shirley Horn and another Johnny Hammond. Okay, getting down just a handful left of auctions, and then I got to go get into the bonus stuff. Okay, so we have the Second Coming of Heavy, and this is chapter 8. This is chapter 8, number 007 of 100. This is near mint for a $30 start. And then Johnny Hammond Forever Taurus. Johnny Hammond is a 76 US, near mint $40. Jazz Funk Fusion, another Johnny Hammond. And then Shirley Horn, Loads of Love, and that's a 63 USOG mono, EX $45 start. Okay. All right, there's our 4 auctions. And don't forget, the Kiss Alive is $375. Next crate. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, Jet. 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 Oh. I can. All right, where is everybody watching from tonight while I go get another bottle of water? Where is everybody watching from tonight? I expect to see participation in the chat. Couple. Let's go down to Junior's farm where I wanna get home. Home life, high life, come on, let's go. Take me down to Junior's farm. Everybody tag along. Take me down to Junior's farm. Right. Jet. All right, we got another half off crate right here. Look at all these locations. Sparta, you're not too far, Doug. You're not too far. I've been to Sparta many times. In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. I haven't seen the sunshine. Look at all these locations. Houston, America, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Washington, Arkansas, the parking lot, my couch, Earth, California, Texas, painting in the downstairs bathroom. Wow, John Kaiser is painting in a bathroom. Didn't expect to see that in my head. Are you sitting on the toilet? Los Angeles, Massachusetts, Hockeytown, USA. Where's Hockeytown? Jersey Shore, Texas. Home, California, Arizona, Puerto Rico, Florida, Illinois, Texas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Indiana, North Carolina, Virginia, Florida, South Carolina, Bed, and St. Louis. All right, I'm mixing up my drink here. All right, so what we're going to do is clear off these and do no bid, no bid, no bid, no bid before we get started. I'm about to start putting up some dollar start and price reductions and Japanese that I never did get to. So I've got, this is Ride the Sun and Trox, which is the second coming of Heavy. That is $30. The Kiss autograph is $375. There's an offer for $250. I'll have to pass, but thank you. $375 on the signed Kiss. Johnny Hammond, Forever Taurus, was $40. And Shirley Horn, Loads of Love, Shirley Horn is $45. Okay? All right, and then I'll put up the other signed Kiss record, which is signed by Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer. And it's a Kiss bootleg. It's the Kiss Cruise number 6, the exclusive LP. Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer signed this one. And that's going to go up in slot A for a $95 start. Signed by Eric Singer and Tommy Thayer. $95 start on that. That should get a bid live and multiple bids. If not, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked. $95 start on that. And then over here is a 2022. This is a limited edition Whiskey Brown Rhino Rocktober exclusive. And this is the Stooges. This is the Stooges self-titled album. A $1 start for slot number B. A $1 start in slot number B on the Stooges. Slot number C is also going to be a $1 start. And this is a 2022 U.S. Deluxe Edition, Limited Edition, Hurricanes and Hand Grenades colored vinyl. Jason Isbell is a $1 start. That's in slot number C. Okay? And then D is going to get back to Yuri Gagarin. And we've had 4 of these tonight. This is the 4th different one. Yuri Gagarin, The Outskirts of Reality, sealed black vinyl. Sealed black vinyl, a $1 start. Space Rock, Psych Rock, a black vinyl edition of Yuri Gagarin, a $1 start. Okay? All right. And now I'm going to shake up my popsicle flavored liquid IV so I don't start cramping again. And here we go. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. I think the nighttime crowd is tuned in. They're like, Chad, we're ready to bid and buy, buddy. Bring it on. Neil Sedaka, The Hungry Years, $5. This should be a non-check condition crate up until a certain point. $5. These are no more, no less. What is the name of the Kiss LP? It is Kiss, the Kiss Cruise 6 exclusive LP. It's an unofficial. It's signed by Eric Singer and Tommy Thayer. Okay? It's at $105. This does not have JSA with it. JSA is not included. I just bought this. Instead of waiting another 6 months, I know they're good without a doubt. I've already had them checked too. But for some reason, if they won't pass these, let me know. We'll get something worked out. But they will pass any third party, guaranteed, okay? These are without a doubt authentic. If somebody's going to forge Kiss autographs, it's going to be Ace, Gene, mostly Ace and Gene. Paul's pretty tough to... Paul Stanley's a tough one to forge. He's got a tough autograph. Okay, but yeah, but anyways. Next, Kiss live sign 315. 375 plus 315 divided by 2. Hope I messed that up. 375 plus 315 divided by 2 should be 345. 345, Wade. Meeting in the middle. But it's totally up to you. Okay, what happened? I've only shown one record, right? And it's sold. It's sold to Doug Wants for $5. Sold to Doug Wants for $5, okay? I've gotten pretty good with autographs over the last 2 or 3 years, especially Kiss autographs. But I've had some stuff pretty dang good forgeries, okay? There's some pretty good forgeries out there. Be careful. I've got some here on hand. I've got a couple fake fully signed albums. I've got a fully forged poster that's fake, multiple fake Ace autographs. And some guys that's had them in their collection for years thinking they were real, and they weren't. So you got to be careful with Kiss stuff. They're one of the most collectible bands of all time. There's a lot of forgeries. David Soul, $5 on David Soul. This is his self-titled album. $5 on David Soul. The Dregs Unsung Heroes. The Dregs Unsung Heroes is $5. I think Paul Stanley's charging what? A couple hundred? Paul signs for $300. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was pricing it on. I thought Peter was more, though. I thought Peter was like 100 and something. So Paul's 300 and Peter's 85. So, but plus you got the actual value of the record. So, but hey, Wade knows what he's doing. Wade's Kiss Army. He knows what he's doing. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Pat Benatar is $7.50. Precious Time. Pat Benatar, the Dregs. Also, we have, wow, New Order or Joy Division. I always get them mixed up. This is $37.99, so $38. This is $19. Wow. This is New Order, yeah. New Order, $19 on New Order. I love their music, but I never can get their albums straight. $19 on New Order. Sold to Chris Messer. I'm assuming that was a claim. We have Rycooter Get Rhythm. Rycooter is $10. Rycooter is $10 on that one. And then over here, and we have Steely Dan. Katie lied. Steely Dan, $17.50. Steely Dan, $17.50. Why is this so heavy? Our Wi-Fi just dropped. That's not good. Uh-oh. Our Wi-Fi dropped. Our Wi-Fi just completely bonkered out. Let me know when you're on and watching and everything's good, okay? Sorry, yeah. We had a storm earlier and I think like the lights flickered here too. I don't know if y'all could see that. It's just a little bit of a buzz. I think we're live everywhere. We're live everywhere still, okay. No feeds. No feeds crashed, right? No new feeds started. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, when I started the show early, it's been so hard to get rolling tonight. It's like the first part of the show, there was so laggy and so many problems. Then we finally got rolling. And then this reset here, it just crashed again. So Okay, let's get back to where we were. Okay, now stuff's coming in. Facebook's coming in. There we go. Okay, there's new stuff from Facebook. So, yes, that's true. Steely Dan is sold to John Kaiser. Okay, that's sold to John Kaiser for $17.50. New Order went to Chris Messer. So Chris Messer got New Order. Chris Riddings was second. William Drugovich third. Brent Robley was fourth. John Kaiser got Steely Dan. We already took care of that. All right, I'm scrolling. I'm going to make sure nothing else happened. All right. All right, then let's go ahead and sell B, C, and D, okay? The Stooges is sold to Rick Dean, 9044. Rick Dean, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Sully got Jason Isbell for 26. And then Yuri Gagarin is sold to Church of Not Nothing for 30. All right, thank y'all on that. And then Chris Knapp, I know you asked earlier about a Stoner bundle. Give me a second before we run that, okay? All right, and then this one, I need a little bit higher starting bid. That's Rick Barend. Okay. Rick Barend is Rick Dean on YouTube. Thank you for letting me know that. We know Rick well. This is Thy Catafol Q. Thy Catafol Q, Zapor. Zapor is avant-garde black metal, limited to 150 on Galaxy Mud vinyl, near mint for $55. Slot A is the Kiss Cruise Volume 6. It is on red vinyl, and it is signed by Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer. Autographs are guaranteed. 116. Okay. Next is, I think there's 3 of these in the no bids. So we'll have, there's 2 of these different colors in the no bids. So we'll have some fun with this one. This is Electric Moon Stardust Rituals. And this is Space Rock Krautrock on orange vinyl. And this is a $1 start. Electric Moon Stardust Rituals, orange vinyl, a $1 start. That is now up for bid. And then over here, that's a $1 start. And on Electric Moon. And then this is Super Void and Red Desert. This is the second coming of Heavy, another volume, chapter 2. And this is a 2016 near mint, a $35 start on that. All right, back to the half off crate. Sorry, we had a connection drop there. Hopefully everybody's back on. And here we go. We have Jackson Browne, Lives in the Balance. Jackson Browne, $7.50. These are half off, no more, no less. John Prine, Common Sense, $22.50 on John Prine. John Prine does have the original inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl. We had some John Prine in this morning's discount crates. And then we got Chicago, and that is Chicago 567. Chicago is $10. $10 on Chicago. And Duke Ellington and his orchestra, The Works of Duke. Duke Ellington is $5, The Works of Duke. There Goes the Neighborhood, Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh is $10. There Goes the Neighborhood. And Lighthouse, One Fine Morning. They have some pretty cool music. Lighthouse, One Fine Morning, $7.50. All right, so quick update. The Kiss records at 121. Zapor was a $55 start, final chance. I started this at $1, Electric Moon. It's at 16. And the second coming of Heavy, I think, was a $35 start. Okay. Half off crate, no more, no less. A classic, Days of Future Past. $10 in shrink wrap with the original JCPenney price tag. We had another beautiful copy like that the other night. Knights in White, Satin. And Wade says, okay, I'll take the Kiss Live signed by Peter Criss and Paul Stanley for $345. All right, great price on that. Yeah, great price. Thank you. And this is sold to Wade Lucas for $345. Thank you, Wade. Sold for $345, signed by Peter Criss and Paul Stanley. $345 on that. And I'm going to lay that one over here on the table. We need to get that in a new sleeve. Maybe even put it in one of our top loaders if we have a spare one. Something to back that one up pretty good. I don't have a new sleeve for it. Thank you, Wade Lucas. All right, and then we got Moody Blues sold to John Kaiser. Diesel was second, and John Kaiser also got Joe Walsh. Are we done on this other Kiss record? 121. 121. All right. This is the Who's Next? $10. The Who's Next? $10 on the Who. Who Are You? Who? It's not on that album. That's got Bob O'Reilly and Won't Get Fooled Again. Nils Lofgren, Wonderland. Nils Lofgren is $5. You got to have the Who's Next album. That's a classic. We have Badfinger, Donkey, ASS, $12.50. And the Beach Boys, Endless Summer. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer. This does have the poster with it, but there is some writing on the cover. $12.50 on that one, okay? I'm going to close B through D. And so Zapor was a no bid, $55. Electric Moon, great price on that at $16. So the lowest this has ever sold for is $14, and that was supposed to be a $30 start. So great price on that. Church of Not Nothing got it for $16. And then this is a $35 buy it now. So the no bids are loaded up. We'll go through the whole no bid thing here in just a second. We'll give everybody a chance to buy them individually, and I think some people are interested in some bundle deals on those, okay? All right, now all the tagged auctions for tonight have been put up. But wait, there's more. I've got more dollar start stuff and bonus crate stuff that I'm about to go get right now. First, let me move these empty crates, the 4 crates that were full of auctions when the show started. Let me put those right over here. All right, that's done. Thank y'all. And then let's see what else we can run. Probably going to do some of this other Japanese stuff. But first, Mike Pierce on The Who. Out here in the fields, I fight for my meals. Tim Knapp's probably like, please sell this Kiss record. Let's also lay this one over here on the table. Thank you, Tim Knapp. That's sold to you for $121. All right? All right, those are gone. So got those 2 sold. Appreciate y'all both on that. Those are sold, and those are sold. All right. All right, those are sold. Those are sold. Got those done. Okay, then I think I got, let me see what else I bought. I've got other Kiss records, I think. But I think the rest of them I don't really have. I know I don't have them unboxed. But before I do that, okay, here we go. The Who was $10. The Who was $10. So this crate here, I probably can do some $15 start Japanese. Yeah, we can do some $15 start Japanese here. Let's go ahead and do these. These are all going to go up for a $15 start across the board here. This is the Stayin' Alive album. Japanese pressing with Obi. $15 start on Stayin' Alive. Strawberry Switchblade, the 12-inch album. Strawberry Switchblade is a $15 start. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, a $15 start. And then Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Those are all $15 start Japanese auctions. Beautiful near mint copies with Obies, okay? There's those right there. Very nice. I need some sleeves. And I think it's time for me to go get the cassettes that I've had over here forever. And I'm going to start trying to clear off this shelf because Tony Tough Knuckle started a project for me, getting this shelf cleaned off. And I've just got so much miscellaneous over here. We just need to sell some of this stuff off. Guitar picks, Beatles photos. Like, you know, I've got like random baskets with stuff like this. Literally random baskets of just random stuff. So we'll figure out what that random basket stuff is, and hopefully y'all will bid on it so I can have more space over here to work with. I have Bill Nelson's Vistamatic. Bill Nelson is $10. Beet Farmers, The Pursuit of Happiness. Beet Farmers is $12.50. There's the classic Blackfoot album, Strikes. Blackfoot, that has Train on it for $10. Black Oak, Arkansas, Ain't Life Grand. That is $10. And Ian Hunter, All-American Alien Boy, $7.50. And we have Zappa, Zapped. And Zapped is $20. That's on the Bazaar label. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Any Acceptor Saxon? I didn't see any Acceptor Saxon in the hot picture tonight, Kevin. I know you asked a long time ago, but there was nothing tagged for auction tonight by Acceptor Saxon. You might have seen an old post or maybe seen something you thought was the advertisements. But on Thursday nights, we have a lot of metal. We did mix in a couple Judas Priest tonight. But yeah, there was to my knowledge, no Saxon supposed to be sold tonight. Not to my knowledge, okay? Over here, that's all of the Japanese pressings, $15 starts. Andres Voldenwater, White Winds, $5 on Andres Voldenwater. A Man Must Carry On, Jerry Jeff, $15 on Jerry Jeff. Janis Joplin at Woodstock. This is a double LP. This is her full set. $20 on Janis Joplin at Woodstock. And then we had Aerosmith, Done with Mirrors. Aerosmith is $15. Done with Mirrors. Speaking of Metal Night, we're working on trying to get a collection before tomorrow so they can work on it on Thursday, literally a last-minute metal collection. But we have quite the metal poster collection. And it's some stuff we've been stockpiling. They've already started photographing them. So you can expect some really cool metal posters on Thursday. I mean, these are killer. It came from the same guy that had all the Vertigo stuff, I think. And it's like a stack of new old stock. It is incredible, okay? Stephen Parton on Janis Joplin. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $20. Matt Bushey is second. Chris Reddings is third. Culture Club's in D. Strawberry Switchblade is B. Culture Club is in D. And then we have Jay Giles, The Morning After, $12.50. So TBI Music Room got Staying Alive for $15. That's sold to TBI Music Room. Final call on the Night Ranger for $19 with John Kaiser. And let's go ahead and put away Staying Alive. And by the way, whoever's tagging, let's make sure this goes in a brand new sleeve, please, okay? Let's make sure that goes in a brand new sleeve. And then Night Ranger is a final call. Over here, A slot is now opened up. Let's see what the first thing that came out of this crate. This looks like Ozzy Osbourne, 2007 basis, Blasco. Okay, these are guitar picks. And then what was this? That's nothing. That's a Black Sabbath car. These are Beatles picks. What's going on here? All right, so we got a Sabotage car. We got 2 Tony Iommi trading cards. We got 4 Black Sabbath guitar picks and a Queensryche guitar pick. Okay. All right. You lay all that right there. And I think the way they had this, they had these guitar picks down in this thing. Like that. And this random Queensryche. Yeah, that kind of keeps them in there, sort of. All right, and I think this is supposed to go on this. And then this is supposed to go back here, like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so let me get I need a piece of cardboard, actually. Right here. Otherwise, we're going to have a spill. All right, so let me put that right back there. So you got this car. These Ozzy Osbourne, bassist Blasco picks. And it's Rob, this one says Rob Zombie Live, Piggy D. So a few guitar picks there. There's 2 Tony Iommi Guitar Hero Topps cards. A vintage shot and a more modern shot. And then all these guitar picks here, which is Black Sabbath, August 16th, 2013. And then a Queensryche guitar pick. So that's, we'll call that Black Sabbath Ozzy lot. And all that for a $15 start, okay? $15 start for everything there. That's the car, the picks, everything, okay? Now, we can go ahead and sell Masa Sirius, the Strawberry Switchblade. That sold for $22 to Masa Sirius. $22. Tim Knapp has Night Ranger for $20. That's a final call, and they're still bidding on Culture Club. All right, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Fleetwood Mac Future Games. Fleetwood Mac is $12.50. Half-off crate, no more, no less. Let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. I already pulled Janis Joplin, so I haven't. We got James Taylor in the pocket. James Taylor is $6.50. And then Double Fantasy in shrink with the Grammy Award Album of the Year sticker. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $10. And we have I Can Tina Turner, Upu Padu, $7.50. All right, so the lot over here of miscellaneous is at $25. There's a new bid on Night Ranger and final call on Culture Club for $38. Here is an Obolus Journey Captured. An Obolus Journey Captured, which is still a pretty dang good record. A Japanese double LP, Live Journey, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It's got the insert, the other Japanese insert. It has the captured poster, right? Yeah. This has the poster with it and both inner sleeves. So it's complete except for the Obi. And let me make sure it's not like the other day, tucked down inside of the sleeve like Iron Maiden was. Okay. Journey is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. John Lennon is sold to Stephen Parton. Sold to Stephen Parton for $10. Culture Club is still getting bids. So very nice Journey. Has everything and minty except for the fact it's missing the Obi. Peace and Understanding is hard to find. Junior Walker and the All-Stars. Junior Walker is $7.50. Steve Kuhn and Ecstasy Motility. That is $10. Sully on James Taylor. That is sold to Sully for $6.50. The original soundtrack to Golden Earrings. No? Yeah. Golden Earrings soundtrack. $10 on that one. Matt Bushy getting the Junior Walker. Oh, yeah. Matt Bushy getting the Junior Walker for half off. Quick update. The miscellaneous lot is at $35 with Brent Robley. Journey does have a bid. Once again, final call on Night Ranger and Culture Club. 22 and 40 on those. 22 and 40 on those. Nice. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, Volumes 1 and 2, $32.50. So this was marked $64.99. That's always a desirable one. And then Friendly Persuasion. That's another soundtrack. Music by Dmitry Timokin. That one was $10. New bid on B. New bid on C. Culture Club is still at $40 with Tim Knapp. And Brent still has the miscellaneous lot at $35. Iron City House Rockers, Love So Tough. Iron City House Rockers is sealed, $7.50. And then James Taylor, that's his debut album on the Apple label, $12.50. His first release on Apple, $12.50 on that one. Elf J on Steve Kuhn. And that's right here, sold to Elf J for $10. This is a no more, no less crate. Al Green Is Love. Al Green is $12.50, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears More Than Ever. And this is actually, the cover looks like a label, but the label doesn't look like the cover because it's a white label. A white label promo on Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $10 on that one. All right, we can go ahead and close A and D then. So Brent gets the 2 Tony Iommi cards, the 2 things of Peaks, and the Black Sabbath Sabotage car. That's sold to Brent Robley for $35. Let me go put that over here on the table. Let me go put that over here on the table. So all that right there. Let's be careful with that. Thank you. Hole in the Sky. All right. And then Chris Messer on James. James Taylor sold to Chris Messer. All right. And then Culture Club. Let's make sure, please, Culture Club gets in a new sleeve. And that is sold to Tim Knapp for $40. And then John Kaiser has Night Ranger for $23. They're still bidding on Journey. Let's open up A and B. And I'm just going to make these a buy it now for $10. These are probably from Dale. I don't know. They might not be. But he had all kinds of stuff like these are just 2 framed Beatles pictures. $10. That's from the Life magazine shoot, 1964. And that's when they first visited DC, 1964. They went there soon after Ed Sullivan. 2 framed Beatles pictures, $10. $10 on the Beatles. All right, over here, I'm going to figure out who signed this Albert King album. I've got a couple crates of JSA autographed albums that I've never put up. So let's see who signed this. Let's go Google, and let's go JSA Spence LOA, and let's go over here to this and verify authenticity. And this is CH19950. CH19950. Wow. It's signed by Billy Gibbons. I thought it was going to be Albert. I knew it wasn't Albert King, but also I was like, who else could have signed this that's significant enough for us to have that authenticated? So it's signed by Billy Gibbons, trying to make it out, to Tony, and then I don't know what's underneath this. Happy birthday from Billy Gibbons. ZZ Top, and it's an Albert King live album. JS8, of course. And I think that says to Tony. And I'm not for sure what it says underneath that. Maybe his last name, Tony Dukes. Tony Duke. But I hope everybody's paying close attention, because this signed Albert King album, signed by Billy Gibbons, which I'm trying to figure out why he signed it. I don't think he plays on it or anything. Liner notes, Robert Palmer, Roy Gallagher. Here we go. Horns, guitar, Roy Gallagher. I don't see Billy Gibbons anywhere on this. Maybe he literally gifted it to somebody. Maybe it was somebody's birthday gift he gave them. Signed Billy Gibbons, Albert King album, $1 starting bid for A. $1 starting bid. That's it. Signed by a ZZ Top member, signed by a rock legend. Billy Gibbons, $1 start. Journey Captured is sold to Stephen Parton for $32. Let's make sure this goes in a new sleeve, please. Billy Gibbons might end up selling for $150. Who knows? We're about to find out. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a sleeve myself, because all those inserts could fall out. In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you just see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Isn't like a friend of mine. Leave me from behind. Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. And then Night Ranger was sold to John Kaiser for $23. In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you just feel the moonshine? Can't you just see the moon? Blazing like a friend of mine. To leave me from behind. Yes, I'm gone to Carolina. My mind. In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. Doo-doo. Can't you just see the moonshine? This is signed by Joel Shears, as in Jules and the Polar Bears. Signed by Joel Shears, as in Jules and the Polar Bears. Got no breeding. JSA authenticated. A $15 start. $15 start on Jules and the Polar Bears. And then our next two, we got a Japanese Honey Drippers, Near McManus and Pristine, with Obi, the Honey Drippers, a $15 start. $15 start, the Honey Drippers. That's up for bid. 1-5, 15. And then over here, I got a sealed record. Melanie Gardot, Sunset in the Blue. Melanie Gardot, Sunset in the Blue, a sealed 2LP, a $1 start on Melanie Gardot. Now we can finally get back to the half-off crate. Maybe we can finish it this time. So this is, right now in front of us, a half-off crate, no more, no less. Merle Haggard, his best. Merle Haggard is $7.50. Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel. Emmylou Harris is $7.50. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, $10 on that one. Stephen Douglas on Merle Haggard. Quick update on the auctions. The signed Billy Gibbons record. This is Albert King live, signed by Billy Gibbons, $55. Jules is at $15. Honey Drippers is at $15. And Presage Rose has Melly Mardot for $5. Cha 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 to America's Favorite Melodies, Irving Fields, $5 on that. Also, It's a Wonderful World, the Pair Extraordinaire. The Pair Extraordinaire is $10. Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon. Dennis DeYoung is $7.50. The Celtics Pride. The Celtics Pride is $12.50. We love some Boston Celtics. Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis is $10. Follow You, Follow Me. Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic. First OG label, $22.50. Ricky, don't lose that number. You've got to. Awesome. Brent Robley gets the sign. Albert King, signed by Billy Gibbons for $55. Thank you on that, Brent. Stephen Parton got Steely Dan. Ricky, don't lose that number. $22.50. Brent, you've been outbid on Jules. Jim is the only bidder on Honey Dripper Steel. And now Melanie Gardot's at $15. Frank Sinatra, Cycles. Frank Sinatra's $15. That's on Reprise, two-tone label. $15 on Sinatra. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And Jim B is starting to get nervous. Jim B is starting to get nervous. He's starting to get real nervous. This is Feels Like Making Live. Boy, I almost did the Bad Company there. Feels like making, da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Feel like making live. Bob James Trio. This is a double LP. Bob James is unopened. It comes sealed in a resealable baggie. Bob James, you ready? I hadn't looked this up. I hadn't scanned it. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even looked at it. I'm blindfolded right now. These aren't my hands. This is somebody else's. $1 start on Bob James. $1. That's US. $1. $1. $1. $1. $1. $1. $1. $1. 1.00. $1. 1. Looking for a $1 bid on slot A. Okay, we got two. Now I can shut up. Brent Robley on Sinatra. That's sold to Brent Robley. Sinatra is sold to Brent Robley for $15. Next is Shirley Scott something. Shirley Scott is $10. Also, Chic, Risque. Chic is $7.50. Ray Charles, Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music, Volume 2, $10. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $10. Another white label promo. And Emmylou Harris Evangeline, $7.50. Over here, we got Jim Kleinback on Honey Dripper, sold for $15. Linda, Hayden, whoever's tagging, please make sure this goes in a brand spanking new sleeve. All right, let's find another. Another autograph in here. Man, look at all these. Maybe some blue CDs. More, looks like we got a few people interested in the old blues over here. Brent Robley just commented. He said, Chad, I'm here to buy almost every autograph you put up tonight. Wow, okay. Thank you for that note, Brent. Hold on, let me read that again. Brent said, Chad, I'm here to purchase literally any autograph that you put up for auction. Dang. All righty, folks. That means this place is about to get lit, as the kids say. And if you can look that up, you'll find out what lit means. Lit means, well, it means things get exciting. Lots of excitement happens. Lit, L-I-T. It's like, man, things are lit in here tonight, buddy. Lit. That's a new thing they're doing. It's kind of like those TikToks and all that stuff. All those TikToks. I wish I knew where is this stickered or not? Dang it, I don't know where the JSA card is. All right, so first thing I have over here in C, let me go see if I can nail down the JSA card right quick. I don't think it's in here. This is signed by legendary bluesman Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is called Taj. That's the name of the CD, name of the album. It's signed by Taj Mahal, and that's going to go up in C for a $25 start. Let me go see if I can find the JSA card, or maybe a stack it could be in. AX73602. AX73602. It is authenticated. I just don't have the card on hand. Jules and the Polar Bears is sold to Brent Robley for $29. Thank you. That's sold to Brent Robley for $29. Bob James at $24. Melody Gardot is with Elf J at $23. That, my friends, is a final call. That, my friends, is a final call. There's Taj Mahal. There's that. And the helmet you're wearing makes me claustrophobic. Okay, I'll change. Who do you want me to be? I'll let you pick, Pam. Do you want me to be Kramer, George, Yoda, James Bond, the Grinch, the Old Man, Ace Frehley, or Otis? Pam, I'll let you pick. Kramer, George Costanza, Yoda, 007, Grinch, Old Man, Ace Frehley, or Otis. And then Taj Mahal's a $25 start. AX7. I doubt I can find that card, but we keep a track of any of the ones we can't find, and then we ship them later, okay? Alley Garden, Swarm, Benjamin, Henry Fonda, Alice Cooper. Boy, yeah, I got some good autographs in here. I just don't know where they're at. Lonnie Mack. Yeah, there's some pretty sweet stuff. I wish I had all this stuff out and had it ready. AX7. Yeah, there's no telling. Let me grab this stack right here. It could be mixed in here. I thought I had some more blues artist or signed CDs. Maybe it's this one right here. Yeah, this one's like a double deal thing here. Let's see if we can get this sold. She wants James Bond. Okay. You got it. She says, James Bond, please. You got it. Welcome back. A73602. A73. These are all A74s. I don't see it in there. Okay. Melody Gardot sold for 23 to Elf J. Bob James is at 28 with Stephen Parton. That's a final call. All right, and what I'm going to do, was there a question on a record in here? Is Chic a white label condition? Chic Risque was $7.50. This is not a promo label. No. Do you still have guitar picks available? Yes. I do. I do. Are you talking about the 6-packs or whatever? And then Bob James, vinyl call to Stephen Parton for 28. Taj Mahal is a buy it now for 25. Okay? $25 buy it now on Taj Mahal signed CD. This one here is double. I think this is signed like 2 or 3 times. And it's a double Alligator Records anniversary deal. Lonnie Brooks, Coco Taylor, and there was one more signature on this one. Okay, so this is AX 73422. Lonnie Brooks and Coco Taylor. Lonnie Brooks and Coco Taylor. And then the other one I think is signed. They signed it again on the inside here. Yeah. So I had to pay for, maybe there's one other additional signer too. See, I had to pay for 2 JSA cards for that, but we'll keep it together because it belongs together. That's a 35 track Alligator Records blues comp with several signatures on it. Also going up in slot B for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Stephen Parton gets a, whoops, almost forgot about that one. That sold to Stephen Parton for 28. Was Bob black or orange? It was, well, the hop sticker doesn't say. And there's a barcode over a barcode. So I feel like you just got that for a great price. I'm sure you did. Okay, this is what happens when I'm running $1 start stuff on sealed. This was actually a return. Of course, I understand this record new is like $49.99. It's Black Sabbath, the Humanizer. But it has a pressing bump on it. Disc 1, track 1. It's, when I looked at it, I was like, I highly doubt this causes any problems. But obviously, a customer orders a new record from us. They want it to look perfect. But let me tell you all something common. Okay, right here. See that? It looks like it wouldn't play, would it, right? Well, I had Patrick test play it. Defect causes a couple of light ticks. And then the rest of the record is brand new. So that's what we call an impurity, where something gets pressed into the vinyl. And you can't even really feel it. I mean, sort of. But it usually plays right through. So this is a nearly perfectly fine Black Sabbath, the Humanizer. A $15 start, okay? Like I said, that's expanded. That's the album that Ronnie James Dio came back for in the early 90s. $15 start on that, okay? $15 start on that. And I was really hoping somebody buy Taj Mahal. No autographs left behind tonight, but evidently Taj Mahal's going to be. And what else did I have over here in the Japanese? I got Wings, Venus and Mars is all right tonight. Paul McCartney and Wings. And this is a Japanese pressing. As you'd expect, really clean and really nice. It has the original inner sleeve. Has the Japanese insert. It has the Venus and Mars are all right tonight. The planet strip. It has a poster. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. What song is the defect in? Patrick test played it, and he says that track causes a couple light ticks. And then other than that, everything's okay. And that was on track 1, song 1. So that is Computer God. Computer God. Chris Messer has the blue CD. Have I read through this a second time? I don't think I did I? This was a half-off crate, no more, no less. I'm just going to read the titles. If anybody else wants any information, let me know. This was a half-off crate we've already went through once. That is Chic, Emmylou Harris, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Ray Charles, Shirley Scott, Genesis, Boston Celtics, Dynasty Young, The Pair Extraordinaire, Irving Fields, Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell, Emmylou Harris, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Al Green, Iron City House Rockers, Friendly Persuasion, Billy Joel, Golden Earrings, Ike and Tina Turner, Fleetwood Mac, Jay Giles, Aerosmith, Jerry Jeff, Andres Voldwater, Zapped, Ian Hunter, Black Oak, Arkansas, Blackfoot, Beat Farmers, Bill Nelson, Beach Boys, Badfinger, Nils Lofgren, Lighthouse, Duke Ellington, Chicago, John Prine, Jackson Brown, Ry Cooder, Pat Benatar, The Dregs, and David Soul. And those were all half off. We're about to read through all of tonight's no bids and try to take offers on those for the final time. I forgot about that. We're about to read through tonight's final call on no bids. Black Sabbath at 15. And Paul McCartney's at 25. John Prine was $22.50. $22.50. Who is it personalized to? It is personalized to Chris. To you. Lonnie Brooks personalized this to you. How could you not bid on this? To Chris, Lonnie Brooks. I'm not for sure who this is. It may say, I didn't look up this JSA card. And then there's something there. And then Coco Taylor. So I know for sure those two. I'm sure it says on the JSA site. I think that's something Lonnie Brooks wrote there. That's something he wrote. Something 94, something Lonnie Brooks. That's all his. You can tell that's his handwriting with the swirl and the pressure. And then Coco Taylor. Yeah, 2 Chris's are bidding. Chris Riddings has it too. $27. Okay. John Prine was $22.50. It was nice too. We had a John Prine in the discount crate this morning because no one bought those in the half-off crate. I got to tell John, when we see stuff consistently not selling, we go ahead and drop the original sticker price. I mean, I guess John Prine records, the demand has really fell off. I know back in 2020 when he passed away, there was a rush on him, man. That debut album, I remember us having some of those and some of the auction prices. And I remember telling John, I guess that's now 5 and 6 years ago, John Prine stuff is skyrocketing. But it seems like I have them in the half-off crates now, and they get left behind. So everybody's missing out on the old John Prine, man. That's good stuff. Holy cow. Can't believe it. Another thing, they all went in print, too. As soon as he died, they started pressing his albums again, at least most of the classic ones. So they had all been out of print. And you see that of a lot of artists. Stuff eventually just goes, it's just not in print, and somebody dies, and there's this huge demand. Vinyl was already going through a crazy rush then. Stuff like that happens. All right, I'm going to bring over this no bid. Chris Riddings has already made a couple offers on stuff. And we need another auction in D, it looks like, because it looks like some of these are still getting bids. So let me grab something over here for D. And the D auction is going to be this sealed 2015. This is sealed 2015 London Calling. And that's going to go up for a $20 start. That's a 2 LP sealed Clash London Calling, a $20 start. Everything in this crate is auctions for tonight. Everything in this crate is auctions for tonight. It is all buy it now or best offer. Black Sabbath has a pressing defect. So I didn't get to send that back for a refund. So that means that I probably paid like $30-something for that record, and it was defective. And B is a CD signed by, it's signed twice with two different JSA stickers. It's signed by Lonnie Brooks, Coco Taylor, and then signed again on another book inside to Chris, Lonnie Brooks, Coco Taylor, and a couple others. So it's a total of 4 blues autographs there and 2 blues autographs there, and it's a 35-track, 2-disc Alligator Records compilation, 20th anniversary collection. So multiple signatures on that. It actually needs to be like that. So pretty cool. And then this is a Japanese Paul McCartney, and this is a Clash. Brent, did you miss Taj Mahal earlier? I had Taj Mahal up for $25, and it did not get a bid. I still don't know where the card is, but I will ship it later, as I always do. But 25 on Taj Mahal. I can't believe that didn't get a bid. But anyways, all right, here's tonight's no bids or best offer. We'll probably go through some more crates too, or we'll start getting into the media collection, whatever we need to. Let me skip that one for right now. What did he make an offer on? He made an offer on Haze Maze and Humulus, okay? This is Zapor, Thy Catafalque, Thy Catafalque, Zapor. And that's a 2021 Avant-Garde Black Metal, near mint for $55. Shirley Horn, Loads of Love. Shirley Horn, Loads of Love. A 63 US OG Mono, EX condition, $45. Johnny Hammond, Forever Taurus. A 76 US OG Santa Maria, near mint, $40. Okay, I'm going to jump up to the old ones first. I forgot these are the oldest ones here. Let me pull all of this stuff out right here. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is a 1982 US, $85. $85. Hey Arnold, the Music, Volume 1. A 2024 special edition Arnold's Room tricolored vinyl, near mint, $125. Before I go any further, I need to sell A to Edwin Riviera for $18. This is sold to Edwin Riviera for $18. Brent has the blue CD at $35. I'm assuming the Chris's are done. And then Lou's gets the Paul McCartney and Wings for $31. And then the Clash has a recent bid at $26. And I still need to show those guitar picks. The person who's bidding on D also asked to see the picks. And can we see the Ace Frehley light? Are you talking about the pre-order? I don't actually have one on hand. Are you talking about the one that was posted for pre-order yesterday? The light boxes, is that what you're referring to? I can show you the images on Facebook, sure, if that's what you're asking to see. All right, let's put that away. Make sure that gets in a new sleeve. All right, we had the Sword and the Sorcerer, an 82 US, $25 on that. The Prince of Darkness, John Carpenter, 87 US, $100 on Prince of Darkness. Alms, ALMS, Act 1, 2018 US, near mint, $55. Mega Kamer, Mind Tripper, near mint, $120. Electric Moon, Stardust Rituals, Black Marble, $35. Electric Moon, Stardust Rituals, Blue Marble, $50. The Manhunter soundtrack, $50. A lot of crazy soundtracks still left in here. I was kind of shocked to see left behind. First is the Sword. Hold on, what happened to that one? Sword and Sorcerer. That sold to Jason Fornerat for $25. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. Okay. All right, let me mark my spot here. All right, there's Manhunter. Brent Robley gets this signed CD for $35, and Faith Coon Simmons gets the Clash for $26. Okay, thank you on that. Let me put this signed CD over here. That's done. One sweet dream came true. All right, and this is sold to Faith Coon Simmons. $26. I'll show, don't go anywhere before I show those guitar picks. Dracula, this is the 1992 South Korea. Dracula is 100. 1992 South Korea. Mountain Witch. Mountain Witch is a 2010 German white vinyl near mint, $85. Cassiopeia, Down with the Gypsies, near mint, $35. Half gram of Soma, purple vinyl, $40. Vocanus, The Sunken Djinn, $35. Ashbury, Endless Skies, $150. Tuber, Out of the Blue, $30. Wasted Theory, The Fenders of the Riff, $10. Let me pause there and see what else I had over here. I don't know what's going on. Cut from Pearl Jam vinyl. This is some kind of artwork or something. I'm not for sure. So this is Pearl Jam. That album 10 Redo. And somebody laser cut the vinyl. It says cut from Pearl Jam vinyl. And then there's 4 Pearl Jam guitar picks. So I don't know if this is any interest, but it's kind of like some Pearl Jam vinyl art with guitar picks. $20 start on Pearl Jam. That's in slot number A. $20 start on that. And then we had Ozzy, which is the Patient number 9. Crystal Violet. Crystal Violet. Crystal Violet, which is clear purple. And this is the one that comes sealed with the perforation. So that includes the comic book. Ozzy is a $20 start. Double LP with the comic book. Evil Dead 2 is $50. Evil Dead 2, $50. Magma for $100. Have I shown a Magma? This one right here. This is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $100. Thank you, Ryan Mustaine. Rocky Horror Picture Show is on red vinyl, and that's $30. I got a message from Jake. I need to reply to him. Back to the Future is on orange vinyl. $25. Back to the Future. This is on Walmart exclusive orange vinyl, $25. Oh, I know what else I had too. I've got so I didn't finish my story on Black Sabbath. So we ordered the customer another one that had the defect. And the same thing, it had one of those pressing impurities on track 4. And listen to this one. Defect is a small raised spot. I couldn't hear any audible issues. So once again, I don't know if I actually I didn't want to really, when a customer asks for a refund, you give them a refund if they're not happy with something. But I was going to tell them that if you put this on your turntable, I promise it won't cause any problems, and I need to let him know that. And let me show y'all once again what I'm talking about. So this one is a beautiful copy. I can't even find the mark, honestly. Yeah, I don't even see it on here. Track 4. It's another one of those little spots, but it never really hurts anything. So that one has been test played with no problems. EX or better, another Black Sabbath dehumanizer, $20 start on that one. $20 start on that one. Evil Dead was a 2024 US. This is remastered on black and blue Vortex vinyl, near mint for $50. Jesus and Mary Chain, Psycho Candy. Never want to argue with a cut. That's why I don't argue with y'all. Y'all tell me something and I say, you say jump and I'll say how high. We got Jesus and Mary Chain. Psycho Candy is a 2021 limited edition clear of red and black swirl. That was $60. Sola Basha, The Night. Green vinyl for $50. Memphis Slim, Mother Earth. Memphis Slim is a 1969 US EX Plus, $20. And this is called 12, or excuse me, I'm 12, but when I've been 12 for a long time. White vinyl, $20. Jesus and Mary Chain on the colored vinyl is sold to Jason Fornerat for $50. Thank you on that. Evil Dead, give me 35 and it's yours. Okay, and then I need to go ahead and close some more of these auctions. So Pearl Jam is sold to Stephen Parton for $20. I'm going to put that down in the crate. They're still bidding on Ozzy. It's at 25, and then Black Sabbath at 20. Stephen Parton gets Evil Dead for 35. Thank you on that. What was next? This is next. This is AFI, The Missing Man. AFI is a 2018 OG EP, near mint for $20. White Dog is a 2020 UK. It includes a signed photo, near mint for $60. Give me one second. I'm going to put all those together. Pain of Salvation, In Passing, The Light of Day. A 2017 prog metal, 2 LP, near mint $30. This is a test pressing of Haze Maze, Hymns of the Damned. Stoner Rock, $50, test pressing. Hank Williams III, Straight to Hell. Red and Black Splatter, sealed, $40 on that. And then Element 80, a 2023 OG near mint, $20. Now, Haze Maze, let me figure out which one Chris Riddings made an offer for earlier. Chris Riddings made an offer for Haze Maze for 50 or 35. This is marked 50. Chris, I'll do that for $45. $45 on that one. And I think Cumulus is already sold. And then I've already read those off. That was Zapor, Shirley Scott, and Johnny Hammond. I read those off earlier. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and sell these. So Ozzy is sold to Diesel for $25. And Black Sabbath Dehumanizer also sold to Diesel for $20. And I've got one more of those Ozzies if anybody wants it. Same exact thing. This one's black vinyl. I stand corrected. There's another Ozzy. I'll do this one for $25 as well. Black vinyl, Patient number 9. One sweet dream. Pick up the bags. Get in the limousine. Soon we'll be away from here. Step on the back with the tear away. I do have the Slayer Hell Awaits box, yes. I do. getting late. All right, this is a 1976 promo. Beth is the A side on this one. There's currently none for sale on Discogs. It does have some gassing on the vinyl because of that EX. And then Detroit Rock City is EX or better. And that's a promo copy. And this one, the promo with Beth as the A side, currently none listed for sale. Patrick had tagged that for a $30 start. $30 start. The first thing we have is the Slayer Hell Awaits box, which is going to be sold to Blackie L. I got to do that right now. Midnight mic change. Let me do that first, actually. Let me change up my mic. Boomba 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 ba da 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 da. Da da. Da 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 da. Da da. It's getting late. Dum 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 dum. No, 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 no. Watch out. Da da da. Da dee dee. Halloween 3, $75. Jim Kleinback says he'll take the other Aussie. This is sold to Jim Kleinback for $25. Sold to Jim Kleinback for $25. Edwin Riviera offered $15 for Element 80. This is sold to Edwin Riviera for $15. All right. Now, I skipped over these two, which is the Second Coming, Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, because I didn't know how many we had left. These are Stoner Hard Rock Doom Metals, $30 a piece. And then, I don't know if Chris Knapp is still watching, but he had requested all the Stoner stuff maybe together. Now, is that including Doom Metal? Because if it is, but I'm going to just do stuff that I think is pretty much just the Stoner kind of genre. And then I'm going to add this up. See, there's like prog and psych too. So do you want the Doom Metal and prog and psych? And we're going to put a big stack here. I'm kind of just looking for stuff that's like definitely Stoner, more sludgy. Okay. Well, Alms here. That's Space and Psych. Problem is, I'm just going by their notes from Discogs. I don't know any of this music. That's prog metal. Cursed Tongue was Stoner rock. Sell Edwin Riviera. Also sell Edwin Riviera Wasted Theory for $7. I sold Edwin Riviera for $7. And then what was these last two? This was Avant-Garde Black Metal. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is it's all new to me too. So I didn't pull Alms, which is Doom Metal. There's two of those. I pulled the better version. Cassiopeia was prog psych. I left that. Ashbury was like hard rock psych, I think. Tuber was Stoner. Let me pull that one. That's soundtrack. This was under Space Rock, Psych Rock. I'm leaving that one. And right. So it's Tuber Out of the Blue, which is Stoner Post, Stoner Sock 30, Haze Maze Stoner 50, Volcanus Doom Sludge Stoner 35, Hellgram of Soma, that one was Stoner 40 Purple, Mountain Witch Near Mint 85, Electric Moon Stardust, Space Sock Krautrock 50, and then these 2 Second Comings. All right, so let's see, 30, 80, 115, 155, 160, 240, 290, 320, 350. 350. There are 8 records there, I think. $285. $285. By the way, Jim Kleinback, boy, that turned a dark red, didn't it? That sold a Jim Kleinback for $30. Thank you. That sold a Jim Kleinback for $30. None for sale currently on Discogs. That's sold for $30. And then the Cassiopeia, I think that might be in his bundle. Let me see if it's still in here. We have Down with the Gypsies, Cassiopeia. It is a 2018 Austria OG limited edition, out of print. They did $350. This is near mint for $35. That's a pricey meatball. Is this another heavy? This is another heavy, isn't it? This one was $35, $285. That's actually now $300. Now it's 9 for $300. But look what you're getting, man. Nobody said Stoner Rock was cheap. I'll listen to offers, though, since you're taking so much of it. I don't like having many no bids. But at the same time, the morning videos, a lot of the stuff has been getting grabbed up. Just saying. There was only one record left. There was only one record left from Thursday Night Metal Night. All right. Ron Mustaine says he'll take Down with the Gypsies. Come down with the Gypsies. Run down with the Gypsies. Is that like Down with the Sickness? Run down with the Gypsies. That's on to Ron Mustaine for $35. How much was Mountain Witch? Mountain Witch in the bundle by itself, it's in the bundle with his that he's thinking about right now. That is $85. A 2010 German OG limited edition white vinyl. Near mint, $85 just on that one. Chris, that's a big chunk of the bundle. Do you want me to take out Mountain Witch? I mean, if I take out Mountain Witch, and Chris Messer may want to buy it. Let me reevaluate where that puts us. I think that's taking out $350. That'd be, but I put 35 back in there, right? Yeah, and then minus 85, so that would be 300. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now there's 8. And I'll do those for $225. That's the one that caught my eye. Okay, well, never mind on that one. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. That one don't have a genre, though. I'm just assuming that's... I'm assuming that's stoner. It looks like it is. Okay. Chris Redding's always taking his dog out at the worst time. You need to put down some puppy pads and tell that dog, pee right here on the floor. I'll clean it up later. He asked me to pick out all the stoner rock for a potential bundle. And that was Mountain Witch Tuber, Haze Maze, Volcanus, Hellgram of Soma, Electric Blue, the Electric Moon, the blue vinyl, and then the 3 Second Comings. And I think all that together was $300. I think, yeah. $300. Because I added another one in there. Chris, let me see what he does on the bundle. He actually hadn't said sold or passed yet. Okay. All right. We got more records to sell. We got a lot more records to sell. These chocolate-covered raisins are delicious. You mix some of these suckers in with some pistachios. All right, so it's early, relatively early, midnight. I'm snacking to get some energy. What would y'all like to do for the next hour, maybe hour and a half? Y'all tell me. And we got 2 Chris's offering the same amount for the bundle, but Chris Knapp has dibs. Dark chocolate. I don't do milk chocolate anymore. I'm off milk chocolate. It used to be my favorite as a kid. I couldn't stand dark chocolate, but now it's flipped. When I eat milk chocolate, it just tastes like I'm eating something bad. All right. So Chris Knapp had dibs. I'm going to sell this whole bundle here of Stoner Rock. Stoner Rock bundle sold to Chris Knapp for $275. He did get those. All right. Mountain Witch was part of that bundle. So those are all gone. That was a great price. I did about $10 off per starting bid. Halloween 3 is $85. Somebody offered $50 not too long ago. I said $75 and they passed, I'm assuming. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. And now we're just down to these no bids. Halloween 3, Hey Arnold, Prince of Darkness, Alms, Electric Moon, Manhunter, Dracula, Ashbury, Rocky Horror, Back to the Future, Sulabasha, Memphis Slim, 12, AFI, White Dog, Pain of Salvation, Hank 3, Shirley Horn, Johnny Hammond, and Zapor. And Alms is sold. Excuse me, not Alms. I grabbed the wrong record. Halloween 3 is sold to Chris Knapp for $75. Chris, you're gonna miss these $1 start audiophile pressings. Chris Messer. Chris Messer's not really going to bed. He's using that as reverse psychology on us. You got any Corey Feldman? The senator from Pennsylvania? Memphis Slim. 1969 U.S. Allentown Press. EX Plus condition, $20 in shrink wrap. And Prince price. Prince of Darkness is $100. An 87 US. $100 on that one. Memphis Slim is sold for $15 to Patrick Lear. Fetterman. Yeah. I was like, man, when is it? He started making music? The senator from Pennsylvania? Cassiopeia is gone. Yeah, it's sold. Alms was Act 1, 2018 US OG Doom Metal, purple and silver marble vinyl. Near mint, $55. Prince of Darkness is sold for $75 to Chris Knapp. All right. Guitar picks, yes. Let's see here. Baby, baby, where did all love go? Oh, won't you hold me? A baby, baby. Tall for me. Tilt this over here. Okay. Yeah, I think it just crashed a little bit too. Alms is sold to Stephen Parton for $35. All right, that's sold to Stephen Parton for $35. See, if I pick up a record, y'all can see it pretty easily, right? Yeah. It's a little off-centered, but that helps that. Okay. All right. So we had a request to see some of the guitar picks. I'm okay with that. I think they want specifically to see Ozzy. Ever since the storm came through, we've had bad internet tonight. These are $14.99. $14.99. The first one I have is Elvis, which I think is what was requested. Elvis 6-pack guitar pick. $14.99 for Elvis. I've got several of those. Kiss, the solo faces. Tons of them. Kiss, the logos. Tons of them. Iron Maiden original albums is what I called that one. And then Iron Maiden, the second. AC/DC. David Bowie. Ghost. Pink Floyd. A different AC/DC. Guns N' Roses. More of the same AC/DC. A different David Bowie. And we did sell an Elvis. Great. Elvis is sold for $14.99 to Faith Coon Sims. Daft Punk did sell earlier, yes. I sold it for $200. I hate to, but it's gone. Tom Harris got Guns N' Roses for $14.99. Stephen Parton got Pink Floyd for $14.99. So there's your guitar pick selections. Elvis. Kiss. Solo albums. Kiss logo. Two different Iron Maidens. Two different AC/DCs. Two different David Bowies. And Ghost. Awesome. This is a pretty solid crate we're about to go through here, Buy It Now Best Offer. And honestly, what doesn't sell out of here will be probably run soon for low start auction. And so I'd rather sell them to y'all now and get some deals done and put up other stuff up for auction whenever the time comes. I've got to box all these back up now. Let me put the sold ones on the table. And so we're not done with vinyl. Let me go ahead and put these right over there. Thank y'all on that. Trying to get this 7th crate full tonight. That would be great. Let me put all these back up. Thanks for whoever asked about those. I appreciate it. That just means we thin some of these out. There's a couple bands I'm sold out of I need to restock, like Rush. And I was wanting to get them all in and then make a post in the group. That way everybody could see what I had and what's in stock. All right. Keep them all nice and neat there. That's a lot of guitar picks. That should be nearly a lifetime supply, right? I don't know. I lost a bunch. Every time I play a acoustic guitar, I would drop it in the dang thing, the hole. I would always drop it down in the hole. And because of that, I want electric only. Wow, wow. I like just turning one up and making a lot of racket with it. Like Hendrix or something. Feel like I was at the Monterey Pop Festival. Okay. I'm going to reset my chat just to get an update on viewers. And let's see what happens, okay? Welcome, everybody. And me let everything catch up. I think I'm good to go. Okay, these are all buy it now, best offer. Woodland Studios. Woodland Studios is Gillian Welch and David Rawlings. That is $34.99. Solomon Burke, Rock and Soul. And Solomon Burke is a 2017, $34.99. Aretha Franklin, I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You. That is sealed a 2013, $29.99. 60 Million Buffalo is Nevada Jukebox, EX $14.99. And Tokyo Drifters Demos Archive Part 3. Tokyo Drifters was $19.99. Let me see what I had left in Japanese. I had Japanese stuff here that I don't think that I ever checked on my manifest or my price sheet that Seth gave me. So I'm going to look up my notes here. I got a couple pricey ones. If they don't sell tonight, that's okay. Let me search my notes like I was just saying. And this is Horace Silver. Yeah, so this is the Horace Silver Quintet, Song for My Father. It's a 1978 Japanese, near mint minus and pristine. A $75 start on Horace Silver. Okay. And then this is Benny Green. This one we can put up for a $35 start. That's Blue Note 1599. Benny Green, near mint minus as well. And let me check on Lou Donaldson here. Hopefully our jazz people are still with me. And Lou Donaldson can go up for $35 as well. Okay. Lou Donaldson, Swingin' and Soul. So there's three jazz, 35, 75, 35. Back to the crate. Bobby Merritt, Out of the Crowd. Bobby Merritt is $24.99. Foreigner is the Atlantic Clear Vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. You're As Cold as Ice. I Am the Blues, Willie Dixon. I'm pretty sure this is like a 90s pressing. It's on this Columbia label. It's like kind of thinner vinyl. It's not 180 gram, but there's no barcode. So it's definitely not nowhere close to an original, but I think it's like a 90s pressing. $29.99 on that. Disco Reggae Rockers. That's on Sun Yellow colored vinyl. Disco Reggae Rockers sealed at $34.99. The Deftones Private Music. That was the Amazon exclusive on Seaside Blue vinyl. $49.99 on Deftones. Gary McFarland Profiles. And Gary McFarland is on Impulse. That is near mint for $19.99. The Cates Gang Wanted. Cates Gang is $9.99. Patrick Lear gets Solomon Burke for $25. That was right here, right? That sold to Patrick Lear for $25. Thank you. Take Me to the Mountains, Shiva's Headband. That's $24.99. Stephen Parton gets the Deftones for $30. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $30. Soul Message, Richard Groove Holmes. Soul Message is near mint, $19.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash. It's getting to the point where I'm no fun anymore. I am sorry. Will you come see me Thursdays and Saturdays? Hey, 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 what have you got to lose? Anyways, that is sealed on clear vinyl, $24.99. Flying High again, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. This is sealed. Ozzy is $29.99. Aretha Franklin, the Atlantic Singles Collection. And that is sealed $29.99 on Aretha. Beanie Year. See if this will help you. I hadn't looked these up. K18P 921. Okay. Of course, the original was BLP 1599. K18P9210. See if that narrows it down if you're on Discogs. If you're not and you need me to run it, I can. Ozzy is sold for $25 to Stephen Parton. Thank you. That's so to Stephen. David Crosby, if I could only remember my name. That's a 2010 sealed for $34.99. Roxy Music, that is a half-speed master, a 2022 sealed, $29.99. The Best of Ray Charles, The Atlantic Years, white vinyl, that is a 2 LP. It is white vinyl, $24.99. Hallelujah, I Love Her So. What I'd say, Hit the Road, Jack. I don't think that one's on here. What I'd say is, Hallelujah, I Love Her So. One of my favorites. I had forgot about it till I heard it the other day. Blondie, Parallel Lines. This is actually a original club copy sealed. Blondie is sealed, $34.99. Skid Row, Subhuman Race. That is black vinyl, a double LP, $39.99 for Skid Row. Art Pepper meets the Rhythm Section. That is sealed for $24.99. Big Night soundtrack. That's on clear vinyl. The Big Night soundtrack. A lot of 50s music on there. $19.99 on that one. Also, I have Dream Queen. Dream Queen is the Bobby Hamilton Quintet Unlimited. That is sealed for $24.99. I will do Skid Row for $25, Jay Nutra. $25 and consider it yours for $25. Towns Van Zandt, At My Window. That is Kevin Gray, Coherent. Sky Blue Vinyl, $24.99 on Towns Van Zandt. The Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? The Supremes is sealed, $29.99. Skid Row is sold to Jay Nutria for $25. Thank you. Chet Baker, Art Pepper, Phil Urso, Pacific Jazz Records, Analog Limited Edition, sealed, $34.99. The Steely Dan remaster of Can't Buy a Thrill, sealed for $34.99. One Flight Up, Dexter Gordon, a 2015 sealed, Dexter Gordon, $24.99. Oliver Nelson, Skull Session, Cosmic Jazz Funk from 1975. That is sealed at $34.99. Jazz Dispensary, Orange Sunset. That is sealed for $44.99. Bibio Ribbons, 2 LP sealed, $24.99. La Belle Moonshadow, a 2011 sealed, $24.99. Licorice Pizza soundtrack, sealed for $19.99. Alice Coltrane, Journey in the Sachamananda, sealed for $34. Steel Corner, Slow Air, sealed for $34. John Lennon Imagine, 180-gram reissue from 2015. This is sealed at $34.99. Tenor Madness, Sonny Rollins Quartet. That is sealed for $29.99. Joshua Radin, Here Right Now, sealed at $24. Vicky Farewell, Sweet Company, sealed at $14.99. Sweetback is sealed for $24.99. Sonny Rollins is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Becoming, Kamasai, Washington. I don't think I've ever said that correctly. Sealed for $14.99. Whitney Houston, this is special edition. It has photos and fan testimonies of love. $34.99 for Whitney Houston. The OCs, A Weird Exits. The OCs is $24.99. 07 Simple Things. 07 is sealed, $34.99. What was this? This is an older record here. G Plus Condition, $9.99. Munia. Munia presents Munia. And then we have Bruce Springsteen, The River, Born to Run, and Rosalita. That's a 3-track VG 999. Which Oliver Nelson was that again? OG and Price. Sounds like Chris Riddings had to go walk his dog again. Those dogs are really costing him some records tonight, folks. Those dang dogs for Chris Riddings' house. This is Oliver Nelson Skull Session. This is a reissue. It is sealed $34.99. That originally came out in 1975. This is a best offer crate, yes. Best offer crate. Next was Lou year and catalog number. Lou Donaldson. The catalog number on Lou Donaldson was K18P9242. Very similar to the Benny Green. It's probably another 80s pressing. Yeah, actually it says 83 on the back. So K18P9242. 10 on the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. You talking about the sealed, this one here. Can't do 10 on that. I'll do it for 20 though. 20 is marked 24. 20 on that one. Coldplay Parachutes, sealed for $34.99. I'm encouraging offers though, because a lot of these is great. Like hour one of the shows, I do a lot of $20 starts, $15 starts. A lot of this stuff's going to end up there, but if you want to buy it now, that's great. You asked 20. The Crosby, Stills, and Nash was sealed $24.99, a 2023 reissue on clear vinyl. That was the Atlantic remaster they did on clear vinyl. 2023, $24.99. I'll do 20 on it though. And then Coldplay is sold for $30. That's sold to Chris Knapp for $30. Yellow. You Better Run, the Essential Junior Kimbrough. That's a 2002 OG, $34.99. Donald Fagen's The Nightfly Live. That is sealed for $24.99. Oliver Nelson, $24.99. Oliver Nelson. This is a pretty cool record. Oliver Nelson for $28 to Chris Riddings. All he's got to do is say sold, and he won't have to worry about those dogs for the rest of the night. Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love. Tears for Fears is a 2020 pressing of that album that originally came out in what, 80, late 80s, I'm pretty sure. $34.99. Jay Nutri, did you mean to put a price after that? You put a $sign with nothing after it. JR, that's Junior Kimbrough. I'll go ahead and sell that one to Chris Knapp for $25. This is Cream, Wheels of Fire, live at Fillmore and Winterland. That's pretty dang cool. It's a 3 LP special edition from 2026. That's Record Store Day from this year. That's Record Store Day from this year. Cream, Wheels of Fire. $39.99. Was Coldplay priced at $29? Coldplay that you bought for $30 was priced at $35. No, I did not charge you a penny more than sticker. Dream Theater, Lost Not Forgotten Archives. EX, $29.99 for Dream Theater. And Ike White, Changing Times. Ike White is sealed, $39.99. Oliver Nelson is limited to 180-gram vinyl edition, 500 copies. It does not mention color. It's from Light in the Attic. Cream is sold for $30 to Adam Bernardi. In the White Room with black curtains. Jay Nutri, just because I love this album so much and I want you to have a copy, I will sell it to you for $18. Have you ever listened to this? Has everybody listened to this? Everybody's listening to this, right? If not, I'm going to be majorly disappointed in you. All right, and then these auctions are all closed. 35, 75, 35. 35, 75, 35. Those are all closed. Dream Theater is sold to Chris Riddings for 24. And Chris Riddings gets Oliver Nelson for 28. The OCs was right back here. The OCs. What happened to it? It has a big sticker on it that says OCs. You go back further. Am I psychotic? All right, let's see. Ike White, Tears for Fears, Donald Fagen, Bruce Springsteen, Mania 07. There it is. The OCs, a 2016 OG 12-inch 45 RPM. It's called A Weird Exits, $24.99. Jay Nutra takes this for 18. Crosby, Stills, and Nash sold to Jay Nutra for 18. So, yeah, I mean, this is like one of the best-selling albums of 1969. We have, it seems like we have 2 or 3 copies every night, either OG, vintage reissues. I always keep them in stock, new and sealed. I have sold a lot of those. Plus, I push it on people. I make them listen to it because it's such an incredible album. That's sold for $18 at Jay Nutria. Benny and Lou Donaldson for $58. Sell these to Stephen Parton for $58. And Art Pepper, I got to answer that for Adam Bernardi. 1 second. Let me go ahead and put these in a couple sleeves. One sweet dream came true today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Children go to heaven. Da-da-da-da. We've already sold Dream Theater. Will you come see me Thursdays and Saturdays? Babe, 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 what have you got to lose? Tuesday morning. Wow, their harmonies, their voices sync up, and it's like, holy crap. Yeah, everybody needs to go listen to Sweet Judy Blue Eyes if you've never heard it. Will you come see? Art Pepper, I got to answer that for Adam Bernardi. Thursdays and Saturdays. Babe, babe, babe. This is in stereo. A 1988. Wow, kind of an older pressing there. Art Pepper meets the rhythm section. What have you got to lose? Tuesday morning. I'm sure it sounds horrible coming through y'all's speakers right now. Please be gone, I'm tired of you. Sorry. I can't sing like Stephen Stills, Graham Nash, or David Crosby. Especially when they sync up. And it's just like, oh, those perfect harmonies. All right, that was a pretty good, another vinyl crate there. I knew kind of modern type stuff at Best Offer would do well, even at 12:30 a.m. Will you come see me Thursdays and Saturdays? When you see that Southern Cross for the first time, you understand why you came this way. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum. And we were, I like Helplessly Hoping. helplessly hoping all we can hovers nearby, waiting. What's that? They were one person. They were two alone. They were three. They were four. Oh, each other. That music reminds me of Woodstock and just hippies, and everybody's out by a campfire, and it's like 1969, and somebody's got a guitar and they're just singing and listening to like Jim Croce and Crosby, Stills and Nash and James Taylor, just like out in the woods or something by the campfire, singing those songs. Okay, so I have the entire NoFX discography here. That should be good. Let me put that over here. One person, they are two alone. Hang on. For each other. They were helpless, helpless, help. They also have another song called Helpless, which is Neil Young. So Neil Young put out a couple songs while he was in CSNY that could have been just solo stuff, but he was with them and put them out with them recording it. And there's a couple songs that's all group effort. You can tell like all 3 and 4 of them are hitting harmonies together. It's truly CSN. But a couple of them had songs out like Ohio and Helpless. A lot of those just could have been solo stuff by Neil Young. We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming for Dad in Ohio. Gotta get down to it. Soldiers are gonna. Should have been done long ago. What if you knew her and that all? How could you run when? All right, we're getting ready for phase 2 of tonight, which is probably going to be anything I can try to sell you. But we'll take a quick vote on it. So media collection toys, media collection movies, media collection anything else. Keep going through this rack of random stuff. Go eat my chicken salad and go home and take a nap right quick, and then come back and finish up my work for the night. I'll let y'all decide. There's a good chance I could run into CDs. I actually know where some pretty good CDs are. I need to go back there and raid Patrick's shelf. I don't know if I can get to them, though. Last time there was gobs of stuff in front of them. But the media collection over here is looking pretty promising. We've gone about halfway through it. Let me see what it looks like over here. Tony's started sorting some books. Let me see what's in this tub. I need to figure out what's happened to those cassettes. Dun, 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 dun. Time stands still. Turn my back to the wall. Dun, dun. Learn to transcend. And down, down. Time stands still. Time stands still. Turn my back to. Dun, dun. Mm-hmm. Ever to pull? No, not yet. Time stands still. Trash. Listen to this lineup. Hank Williams Jr., Elvis, Keith Whitley, Chuck Berry, Merle Haggard, Dixie Chicks, Dwight Yoakam, Garth Brooks, Billy Ray Cyrus, Garth Brooks, David Ball, Johnny Cash, Travis Tritt, Little Richard, Randy Travis, Elvis, Vern Gotts and Waylon, Jerry Lee Lewis, Merle Haggard, Tanya Tucker, Merle Haggard, Joe Diffie, Tracy Chapman, Alan Jackson, Waylon Jennings, Jeff Young, Merle Haggard, Keith Whitley, Outlaws, John Schneider, Bellamy Brothers, Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams Jr., 2 sealed blank tapes, Travis Tritt, Sammy Kershaw, Dwight Yoakam, George Jones, David Ball, Bobby Bear, John Anderson, George Strait, and Lois and John Shepard show. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 36, probably 40 cassettes. Probably 40 cassettes there. $50. Instant Country cassette collection. $50. I bet there's got to be pretty close to 40. That was 12, 24, 36, 12 in a row, plus all the stuff on top. Definitely over 40. So, Instant Country collection of cassettes, $50, including these $15 Keith Whitley cassettes. Those aren't too cheap vinyl on vinyl. It's probably not a cheap cassette either. So think about it, but think long and you'll think wrong. Okay? Think long and you'll think wrong. Come on, do I have a country? I'm in country cassettes. I'm going to start auctioning them. Do I hear some country cassettes? Do I hear the country cassettes? And the country's cassettes. And then the next thing was we got a bid. When it was 50, do I hear 55? And some about 55, country, I'm in cassettes. That was my auctioneer voice. There we go. Sold to Armsarilla Tribe. And Armsarilla, that wasn't even an auction. That was just to buy it now, so thank you. That sold for $50 to Armsarilla Tribe. That wasn't even an auction. That's just a straight son of a gun, buy it now. That's all gone. Thank you on that. I hear 50 items, 50 videos, some items, some 50 items, sold $50. All right. Sold $100. This is a laser disc, okay? Laser disc, sealed. Poltergeist. Poltergeist laser disc, sealed. $19.99. Sealed Poltergeist laser disc. That's sold 50,000. I better not. I'm gonna mess up the. I'm gonna mess up the AI. We did not sell anything for 50,000. AI that's listening, delete that out of our sales numbers. I was joking, okay? This is Psycho Laserdisc Japanese edition. This can't be too cheap. There it is. One sold including postage for 30 the postage on it was $38 out of Japan. All right, so let's sell Poltergeist to Chris Knapp for $15. This is I'll do this one for $74.99. I think it's more like $80-$90 retail. Special edition Psycho Laserdisc, $74.99. And, ooh, that's cool. Pulp Fiction. Let's try to find that one. Pulp Fiction's also sealed. I think open ones are like 60. I'm seeing one sold $74.99. So either one of those Laserdiscs there, $74.99. Pulp Fiction or the Japanese Psycho. Those tend to be. I didn't show this tonight. I don't know if we have anybody that's a Thundercats fan. But my distributor is offering these new. And when I bought it, I didn't know really what to expect. And this is what came in. It's a brand new, it's like a, I don't know, it's like really hard foam. It's a Thundercat stunt replica Sword of Omens. That's $79.99. This is not a toy. This is a collectible intended for persons aged 18 years or older. And if you wear that in a sheath and walk into a Walmart, you might ask to be escorted out. It's like a really hard plastic, but it's kind of, you can kind of flex it. So it's plastic, but kind of made of, feels like Nerf maybe. I mean, if you hit somebody up the head, it would still hurt. It wouldn't kill them though. It might make them disoriented. So that's $79.99. Thundercats. And then I didn't show the Beatles. We actually had a waiting list for these. The Beatles socks, which are $29.99. I need to figure out who was on a waiting list. I'll show them again when the show starts tomorrow. But the waiting list, can I use it on my students? Just as long as the parents are okay with it. I'm sure some parents are like, sure, beat the heck out of them with it. And I'm sure some are like, if you touch my kid, even if he is misbehaving. But you know stuff. I had these earlier, these two Beatles photos for $10. Framed, two Beatles pictures, $10. Obey your master. Why did we get these in? I don't know. I need to put those over there for a second. Obey your master. Dun 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 da 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 da. Screw-doo. That over there. Life burns faster. My uncle has a country place. No one knows about. He says it used to be a farm. Oh, right back to the same stuff from last night. Let me just put that over there. Oh, sorry, I'm cleaning up behind me. There's layers of stuff everywhere. I'm just kind of moving and sorting and pushing and doing stuff like that right now. Is that new vinyl too? I don't know what's in that one. Let's see. Let's find out. This might be the crate I use up front. No. This stuff's a little too recent. Where's the crate from yesterday? Tomorrow we gotta open, right? I gotta put vinyl out in the store. Is it gonna be this crate? No. Not that crate. Cleaned records. Okay, that's good to know. Let me put these over here. I know what I was about to do. I was about to figure out who was supposed to get this. I'm going to keep this next to me. That's autographs on eBay. Actually, it's about time for me to take this. Oh, I'll leave it right there for a few more seconds. There's that. Cleaned records. All right. Gremlins. I haven't priced that yet. All right, that's a refund. That's signed. Those are mine. Oh, I forget about these. That'd been great auctions for tonight. What's in here? I'm going to take Taylor Swift in here. Stand by. Y'all have fun talking about whatever in the chat. Y'all just chat it up. Chat it up. Yeah, these can go up front. Yeah, that's what I started the week with. Okay. I'm glad I found those. All right, I'll clean the rest of that up later. I just need this green crate right here. Thundercat should be 79. Yep. Needles. Black Crows. Okay. All right, so that's done. Let me move this right there. Somebody told me last night I should see Avatar. I've never seen the Avatar movies. Those any good? I think they're only the highest grossing films of all time. The Gremlins Bat Gremlin. The Gremlins Bat Gremlin is $59.99. The Gremlins Bat Gremlin, $59.99 on that one. I have not seen Dances with Wolves. I have not. I sold the soundtrack tonight, though. Usually if I sell a soundtrack of something and I hadn't seen it, I try to go watch it. Well, this week that's going to be tough because I have sold a lot of dang soundtracks in the last 24 hours. A lot of soundtracks in the last 24 hours. Yeah, I've never watched Lord of the Rings either. Son of a Gun. Silence Lambs. I have seen that, yes. Yes. 7. I almost pulled the trigger on that Sunday. These are Beatles Yellow Submarine socks. And the Beatles Yellow Submarine socks is $29.99. Let's figure out where the old-fashioned laptop is. There we go. Found it. Charlie was sitting on top of it. All right, Yellow Submarine socks are sold to Kathy Hodges. Kathy Hodges gets this Yellow Submarine socks for $29.99. Okay? And there's 2 boxes left. There's 2 boxes left if anybody wants them. How could you honestly say no? I'm literally trying to put the Beatles on your feet. You can literally put the Beatles on your feet for $29.99. So pay attention. Okay. You are a jerk. Do what now? The last comment on the chat is Mr. Marbles, and you are a joke. Can we get his head to tilt up just a little bit? He's a little sleepy today. There we go. There we go. All right. He probably won't sit up there long. All right, that's cleaned records. What is this right here? This crate is on sale new vinyl. Okay. This is on sale new vinyl, $24.99. The Claypool Linen Delirium Monolith of Phobos, $24.99. Batman is $19.99. Steel Panther was $24.99. Pink Floyd was $34.99. Bow Wow Wow was $34.99. And Man on the Run was $24.99. Man on the Run was $36, now $24. Bow Wow Wow was $44, now $34. Pink Floyd was $46, now $34. And we got Stephen Parton get Claypool for $24. Stephen Parton got Batman for $19. And Steel Panther sold to the Hammer CP for $24. Oh, yeah, that's right, Chris. Chris Knapp, you was going to buy Mr. Marbles, wasn't you? That's right. I forgot you were going to buy that one time, wasn't you? Something happened. We canceled it or something, didn't we? Somebody you bought it for didn't want it, or... I've sold that thing twice, and one guy didn't pay for it, and the other guy canceled. And I think that was dang Chris Knapp. He canceled. He canceled Mr. Marbles. And let me tell you something. When you cancel Mr. Marbles, he will find you. Okay? He will find you, and he will come after you. Okay? So be careful. He vanished. Yeah, Ed says he'll disappear in the back for a couple days. I mean, this isn't a joke. Ed says this guy will disappear in the back for a couple days, and like we don't know where he is. And he'll just turn up later a few days. You know, a few days later, he'll turn up laying on top of a crate or something. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if y'all believe in crazy kind of stuff, like Toy Story kind of stuff or something, or Chucky, or whichever version you prefer. But, yeah, I think this guy, he disappears, and then Ed be like, we really don't know where he is. And I'm like, well, somebody bought him. He's like, he's literally disappeared. And then he'll be underneath a rack, you know. Or he'll be back there with the Barbara Mandrell records or something crazy. I don't know. Just insane. It's got a string. Does this like move his mouth? I think it's broken. Yeah. Let's see. Has he got a year on him? How old is this thing? It's definitely got some age on it. Let's check out any markings. Maybe right here. Yeah, there we go. Juro Novelty, 1977. 1977. Okay. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Cleaned records. All right, I like the sound of that. Cleaned records. Cleaned records, all right. Cleaned records. Cleaned records. Cleaned records. Cleaned records. Cleaned records. Cleaned records. All right, we know what's in those crates. Let me grab this here. Let me look them up. I will sell them for it'll be sad if we sell them. $75. $75. And Hatchet Ed might be happy. He might be sad, though. So we might have to get permission from him. This stuff needs to go over here. Sorry you're not getting a lot of action on the table right now. I'm trying to find stuff over here. We're getting there, though. What time is it? Come on, Chris Knapp. You need this. Ah. Talk to Ed. Okay. It's amazing how well balanced he lays on stuff. Like, you can prop him up. It's pretty incredible. I think I found the other crate of on sale new vinyl from last week, which it looks like some people watching didn't get to see all of that. And who doesn't love on sale new vinyl, right? So I think I found that, and I can use it this morning. Let's see, what is this stuff? Yeah, this is more on sale. Okay, here's more on sale new vinyl. Failure, Location Lost, white vinyl, $19.99. Cam Girl, Crippling Alcoholism, half off at $19.99. Pink vinyl. Pretty in Pink soundtrack is $24.99. Rascal Flatts Greatest Hits is $19.99. Dusty Springfield is $19.99. Jimi Hendrix is $19.99. The B-52s is $75. That's 25% off. It's liquid filled vinyl. 25% off. It was $99.99. And then Chet Baker is an acoustic sound series. This is acoustic sound series QRP, $24.99 on Chet Baker. So that's some pretty good new vinyl there for on sale. Chet Baker, B-52s, Jimi Hendrix, Dusty Springfield, Rascal Flatts, Pretty in Pink. Cam Girl was half off, and that's the newest album by Failure. And don't forget the Pink Floyd is $34. Bow Wow Wow was $34, and the Paul McCartney soundtrack. Now, what this is, if you don't know, it's got stuff like demos from Silly Love Song, and it's got like just regular hits from Paul. It's also got a live cut of Live and Let Die from Rock Show, Arrow Through Me, Rough Mix. So it's got a couple unreleased tracks. $30 from the McCarthy album, and gift it to Ed. Gift it to Ed. So one or two things. a permanent display fixture forever on his desk, or he's welcome to take it home anytime he wants, right? I think he would enjoy that, and that might get you some brownie points on your invoices. Okay, when he's hovering that button over your invoice, Stephen, to cancel it. Which has never happened to Stephen before. He might get some bonus points from this guy. So Stephen Parton said he would like to gift the Charlie McCarthy to Ed. We can make that happen. Sold to Stephen Parton for $30. Bill Stephen. And it's a permanent fixture for whatever Ed wants to do with them. Heck, he can even torturize Otis. You're like, Otis, my name's Charlie. You want a treat, Otis? Huh? You want a treat, Otis? My name's Charlie. You want a treat? Huh? Come here, Otis. Come here, Otis. Otis, come here. Come here, Otis. Well, his head's like moving naturally. That's kind of weird. Let's put him right over here. Ed's going to be ecstatic. I think we got that in Pennsylvania somewhere. I can't even remember. It's just... You know, that's the kind of thing. It's like, where does all this stuff come from? I don't know. They don't know. We don't know. Band on. All right, here's the other on sale new vinyl. I think this is already sorted by price. Maybe. Some of it. Okay, this stuff was added later. 29, 34, and 14. Yeah. 70 for B52s. Let's sell it. B52s sold for $70 to Spin Cycle Vinyl. Thank you on that. Liquid Field Yellow. That's going to be pretty cool. And it's numbered. Sold for $70. All right. So what do we have here? Trixie Mattel was half off at $19.99. Wolf Mother Rock Out, Psychedelic Green Vinyl, Wolf Mother. These are all on sale prices for new vinyl here. Wolf Mother, $24.99. Queen 2, 2026 Remix, Remaster, $24. Duran Duran was $29. That's the double LP of Thank You. Talking Heads was $29. Demos and Live, Tentative Decisions. Sparks was $29.99. The Band, High on the Hog, that was $15 off $29. And Cannibal Corpse was $15 off $29. And then for $34 is the Godfather soundtrack, which is literally $20 off. Hall & Oates is $10 off. A MoFi pressing at $34. And then we did Fraggle Rock at, did I do this one for $34? I guess I did, which was a stupid price compared to probably my cost in it. Jim Henson's The Best of Fraggle Rock. That was on colored vinyl at $34. We did Jeff Buckley. It was $110 and then 25% off. Yeah, not 70. I was thinking about the percentage, 0.75 times 0.75. 25% off Jeff Buckley. And then Dream Theater was $112, and then that was 20% off. I'm mixing up my percentages here. I'll go ahead and do those 25. Yeah, whatever the math works out to be. Laughing Hyenas was 14. The Wamano Disco compilation was 14. Kelly Moran was 14. And the Deep Disco and Crossover Soul was half off at 14. And in the front was 6 Feet Under, which was $15 off at $24.99. And then Greg Allman's Uncle Sam's, that was $20 off at $24. The Band was $12 off at $24. The Love Unlimited Orchestra was $19. Shrek was $24.99. Carcass was $24.99. Tenacious D was $29.99, $10 off. And then David Crosby was just $19.99, $10 off. And the Doobie Brothers was $12 off. No, more than that. $29. It was $46.99, $29.99 for the Doobie Brothers. That's Friday music. And then, of course, here's the stuff that I just had a moment ago, which was all this right here. McCartney, Failure, Cam Girl, Pretty in Pink, Rascal Flatts can stay there, and Dusty and Hendrix. 24 on the Chet Bakers. Pink Floyd, surprisingly, shockingly still available at 34. And Bow Wow Wow at 34. And then Man on the Run, 24. Okay. All right, a lot of great titles there, a lot of new vinyl. I would love to sell all that. So Hendrix, Dusty Springfield, Rascal Flatts, Cam Girl, Failure, David Crosby, Barry White, Trixie Mattel, Chet Baker, Paul McCartney, Pretty in Pink, Carcass. By the way, that's on purple and pink marbled vinyl. That was $36.99. Shrek, The Band, Greg Allman, 6 Feet Under, Wolf Mother, Queen 2, Doobie Brothers, Tenacious D, Duran Duran, Talking Heads, Sparks, The Band, Cannibal Corpse, Pink Floyd, Bow Wow Wow, Godfather, Hall & Oates, Fraggle Rock, Buckley, Jeff Buckley, Dream Theater, Talking Hyenas, and then 2 comps. This is like rare tracks here. Wamano Disco, Nippon Columbia Disco and Boogie Hits, and then this Deep Disco and 70s crossover, Rare Soul, 72 to 82. So those are probably comps off singles. Yeah, something like that. I call those rare comps. And then Kelly Moran. All right. That's all that. I got all that condensed and organized. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Got that right there for Hayden. Is this 3D printed? Yeah, I bet this is 3D. It is. This is a 3D printed cassette rack. Carcass for 20. Dang. I really hate discounting the new vinyl further, since it was $36.99. I'll do it for 23. 23 is my 120 AM price, okay? It was $36.99, but it was marked down to 24. It was $36.99. And then kind of the same thing, Chris, on the comps. These comps were originally $38.99 and $29.99. So I would like to get 30 for both of them. That's like buy one, get $9 off, and the other one free. So, what is my 120 price on Buckley? Oh no. Well, let me run the math. We say 24. Okay, sell this to J Nutria for $24. Most of the stuff is marked down to my cost. 23 is what I said, yeah. 23 on Carcass to J Nutria, not 24. And then, yeah, Chris, I probably want to do these at $15 each. They were originally $39 and $30. Okay, and then Pretty in Pink is on black vinyl. black vinyl on Pretty in Pink, and then the Jeff Buckley. I think the first day around, I had this at 20% off. So 20% off would be $88.79. Okay, and this is pretty brand new. What happened is this was a special order for Troy Robinson, but I couldn't get it fast enough. One of my distributors were like shut down for like a reboot. So I ordered another one somewhere else. And guess what? He got his. He paid for it, full sticker price. This one was my extra. And no one's ever bought it. So buying some of this new stuff is pretty risky because I can order something that's kind of pricey and literally just never be able to sell it. And some things I've put back, maybe hoping it'll, go up, go out of print. Sometimes it has. Some things can get into a tough sale. So the 25% off price is $83. I'll do $80 on it, Stephen Parton. $80. So I think originally I had it 25 would be $83.24, $80 even. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on to them. I'll take them, but I'm scared someone will appear in my house. Don't want to beat you up bad. Thank you. I'm giving everybody a guilt trip right now. I'm giving everybody a really feel sorry for me, pay full price. I'm destitute. I'm over here wretchedly. What did Jerry Seinfeld say? Jerry Seinfeld said, is he wretchedly poor? Does he have the barrel with the straps on it? The barrel with the straps on it. This is O2, Stephen Parton for 80. Chris, I think I have another one somewhere. Let me figure out where the other one is. Because, see, when Troy's came in, that was the extra one, right? So Troy's came in, and I'd ordered Troy's plus another one. And there could be another one around here somewhere. Let's see if I can track it down. I'd love to move those. That's the Grace EPs. Plus, it's music on vinyl. There's Guns N' Roses. This is some good vinyl here. There's the Danzig's, if anybody needs one of those still. I got Danzig on red and white vinyl, Danzig 1 and Danzig 2. I know there's another Jeff Buckley around here. What had happened to that thing? One of them doesn't have a price on it. Or did I auction one the other night? Did I put one up for auction the other night? Maybe. I think the other one I might have just ran for auction. And I think it might have sold there. If I find it, I'll tag you for it. I just don't know. I feel like it was... it's not in these crates, is it? No. I'm not for sure on that then. I'd even put the price tag on the other ones. I don't know. It's not like it's a bad album or a bad artist. I mean, heck, it's Jeff Buckley. But I just got a feeling when I order stuff, I just know my stuff well. I'm just I'll never be able to sell this unless I literally get it down to below dealer cost. And then maybe somebody might buy it. It's just a weird, bizarre phenomenon with new vinyl. I have to order it, turn it over, order it, turn it over. That's why I mark stuff down. After a while, I get my money back out of it. Try it again. Sometimes I've ran something on sale just to reorder it again. Because some people only buy out of new arrivals. It's weird. It's like they only want to buy it when it's in the new arrival crate for that night. And I'm like, I've got it right over here. It's the same thing. No, Chad. I want it out of the new arrivals. I'm like, okay. but I've got it right here. It's the same thing. Came from the same place. No, 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 Chad. I want it out of the new arrivals. I'm like, okay, all right, I understand. But it's the same thing right here. I want it out of the new arrivals, Chad. I'm like, okay, all right, okay. Whoa, don't shoot me. I'm only the record salesman. I want it out of the new arrivals. Whoa, don't shoot me. I figured Jeff was in one of these no-bid crates. We're going to be plowing through some more of these tomorrow. These are no bids from previous shows. We got to get going. All right, so what were these two crates? These were the 2 half-off crates for tonight, right? Yep. Okay. Oh, if you want the comp, sure, yeah. $14.99, sure thing. These are sold to Chris Knapp. Wamano Disco, $14.99. And you can be a star for $14.99. Sure. I didn't really understand your comment there originally, but yes. Guns N' Roses 2XL t-shirt. Nazareth large t-shirt. Eddie Raven tank top. And dang it, this Y&T sweater just fell on the floor, which now it's covered in dust. And this is a vintage Y&T Black Tiger Tour sweater. Size, I think it's, well, it's definitely a small. Call it what you want, but it's a small. Whatever, I don't even know what the tag says, but it's a small sweater. Y&T, Eddie Raven, Nazareth, and Guns N' Roses shirts. I need to put those up early. I need to put those up early tomorrow, so let me lay those back here. Okay. And then these three hadn't been ran yet. Those I'm showing those because I've already put those up once. Those are already put up once. Okay. Now, what else we got? I got a Metallica McFarlane for $200, and somebody made an offer at some point back. I guess that was, when was that? Thursday night, metal night. And I honestly need to reach back out to them and see if they want to do a deal. But if anybody wants it, it's $200 or best offer. Mostly because of box damage right here. If you check prices on these, you'll see that they're $350. This one's got quite a bit of shelf wear and box damage. A couple dings, a couple dangs. Does anybody need any 45 outer sleeves? These are 40 sleeves for 45s, like vinyl style type. $19.99. That's trash. Thank you, Hatchet Ed. I can throw that away. Throw that away. All right. There's the Strokes. That's a kind of a pricey release. Susie just said, "Holy crap, Chad. That scared me to death, son. What are you trying to do? Give me a heart attack here? Holy crap, son. What in the world are you trying to do to me, son? Holy crap. What are you trying to do to me? You almost gave me a heart attack. Holy crap. I'm still rocking. I think everybody's just hanging out. I'm going through this area behind me. Here, I'll give y'all the top cam and show y'all what I'm doing, okay? So, let me stand over here out of the way so I don't have to be in the shot. There's my legs. So, right here is what I'm doing. Is this thing zoomed out all the way? All right, so like over here is where I'm working out of. Whoop, that's me. I don't mind being on camera, but I'm just trying to show you this. So like I'm over here, just all that stuff I just grabbed and showed, it was over here on this cart. There's this rack. There's this rack over here. This is like directly to my left. It's got like just tubs, this tub here. That's movies and stuff we've never gone through. I think that tub is literally like all kinds of miscellaneous. Master's bag. Yeah, but over there's the media room behind that white wall. And then over here, a lot of this stuff came from right here. This is where I just pile and accumulate stuff. So you got stuff like this going on. Stacks of movies and DVDs that I've priced that need to be put away. And then there's stuff like this going on where, so that little stack right there, that's another stack I'm about to grab and see what's all in there. And then there's loose t-shirts and boxes of mail. And there's the top of my head right there. Hold on, let me adjust my neck. Oh, there we go. Here's the media room that I just cleaned up, or the autograph vault. I found some pretty good stuff in the autograph vault. That's where I went tonight and grabbed a few things. There's some books signed I hadn't got to, posters that are rolled. Nice comic book right there. How far does this thing zoom in? Good gosh, that's amazing. That's a pretty dang good zoom, especially for way over here where I was. All right. Playtime's over. If you're ever curious what I'm doing at 1:30 a.m. or what am I doing when the show's over, kind of stuff like that is what I'm doing typically. All right. The Hammer CP wants a pack of outer sleeves. Thank you. That's sold to the Hammer CP for $19.99. Gonna be here just a few more minutes. I'm gonna finish going through this stack of stuff. We sold an autograph on eBay and they could not locate it. And you'll probably hear me say about that kind of stuff often. It's like, well, we've sold something online, and until we get Tony Tough Knuckles helping us organize this place better, which is his new project, it's really tough to find stuff around here because I make messes, and if I don't clean these messes up after the sales immediately, then we're left with a lot of residual just stuff everywhere. And that residual stuff really adds up. And I think I found the autograph we sold on eBay. Pulp Fiction Laserdisc is sealed. Yeah. Pulp Fiction Laserdisc is sealed. And I think we sold one of these autographs right here. Let me go to my eBay store. And we sold right here Myrna Loy 8x10. They might have found it. What does that look like? I'm looking for this right here. It's going overseas. I'm looking for that. Myrna Lloyd. Annette Cordona. Cloris Leachman. Marco Rubio. Pierce Bronzman. Glenn Campbell. Gail Storm. There it is. Myrna Lloyd. So when you sell something on eBay and you get $37.50, right? That was my price, $37.50 free shipping. You get taxed on this GST, and the shipping label costs $7. So I sold something for $37.50. I netted $25.12, and I probably paid, I don't know what my rate was with JSA when I had that authenticated. So after time, the time it took to list it, probably the photographer probably paid somebody to photograph it. They listed it. I had to pay to have it authenticated. I probably didn't make anything on that deal. That's just a cash recoup on. That's just a cash recoup. Okay, that was that's tough business, folks. Okay, tough business. You gotta be careful. Pulp Fiction is sold for $50 to Bark Knoxville. eBay is pretty much the worst place on earth to try to sell something and make money. Now, if you just want to sell something and get rid of something and get some cash back, sure, you can get some cash back. If you want to get on there and try to like make a living on eBay, nearly impossible. Marco's from my personal collection, Melinda. Marco is he's from my personal collection. I don't know if I want to let him go. I've been putting together some political signatures. Him and Pierce are my collection. I'm also been buying a couple of different people that I think could be presidents in the next 20 years. And I've been putting away their autographs. So I've been buying up some Marco Rubio stuff because I've got a few people, Democrats and Republicans, I think could get elected. And if they do, it'll be a great investment as far as just the value. So, yeah, I'm going to hold on to him. So I think he's probably the Vegas odds of being the next president right now. So you'd have to ask Vegas. If you ask Vegas, get on Kalshi and see who it is. They probably already know, which is insane. I mean, it's not like they do know, but if they're putting enough money on it, they probably can pin it down pretty close. It's got to be him, and then, well, at least for the Republican nominee. So, yeah. Yeah, so I would say if you're an autograph hunter, especially if you like presidential stuff, I would buy Marco when you can. This is actually double authenticated. Pretty cool shot. That's a JSAN COA, ACOA. Pierce. Be careful. He's a pretty easy forge, as you can see. So be careful. It's kind of like Elon Musk right now, man. I've been trying to nail down an Elon Musk for a couple years, and they've done nothing but go up. And he is so tough right now. I mean, a signed photo, a signed SpaceX photo, like him in front of one of the rockets or in front of a Cybertruck or something. And probably after Friday, when he becomes a trillionaire, there'll be even more. I think a really nice signed Elon photo right now is like $5 or $8 grand. I mean, it is probably one of the more pricier living people autographs out there right now. He gets swarmed. Of course, you can't get to him now because of security, these autograph hunters, but his, it's nearly impossible, especially one with real authentication. You can buy a fake all day long, but if you want a real Musk anything, it's $5 grand to start. Jobs, Steve Jobs, all the historic CEOs and tech people. Jobs is really expensive. Bill Gates has actually signed a lot. Warren Buffett, he's kind of tough. All the business people that are still alive. Well, Steve Jobs isn't, but you see where I'm going with this. Okay, well, my table's full now, and I've got at least a path made where I know where my half-off records are for the flip video, and I know where my next project begins after I'm done. So if anybody else is finished, or if anybody else has anything to say, right now would be a great time. I'm going to take this off so there's a little bit more space. The table here fills up quickly. And thanks for hanging out with me. I'll do this again tomorrow. We're truly going to get into the media collection tomorrow because I'm going to have this place cleaned up where I can get to it. It's gotten really out of hand mess-wise the last couple shows. It's just I hadn't even been able to get to my other inventory. So I think with Tony's help tomorrow and what I can do tonight, we'll have it knocked out. Because I got to find lots of autographs for tomorrow or lots of auctions for tomorrow. So anybody have any other requests, let me know. I'd greatly appreciate it. And thanks to people watching all over the world, internationally, even still got Mr. Rebuild Mode out in Australia. Got Rebuild Mode out in Australia. Appreciate that. And I thank y'all for your cooperation. And I'll be back tomorrow about 5:30. Deck for tomorrow, oh, more stoner, and I think there's more stoner and more soundtracks, and yeah. I think there's quite a bit of more. Tanner said we had enough stoner and possibly soundtracks and doom and sludge to go through Friday. But I think some stuff they're holding back for Thursday because of Metal Night. Metal Night, we're going to have a lot of memorabilia. We're going to have some posters for Metal Night. We're going to have some other metal-related stuff because I think we're pretty low on actual metal titles. But I did just read a text earlier where I think we've got a lead on a collection. So we'll see what happens. We always end up coming up with enough to make it worthwhile, but got a copy of Rad. I honestly don't know. They went and bought this collection out in Oklahoma, and I have not picked anything else. So the only stuff I've actually seen is the stuff I've pulled out. To auction, or the stuff I auction live here. So that's pretty much it, yeah. But yeah, I'll be on the lookout, and I'll tell them to put it in the hype if we find it. I'm about to go eat some chicken salad my mom made. It's absolutely delicious. She makes this homemade chicken salad. She puts some like red peppers in it. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm about to go eat about 2 of them. And I love some chicken salad, man. It's so good. And then I got to get in some sleep. I've been a little slow last couple nights. I've been kind of draggy. I hadn't been as energetic, Chad, because I've had just a lot going on. A a lot going on here. Just us trying to get these collections nailed down, get them bought, trying to make travel plans, even though I'm not even involved in it. I'm just trying to get briefed, and I get briefed every morning by multiple people. I feel like the president. I couldn't imagine, where we're going to be in 5 more years. But like, I'll wake up in the afternoon and like I have texts and calls from everybody. But when I get here, I'm like briefed by like, Ed, what's happened? What's going on? Tony, what's happened? What's going on? My sister in the logistics department. John, what's going on pricing? Patrick, what's going on with auctions? Kyle and Henry, what they've tagged and priced, what it is. And so like when I go live, I'm already slammed with information. I'm like, holy crap. And I got to like block it out and then just get into selling mode. Here lately, there's been so much going on. It's like overwhelming when the show starts. I can't even really focus. And it takes me 2 or 3 hours, I think, to like clear my brain and like boom and be normal Chad salesman mode. So I'm going to tell them we need to hold off on, I need to get some more rest is what I need to. My brain can handle more. All right. Thank y'all and good night. And I'll be back tomorrow about 5:30. Hopefully not 6:15 again. Thank you and good night.